Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 49 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great, and we're at episode 49. And you know what? It might have to be a two-part for number 49. It might have to be like 49 episode A and B. Because if I put this whole podcast together, it's going to be over 5 hours. And I don't want to do that to you guys. So it might be episode 49A and 49B released later on. I don't know. We will see. But yeah, I'm back home. Kind of rested up. It was a long few weeks of racing, being on the road. Then I came home and I was like, I didn't even really have time to chill out. So kind of hit, whenever you go away, it seems like something always happens and you have to come home and you have to fix stuff and do this and do that. So I've been busy kind of getting that done and still haven't gotten it all done, but it's good to be home. And yeah, we're bringing you some podcasts. So before I go on any further, I just want to shout out and say thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world. I know you guys must get tired of hearing my voice because I get tired of hearing my voice, but I do appreciate the support. And thank you for the love that you guys show me. I know things are kind of winding down a little bit for the season, so things should be heating back up. I mean, I think we'll have a small silly season coming up and whatnot. So let's see how that goes. But I want to thank you guys for all the support. Can't do it without you. Please continue to like and share the podcast. The podcast page, the podcasts. We're gonna start implementing some new segments here soon, so that should be good. I'm really excited about some of the stuff we have coming up and planned for 2020. But yeah, it's going, and we're gonna get back here into the groove of things, making podcasts every week for you guys. Well, yeah, it should be weekly. Maybe we'll slow down a little bit going to Christmas. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how exciting silly season is. Before I go on any further, I'd like to shout out to our sponsors. First off, I'd like to shout out to RCMX Online. If you guys are looking to get the latest, greatest information going on in RC, specifically off-road, go to www.rcmxonline.com. So they're a big supporter of the podcast, and we support them. Thank you for their support. Next up is Euro RC. I didn't even have to say much about Euro RC. Just say, I love their slogan. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. So if you go to www.urc.com, use promo code NNRC5, and you will receive a discount. So thank you to Euro RC, our title sponsor. Next up is Assault RC, who's been with us probably the longest. Assault RC via Beach RC. Brent Densford's got a big race coming up this weekend at the Masters of Dirt, which I should have stayed for, but I had to get home. And Assault RC is your go-to for all your performance enhancement needs, lubes, specialty tools, gauges, tool holders. Assault RC has it. Go to assaultrc.com, use promo code LEFTY19 in all caps, and you will receive 10% off your order. Next up is Techno RC. We kind of don't have a Techno RC segment this week. I know it's been difficult. Been on the road. It's hard to get recording with people in different times. And I just haven't had the time this week to record with somebody. So I do appreciate Techno for their support. Techno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in competitive, dependable, and affordable 8th scale and 10th scale buggies and trucks for racers and RC enthusiasts. Visit www.technorc.com for a complete catalog of their vehicles, parts, hop-ups, and accessories. And if you go back a few episodes, I had, they're really cool, as a great guy, Matt Walter is their team manager. It was a great chat with him. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him on this trip, but I guess I'll see him probably, maybe Fall Bro when we go. I'm pretty sure there'll be a Fall Bro. So thank you to Techno RC for their support. Next up is BK Servos. Stress performance for value. Our servos are extremely high performance, especially the models like the DS-700-2HV. It's super fast and precise and costs a fraction of the other comparable servos in those specifications. The BK servos are run by professional drivers or drivers such as Max the Panda Floor, Jared Wiggins, and our own Beach RC driver and owner Brent Densford. They believe in the BK servos, so go check them out at bkhobbies.com. Enter in the promo code TheNoName, and you will get 15% off your order. And check out their cool helicopter stuff that they do as well. Bert Kamamer. I know I said that name wrong, but yeah, thank you to BK Service. Bipolar Designs. Got to see Jason Darling at RCGP. Dropped me off a few Nitro is the Glory decals I like. We're going to try and get some of those made up so you guys can get them from from Bipolar Designs. That's what I get for putting two sponsors right next to each other. But thank you to Jason Darling. Looking for custom decals for your RC cars? Look no further. Bipolar Designs have you covered, matching your paint scheme to your radio, headsets, pitboard, you name it, we cover it. Check out Jason Darling on Facebook or Bipolar Designs on Instagram or Facebook. 454 RC works. My buddy Clint Treadway is down there doing a whole bunch of 3D printing, carbon fiber printing. I guess it's called printing. Making all these different bits and bobs for RC cars, car stands and whatnot. Go to check out 454rcworks.com. Use promo code NNPC 2019. That's all in caps, and you will get 15% off your order. Show Clint some love. He's down there in Dallas, races at Indy RC a lot. Good guy, very good guy. And finally, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, or dirt, loose dirt, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures poor traction. That's a mouthful to say. Go to papawillies.net. Use promo code NNRC in all caps, and you will get 10% off your order. So, yeah, thank you to all of our sponsors. And, of course, I can't forget our main sponsor. And I don't know why I always forget this, but JQ Racing, of course. We can't forget about JQ Racing. Shout out to all my JQ Racing family from around the world. You know, 2020 is looking good. 2020, dare to be different. 2020, go against the grain. 2020, don't give up what people think. Do what you want. We are silly seasons upon us, and we're always looking for people that want to be a part of a team and not just a number. So hit some of our reps up. Hit me up if you're interested in being on the JQ team. We are not looking for, we don't want no deal hunters, no flakes, and no people that want to be superstars. We want people that want to be a part of a team, believe in what we're doing, and, just want to have fun at races, because that's what we want to do too. We're going to have fun as well. So if anybody's interested in being on the JQ Racing team for next year, we have some good benefits as well. So hit me up and we'll go from there. So I want to kind of start this podcast. I got to call up Rupert here in a minute, but I just kind of wanted to send my condolences to the Parrish family. Tyler Parrish passed away Sunday. If you guys don't know who the Parrish family is, it's Tyler and Trevor. Both were wheelchair bound, and they used to travel to races with his dad and his mom, and they used to work so hard getting Trevor and Tyler to race. Tyler fell sick a few months ago, and unfortunately, he finally succumbed to his sickness. So my condolences to the Parrish family. Really great people. It's just sad to see. Tyler was a great guy. I had the opportunity to meet him and his family at PMB and got to talk to him, and really nice. And it's amazing what RC done for them. and it was a big part of their life. So my condolences to their family. Please, guys, send Mark and Trevor a positive message. May he rest in peace, Trevor Parrish. Hashtag Tyler Strong. Tyler Parrish, sorry. I said Trevor. Yeah, it's a shame, man. It's really a shame. Such young, bright kids, and they go too soon. But, unfortunately, that's life, and may he rest in peace. But send his dad some positive reinforcement, and, yeah. I want to shout out to my buddy Jeff Pfeiffer, too. He's part of the JQ team. He's a great guy, former, I would say pro aviation pilot, RC aviation pilot, good guy. Was my rep down there in Texas, but he has to take a little break. Unfortunately, he went to the hospital last week, and they've discovered a mass in his brain, and they're attacking it hard. I believe he's started treatment for it already. Really great guy, super positive about his whole outlook on this new challenge that he has. So if you guys know Jeff, he doesn't quit. It's a great dude, man. Jeff, keep your head up, man. I hope you listen to this podcast when you're doing your therapy. We're thinking of you here at the JQ Racing family. And if you guys could send Jeff some messages of encouragement, it would be appreciated. I'm sure, he needs all the support that he can get at this time. So please send Jeff some messages and whatever, man. Keep your head up, Jeff. Keep positive, man. I'm here for you anytime you need to chat. Hit me up anytime, man. And love you like life. Let's get this. Let's beat this cancer. Like, fuck cancer. Let's get this. So that's out to my, the Parrish family and the Pfeiffer family at this moment. So, yeah. So here we are, 1 week away from RCGP. We have a bunch of races coming up here soon. We have Brent's Masters of Dirt race. I was looking at the track walk, man. The guys at Beach RC knocked it out of the park again. Man, Beach RC doesn't get the credit that they deserve as probably the best facility, one of, if not the best facilities for indoor 10-scale racing on the East Coast. They got some elevation change, some berms, infields all painted, badass concrete curbing, which I love. And they're having their Masters of Dirt race. They had their Dixie Nationals 2 weeks ago. And so they have Masters of Dirt. Then they had the INS race coming up in December after Fall Brawl. So good luck to everybody at Masters of Dirt. I wish I would have stayed now because Brent was like, you should stay and come down and hang out and actually race Masters of Dirt and do my podcasting and stuff. But kind of had to get home, man. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it. But good luck to everybody there. And may it be a great weekend on a great layout. And kudos to the Beach RC team, man. Lucas Lauren and everybody that helps them guys out, man. It looks so badass. And hey, you guys put in that work. Have a good weekend and may the best man win. I believe we have a bunch of races coming up. I think we have 3 big 8-scale races all on the same weekend. We have the U.S. Open, which looks like it's going to be the biggest one. It's going to be held at SCRC down there in El Paso with Joey Showers and Corbin Showers, but it's Tim Lime's race. Shout out to the Showers family. Great facility they have down there, and all the El Paso guys and all the JQ Albuquerque guys that will be going down there, New Mexico. I love you guys like life. It's a big race. I think it's just 8-scale buggy, nitro buggy, e-buggy, no intermediate sportsman classes. Looks like a lot of the top guys are going to that race as well. So, maybe I'll get Tim on here to talk about it briefly. I know he's been doing this for a few years, so lots of support behind it, and good luck to Tim and the U.S. Open and the Showers family down there in El Paso. You have the Fallout race, which is going to be up in, I guess it's the Oregon-Washington border. It's an indoor race being held up there by Wildy Events, Justin Wild, who was also did all the announcing for RCGP. Great job, man. It's a great job. If you guys ever need somebody to run your race, please check out Wildy Events. Great dude. I guess a few of the Pacific Northwest JQ guys will be going on there, and it should be pretty, I guess it'll be a great race. It's talking to Colin Branch and the guys that live on the Pacific Northwest. And then you have the Blue Ridge Nationals, which is the first race of this It's got a very unique format. Be interesting to see how this goes. It's being held in Virginia. I did have Josh Garbett on the podcast to talk about it. So good luck to all three of those races. And then we have a bunch of races. We have the, I believe, Proline's having a race at Thunder Alley this weekend coming up. We have the Buggyland race in November as well, Buggyland/Dirt. So lots of 8-scale racing going on. I thought it was going to die down, but we got things going right up into Fall Brawl. Fall Brawl sold out. So it looks like Joseph and I are going to Fall Brawl, so it should be exciting. And yeah, lots of good stuff. But anyway, enough of me rambling on about races. This podcast is going to be long enough. We have some questions to get to, and I have to call Mr. Pumpernickels. So give me a minute. What's going on, Rupert? How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm at Revelation, actually, wrenching.
Yeah, you are loving being back in the USA, aren't you? You're so happy to be back in California.
Yeah, I can go to the track. It's sunny every day.
You know, I can honestly see why the fastest racers, some of the fastest racers in the world come out of the West Coast, man. It's just so much RC there, so much talent, like so much competition. Yeah, I actually think you're going to get better by spending more time over there. Slightly better.
Well, yeah, that's what happens.
You know, because people fail to realize this, but actually when you got thrown out of DNC, you was actually fast. And you were surprised. I think your last qualifier, you like shocked everybody by qualifying 9th overall. And then, you know, you just got excited and got kicked out.
It wasn't very good. I had engine issues. So.
Yeah, previous to that. Then you got it sorted out. It's funny because you was actually over there tuning your engines with the guy that kind of got you kicked out. You know? So he was over there with Ben Sterling because he was breaking in an engine as well.
Oh.
Yeah, you have a bad memory, dude.
He didn't get me kicked out.
Well, yeah, you got yourself kicked out. Ben Sterling didn't get you kicked out. You got yourself kicked out. But Ben Sterling he did hack you, and I will say you didn't deserve that. So what the heck was that?
Famous Revelation train.
Oh,
there's
okay.
actually no need for that horn even now because there's an overpass now.
Ah,
I don't know why they still brought their horn.
So, but you was there racing this weekend at the Sidewinder Fall Classic, I guess it's called. You finished second to Joe Bornhorst and Carlos Arredondo. How was
just two average Joes doing their thing.
Yeah, you drove pretty good, but Bornhorst, Bornhorst is fast, dude. Like, you have to give him that. He was I mean, you didn't get.
He's an average professional driver, I'd say. But
he beat you.
I'm not a professional driver.
Oh God,
he should beat me.
All right, what happened to Dagani in that race?
He broke an engine case. His engine mount screw came off, and so he broke the actual case.
And I see Smoker finished third in E-Buggy. Did he send it?
Yes. I don't know how, but he can drive.
Yeah.
It's funny. He's actually a good driver, just a really bad mechanic and all over the place as a human being. But he can drive. Yeah,
Smoker, don't get it twisted. Smoker can handle a car, and if there's a jump out there that nobody else can do it, he will do it. But it's good. He looks like he's having fun again. Like Dagani even. Is that it though for Dagani? No more racing until whenever?
He might actually do the Proline race this weekend.
Okay. Oh, so you're going to be there for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Good stuff. You're all signed up for Fall Brawl?
Yep. Signed and paid.
Good stuff. So I guess I'll be coming to that race? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Fall Brawl. It's all about Fall Brawl.
Yeah. Are you still planning on
Hopefully the weather's good.
Yeah. I hope so too. But it is sold out, so that's a good thing. Sounds like all the Florida guys are coming up. Jake Lasco, Mike Walker, Trent. They're all coming. A couple of guys from Tennessee, maybe. Cody. Should be a good presence. We'll, rock up next to Beach RC there. And have a good weekend of racing. Is Dagani coming?
I think so.
Oh. So yeah, that'd be good. You know, he'll have fun. He likes it down there in Myrtle Beach. Huh?
What's happening? Why are you calling me?
Oh man,
Why are
because
you disturbing my work here?
I don't know, man. We have a podcast to record. You know, still have to do that at some point.
Okay, then let's record it.
We are recording, you idiot.
Yeah, but this is just bullshit. Do you have some questions or something?
Why you always cut me short when I'm trying to talk to you? Jesus. You're always so impatient, man. You're always fending yourself.
Yeah, I'm actually, the listeners will side with me. They don't want to hear bullshit. They just want to hear the facts.
They actually enjoy our banter. So, anyway.
That's just what they tell you because they want to be nice.
They're probably like, Keenan, shut the fuck up. That's probably what they're saying. Pretty sure that's what they're saying. All right. Well, we do have some questions. Our Facebook questions are becoming more and more popular. So we do have a few that we have to go through. All right. So let's start there with the Facebook non-sponsored question section.
You need a sponsor for this.
I know. We need, well,
Do you have any leads?
I got to hit up a few people, but 2020 is coming up and we're looking for sponsors for this podcast. So should be good things.
Do you ask Proline?
No.
Do you ask Proline at
no.
RCGP?
No, I'm still trying to get Daniel Adams to come on and chat. I think he's avoiding me. We did talk, and he said I have to talk to somebody in Proline. So, yeah, there. You know, I'll let you handle that. You're right there right now. You know, that's your job. You know, you're right there.
That's my job.
You know, you're like my soldier. You're boots on the ground right there in California. So, you know.
Okay.
Chop, chop. Let's get going. All right. So we have some Facebook questions. Let's go. All right. Braden Miller, explain sweep in the front A-arms. What happens when you angle the arms to the rear?
So I guess he means when you have a different width in the A and the B block. So a wider A block than B block. So there's kind of, yeah.
I'm guessing.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that's what he means.
So basically, the arms are angled in or out. That's what you're trying to say.
So I can't do that on my car.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that the Kyosho, you can do that. Think Associated, you can do that.
That's with like the square blocks, right?
Square insert, you can do that.
Yeah. Somebody actually asked if we're going to get this for our cars. So
no, we're not.
Maybe in the new car.
Yeah, what that does is it sort of affects how the suspension works and affects the steering feel. So you can adjust it to have more initial steering, or it holds the corner better, or it messes with that. So I don't have it, so I can't give you an exact answer to that. It's not something that you have to do and it's magic. It's just something you can do, and it typically only works if the track is smooth. It makes the car worse in bumps.
Okay.
So there's that.
Okay.
That's all I have to say about that.
All right. Well, Tim Lime says, remember to talk about a U.S. Open, which I did in the intro. Looks like a big lineup going there. I'm sure Joey Shaw.
When is the U.S. Open?
It's the 1st to the 3rd of November. Are you going to be in California, or are you going to Asia?
No, I'll be in China.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to get to that race you was talking about, the Asia Fever race, or saw some video of that track?
I was thinking about it, but I'm not going.
Okay. All right. But yes, U.S. Open Fuel Championships. Looks like a very good lineup. Should be a good race. Beach RC is a sponsor of that as well. I'm sure the Charlotte family will enjoy having everybody there. So good luck to everybody going there. There's actually 3 big races going on that weekend. Adam Camacho asks, is there a new JQ Nitro coming? Yes, there is, but it's not until 2021.
2025.
Gee, 2025. Come on.
Yeah.
2021.
Really?
Yeah. It better be.
2021.
Yeah. Don't worry. When you come down here.
We like Kyosho. We all like Kyosho. Okay? We don't release new cars every year. We perfect them. it's a fine wine. Yeah, that's what we do.
Joey Montiel, he was at RCGP with his son. He says, does RCGP plan to expand the series? That being said, will there be another stop added to the USA next year? And he also asked, any negotiations of getting more manufacturers on board?
Well, what I do know is that the goal is to have more manufacturers next year, to have the full 7 manufacturers and 1 wildcard team, so 15 drivers. And I guess negotiations are underway now. And what was the other question? More races in America?
He said
there might be. Yeah. It looks like there's going to be 2 races in America
and awesome.
2 in Europe.
That's great. I mean, it was the biggest turnout in America. I would love to see an East Coast and West Coast round. I think that'd be great. But
yeah, that'd be cool.
And actually, Ryan Lutz has an RCGP question, and I got Luna out there barking at something. I don't know what she's barking at, but she's probably barking at Tonka. Getting ready for when you come down here. He says, it's been said that they want only 7 teams in 2020. I assume they will prefer the best 14 drivers possible. What happens if those 7 teams are actually oversubscribed? Will JQ be able to race in the RCGP class, or is it simply first come, first served? He says, hashtag asking for a friend. And I said, JQ has a few months to unsuck himself and get better.
Well, it's not about that, is it?
I know.
So, yeah, it's limited to 1 heat. The reason is that with 1 heat, you can focus on those drivers, those brands, those stories, actually provide value to the manufacturers. More exclusive, there's more visibility. It's just that's how other major motorsports work. There's 1 heat of Formula One, MotoGP, all that stuff. The focus is on that. So, yeah, that's the idea. Only 1 heat. Some manufacturers won't make it in, and maybe they can one day in the future if some other manufacturer backs out. As for drivers, if there's a good driver that wants on a team, then maybe he needs to sign with a brand that's racing in the series, if he isn't already. So that's just the way it's being done now.
Okay.
If all the manufacturers, all the brands, all the drivers are there, it's not the same sort of level of coverage and videos and all that stuff can't be done. It's just not possible. Then it becomes a case of you have to sort of win or be top 5, doing well to get coverage. And that's not the idea right now. We want to give, or RCGP wants to give everyone coverage that's in the RCGP series. So it made sense to start it this way. So I don't know if it will stay that way forever, but for the first few years, it will be this way. So all the manufacturers won't be in it. And also, all the video, the video ideas and the coverage and all of this stuff, it hasn't even really been released yet, and also it hasn't been done in the first year. So it's going to take another season or 2 to fully see and realize the whole concept of what this series is trying to do. So,
okay, good stuff. Isaac,
and yeah, JQ Racing is going to be in the series next year.
Maybe we'll get a fast young guy to replace you. That'd be great. That way you can I don't know.
And I can be team manager.
Yeah, you can be team manager, and you can go pit people, and you can just be like Adrian Bertine. That would be cool.
Yeah.
So we shall see. I have some Instagram pictures, but my internet's acting up. I can't even Instagram questions, but I can't pull them up for some reason. So, all right, Isaac Paulson. He says, have you guys considered making tires, since they're probably the largest source of income in RC? And if you do, will you name a set after me? He says, I like the term the Pulsinators or IPs or just the Isaacs.
I mean, tires. I think tires must be the best product to make in RC racing. It's a consumable. sounds like the margins are decent, or really good actually margins compared to other products in RC. Everyone's buying tires all the time. So if you can make a strong brand and get worldwide recognition and sales, then I think there's good money to be made there. Mm-hmm. But to make tires, would have to have a completely new brand. It would be a full-time deal to do that. There's no way I can do that. So I'm not planning on making tires. But I do sort of think that, like, I almost wish that I had been interested in tires and rubber instead of cars.
Yeah, I'm sure you would be rolling a bit more money.
Yeah, I think so. Like, if I had applied the same sort of passion and work into that instead of this, and geez, it could be a lot different.
Jason Renault's kind of a prime example. I mean, they started out designing the that 4-wheel drive car. He sold the patent and went to accessories and tires. You know, he kind of saw, well, designing a car isn't going to make me much money. And, but tires and accessories do. So, yeah, I get that. I really do. All right, who else do we have here? Anthony Westergaard says, who are you having on? This week, I have probably 2 guests. Like I said, I'm probably going to split this podcast up into 2 parts because my interview with Josh Heino went very long. Former BMXer, pro BMXer, who's now racing RC. I also interviewed a guy named, I can't remember his name. But I can't remember his name. I'm so bad. I just can't pull it up on Facebook right now. But it's about Onroad. Is Mr. Cude. I remember that's his last name. I'm sorry. I know I should know his name, but I can't. Been so many names coming across me lately. And I don't know, man. I really want to get like Barry Baker. Cav said he will come on her, so we'll see. We got time. We got the 8-scale Worlds coming up next week, so everybody's getting ready for that. 8-scale On-Road Worlds. So
yeah.
So On-Road Worlds.
I'm gonna go watch some practice just to see them go around.
Hey, you know what you need to do when you go there? You need to get in contact with Ben Wallace, because you can probably get in contact with him through Nikola and say, hey, look, we're trying to get you on this podcast. Because I've talked to Ben Wallace. He is a pro basketball player who has his own RC car team. Well, he's a former pro basketball player. Trust me, when you see him, you will know who he is. He's probably going to be the tallest, biggest dude there. So he's really into On-Road. He was into On-Road when he was into basketball and all that stuff. So that's the guy who owns Wallace Motorsports. So, yeah, I really want to get him on the podcast. So, Colin Branch, he goes, why do we have to wait until next year to race RCGP again?
So he liked it then.
I'm telling you, Colin loved it.
Colin is the guy who has the Track Walk podcast, right?
Yes.
I'll bring this up on the rant then. The rant's going to be not really about that podcast, but it's kind of just add it in there, okay?
Mm-hmm. And
we'll sort of add it in there.
Yeah, that's about it. I can't. I'm so upset. Maybe I'll get my Instagram questions now. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's see. Janky internet here. I'm getting some Wi-Fi extension in her soon, so should be good.
Better be there before I get there.
Yeah, I actually ordered the router here the other day. I don't know. Maybe I'll get some Google Wi-Fi going in her too. We'll see what happens. It's not letting me load it. Sorry, guys that asked on Instagram. I can't load it up right now. And plus, this time of the day is really busy in internet. I guess everybody's getting home and jumping online and whatnot. So, good stuff. We do have an Assault RC Invisible Speed segment, though, Joseph. So, do you want to go ahead and get into that?
Well, sure. Why not?
All right. Well, let me cue the intro.
So excited.
Let me cue that intro.
You are now locked in to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Check out AssaultRC.com for the latest products for all your performance RC needs. Featuring the best lubes and specialty tools on the market. Use promo code LEFTY19 at checkout for 10% off your entire order at AssaultRC.com.
I love this new mixer. I can do my sound drops like that.
Listen, it's been long enough. It's been long enough. Can you figure out the volume of the intro? Why do they have to be so loud?
It's not loud. It's actually right in range of.
No, it's not.
It is, but you know what?
Way louder than our voice.
The beautiful thing about this is that I can adjust that.
Yeah, exactly. So can you just adjust them?
No,
figure it out.
I'm looking at the levels and it's just right. You're always complaining. Stop complaining.
It's not just right.
Jesus, you get second at a race and all you do is piss and moan. Jesus. All right.
Yeah, because that's why I piss and moan.
All right, so welcome to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. This is the part of the podcast dedicated to your setup questions, specific setup questions. So I actually got this question from Will McIver. He's a local serpent racer in
McIver?
Yeah, McIver. That's his name. Long-time racer. His question this episode is, have you ever glued foam to the wheel on 8-scale tires? If so, for what conditions, what compound, and what compound? Soft, super soft, medium, etc. And go.
Yes, I have. And actually, I haven't really been a fan of that. You know, the fast guys, when they're on a track, like let's say smooth, high grip track, they need a bit more speed, precision. They glue the foams to the wheel. But I always found that it's sort of, maybe for my lack of talent, it was kind of less forgiving that way. So I would make mistakes. I'd make more mistakes. So I preferred not to glue the foam to the wheel. When you glue that foam to the wheel, it's like the tire balloons less, deforms it less, like more direct, more responsive, more grip, more, that's the sort of idea. Like on a high grip track, you'll be faster, carry your corner speed more. Like, I guess that's the idea. But it's just, I almost feel like you have to be a better driver when you do that too. So I don't tend to do that.
Okay. I mean, not that it matters what I done, but I done it at AMS a couple years ago because everybody was doing it.
Yeah.
And it seemed to work. I mean, I didn't notice. I'm not that skilled to notice any different. Does it matter?
Maybe also, like, if you do it, maybe you can get away with running a softer compound if you did that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Like, if you're sort of between compounds or you can't really decide or something, maybe if you run the softer compound with a glued foam, maybe that would outperform that harder compound without gluing it. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, wouldn't, because you run the softer compound because the foam is moving less, does it just? Well,
the pins are softer, but then you don't. The carcass isn't too soft because you glue the foam to the wheel. So, yeah.
So basically, you want to glue foams. If you want to glue foams, it has to be a high bite track, fast, and that's when you'll notice the best.
that's when it would be the most beneficial. Yeah, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can try that at Fall Brawl.
Yeah, something like Fall Brawl, for example. That's a super smooth track. It's all about maintaining your corner speed.
Yeah.
Medium traction to high bite. That could be a track where that would be a track where I think the drivers who like to glue their foams to the wheels would glue their foams to the wheel.
All righty then. Well, thank you, Will McIver, for your question. I know he's kind of like, remember my question, Keenan? So I remembered it. And thank you, Joseph, for your answer. I'm sure we'll see Will at Fall Brawl in December. So remember, guys, go to assaultrc.com, type in Lefty19 to get 10 or 15% off your order. And thank you, Assault RC, for sponsoring this segment. You know what, Joseph? It's time to go to the Euro RC main interview, and then I will call you back for the rant. So I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay.
Do you know what an average RC person thinks about every 3 seconds?
RC cars, of course. But who can blame us? We're excited about the good stuff, the cars that endure those long safaris, and the parts that make you that 0.1 seconds faster on the racetrack. Those moments to ourselves when we close the door to the outside world just to hear that high-pitched racing beast even louder. So this is for us, from racer to racer. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Please go to www.eurorc.com. Use promo code NNRC to save you some money on your orders.
So as I said in the intro, this podcast was going to be long. I was thinking of splitting it up into like a 49A, 49B, but I didn't. So I'm just going to make it all one podcast so you guys can just listen right through. My first guest is somebody that I've gotten to know, and I've wanted to have him on the podcast. If you was into BMX in the 90s and 2000s, you probably recognize his name because he was a professional BMXer known for doing all these crazy jumps and just hucking it, and he was in the magazines and stuff like that, lots of BMX videos. He didn't really give many interviews, and this is probably one of his first interviews in a while, but I wanted to talk to Josh Heino because he was like, we do have people that were once professional athletes in another form that are into RC. I wanted to just talk with him and get his take on our industry and coming from something as adrenaline rushing as BMX to now in RC in his older years. And we got talking and reminiscing, and it went on for about 3+ hours. So, but it's pretty cool. Thank you, Josh Heino, for your time. I know you don't really do interviews much, man, but I can hear your passion from your BMX days, and now it's into RC. We agree on a lot of things like cross-platforming. We can advertise and promote our hobby/sport industry to the alternative sports, motor, as well as like full-scale motorsports. And the second guest is a fan of the podcast. His name Joseph Cude. He's an on-road racer, and we recorded maybe about 2 weeks before I went to the RCGP, because on-road is starting to intrigue me, and especially with the on-road, I believe it's the 8-scale on-road worlds coming up next week. It started to intrigue me more. Plus, there's also probably the highest profile athlete that has gotten into RC and really put his heart and soul into it is Ben Wallace. He's really into on-road. He's got Wallace Motorsports, and I'm sure him and his crew will be at I know they're there now. So Joseph kind of filled me in on like the ins and outs of on-road because I didn't really know much about it. It intrigues me. I think it's cool. I consider on-road GP, I guess, or on-road 8-scale racing to be the Formula One class of RC. So I appreciate Joseph coming on and just answering my questions and letting us know about on-road RC. So with that said, first up is Josh Heino, and second up is Joseph Cude. And thank you to both of them for their time, and I hope you guys enjoy this. It's a little long, but yeah, enjoy it. And as always, I can't say this enough to our supporters, man. We can't do it without you, and we appreciate you all. So thank you, and episode 50 coming up soon. So what's up, everybody? Welcome to this week's Euro RC main interview. And this week I have a guy that I consider a friend that I've gotten to know over the last year. He's a pretty intense individual, I think. But once you know his background, you'll understand why. I'd like to introduce my buddy Josh Heino. What's up, Josh? Did I say your name right?
Yeah, that's right. That's good.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you, Keenan?
I'm all right. I'm a little, it was an exciting busy 2.5 weeks on the road. I'm sure you know all about that.
Oh yeah.
Staying in janky hotels one after the other and doing RC stuff. I'm happy to be home. I'm kind of just recovering, but I'm all right, man. And back in the studio recording podcast. And I want to thank you for your time, for coming on and chatting with us.
Yeah, no problem, man. My pleasure. Thanks for having me on. I've been listening to the podcast a lot more lately, catching up and learning a lot, and kind of, getting to know the show, and listening to you always update it and whatnot. And so it's really exciting for me to actually be on it. And glad we were able to. Yeah,
I'm glad we've been talking about it for a while, and I'm glad that finally get you on here.
Well, you did. You set a date with me, and then you completely blew me off, and you really hurt my feelings.
I know. I do that now and then. It's either my internet's dropping, or I don't have electricity, or something just comes up. So I do apologize for that. But
I'm just.
Yeah, I got to talk to Bogey a little bit over the last 2 weeks. I saw him at 2 races. I saw him at the JBRL race, as well as the obviously is at the RCGP, which he done well at both races. And I was like, man, we need to get Heino out here racing on the West Coast. And he's like, yeah, we do. And man, Bogey's progression in RC is going so fast. Like, he's getting faster every race. It's pretty impressive to see that.
Yeah, he's in a good area, and it's awesome to watch, and I'm dying to get out there. I've been talking about it for years, and I've been talking about it with my wife here and there, and actually right now we're way overdue for a visit back out to California, because my wife's whole family is from out there.
Oh, really?
And
okay.
Yeah, from Southern California, from Roland Heights and Hacienda Heights out there in the valley, like the First Valley.
Well, I guess you spent a lot of time out there as well back in the day.
Yeah. So, I lived there for on and off for 10 years, and that's where we met. And so I imported her back to New Hampshire.
So that's where you're from originally, right? New Hampshire area, northeast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm from New Hampshire.
All right. So in case you guys don't know who Josh Heino is, you might want to Google him, because he's a former BMX pro. He was known for, doing anything crazy that nobody else would do. If it was something out there, a gap or a big jump, or anything that had to be done, he would do it. And you drive for I got to know you because, you contacted me about a year ago on being on the JQ team, and I liked your story. And I thought it was cool. And I was like, I really one of the reasons I want to get you on this podcast, because I want to talk about, your time as a BMX racer, but also you now crossing over to RC. So I thought it'd be cool to have you on her, man. But just in case, people Google him, Josh Heino, Heino. What was your well, you grew up in New Hampshire, obviously, but tell us, how did you get into BMX?
Just growing up as a kid, back then, there was a scene, BMX was, it was popular. At school, everyone, you couldn't stop looking out the window at the bike rack to see your bike, and everyone would dial their bikes in and customize them and get, different parts and whatnot. And we'd all meet up before school to, hit jumps and on the way to school and whatnot, and then meet up after school. And it was just all real simple, and no real freestyle or anything back then. It was more just jumping, and a lot of the guys were racers and ranked local racers and whatnot that I looked up to. And I was just the little Grom, snotty-nosed kid, kind of clinging along and following around and trying to keep up, and just always trying really hard, and just never really stopped trying, and always just kept riding when everyone else stopped.
Yeah. So did you race actually? Because Bogey used to race, correct?
No. So Bogey was a racer. Yeah. Straight up. like A Pro, double A Pro, which is, the two highest ranks that you can possibly be. And he was really successful, really competitive. And then obviously the expert ranks coming up, especially in BMX racing, is just hugely competitive. And I like it. I always liked reading, the results in the magazines for racing, because the ages are really, divided up, kind of like RC it is. And, when at the bigger races when a lot of people show up, but it's more consistent. So you really find your bracket. But yeah, so he raced, and I did a tiny bit of racing at the beginning, but I was a late bloomer. I was pretty weak, and I just got into jumping and tricks, and really got into ramp riding. Ramp riding is where I started, with launch ramps a little bit, and then a quarter pipe. Seeing magazines. My dad built me like actually my dad, he built us so long ago. It was I was so little, it looked like a mountain. I think back, it was so huge, but it was just a really rickety quarter pipe. My brother actually built it with his friend, and so yeah, just that's where it started. Backyard ramps, quarter pipes, and then half pipes, and just a lot of friends, getting friends into it, and just kept riding and riding it. Just really, I've been riding bikes just since I could ever really even ride at all, and I just never really stopped. And I just just kind of went through all the phases of it, and progressed, and eventually I got on a local trick team, which it was a local bike shop, S&W Sports, and that was Tim Farmer was the owner, and his younger brother Tommy Farmer was actually the best local racer in the town of Ware, where we grew up. And so I got on Timmy put me on the Bizarre Maneuvers trick team. And we, tour around New Hampshire pretty locally, and he had a quarter pipe that he fabricated to kind of fold up and hook onto it, a trailer hitch, and we'd get the team all in the van, and people would follow in cars and whatnot. But we have shows, and the team was big. There's a lot of riders on the team, all different ages, and it was around for a while, and that's really where I got my start. And I was just like the youngest guy on the team. And just kind of scaring everybody, just a little out of control and just going for it, and then,
what year was this? Like what was this in the 90s we're talking about here?
Yeah. So that was like late 80s, early 90s. Yeah.
That's when BMX was, I was a big, I remember, I may be a fat boy, but I was into all types of BMX and skateboarding back in the day, and I loved Rad. I was watching it the other day, and I was just like, this is brought back so many memories. But yeah, man, skateboarding and BMX was big at that time, and they both kind of went, I want to say skateboarding was like banned a lot of places. Was BMX kind of similar when they started getting more street wise and whatnot like that?
Well, we had different types of struggles with BMX, when skate parks all started really coming up. It was more private skate parks, back in the day. It was privately owned parks. There was never really any public parks or any of the big concrete parks, and wherever they were, you'd drive. I feel like I was always just in the middle of nowhere, and I had to drive at least an hour, usually at least 2 hours to get to the nearest park. I'm from like New Hampshire. It's the country compared to Massachusetts. It's which is farther south. It's a lot more thickly settled. It's a lot more populated, and that's we'd have to drive to Mass to hit the skate parks down there, or drive up to Maine. There used to be a good skate park up there, but always driving 2 hours. And always having to put the time in the car. But,
all right. So you're traveling around with a portable quarter pipe. You're young. You're probably the youngest on the team. and people were taking notice of you, when did things started to switch and, you figured you can do this for a living?
Just got, the team, the Bizarre Maneuvers, just like anything, it just, the older guys just started getting out of it, and the team kind of slowly died away. I don't really remember exactly how it all happened, but they weren't doing shows anymore, and as smaller teams like that, sometimes you rely on 2 or 3 big shows per year to really keep you going, and then the rest are kind of just fill in. And I think maybe they lost a couple events, and it takes a lot of work. It's just like anything, you put your heart and soul into running it, shows like that, and then in the end, a lot of times you don't get a lot back. You end up losing money, but you're just doing it because you love it, So,
Mm-hmm.
but then then I I was still riding, still competing, and getting more into competing and paying attention to what was going on, reading the magazines, studying the magazines, had, the guys that, the pros that I would idolize and use their brands and whatnot, and getting way more into it. And then I started traveling around a little more, going to, more local contests. And then I ended up getting on the Northeast Trick Stars, which is another local team. And actually, at the time when I was on Bizarre Maneuvers, they were a team, and they were kind of a competing team. And we would kind of talk shit on them, and thought they were, a bunch of dorks and whatnot. But eventually, that team was, they started killing it. And Thomas Cayender was the father; he was the owner. And then the brothers, Steve Cayender and Aaron Cayender, they were, always on the team. And then they had one really good pro flatlander, which is just flat ground tricks. And Darren Pelio was kind of their main guy at the time, I think. They had a few other guys, John Cody. There was a lot of flatlanders that would come on tour or come to different shows and whatnot. And then they usually had one really good pro ramp rider that they'd swap out here and there and switch over the years. A lot of times guys would get injured, and so you'd have to switch guys out. And so I was kind of the new guy, like the B ramp rider on the team, and did that for a while. Just really, that's when I really first started traveling to Canada a lot, out of state all the time, on the road in a van, towing an even much larger quarter pipe, and just going to fairs, county fairs, state fairs, street fairs, all sorts of different stuff. Just, it was great. I was young, I was 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right through, all through there. I was just touring around doing shows, and they had team sponsors. So that's when I was getting my first, free stuff, frames from SE Racing. We used to get PK Rippers back in the day, riding aluminum bikes. And then we all, it was a Vans team sponsor. So we were all, I was getting free Vans, for several summers in a row, which was really cool for a while. And my first taste of, that whole thing, and it was awesome to to kind of break into it, not really competition wise, but just doing a lot of shows. And then that, obviously you do a lot of shows, you get a lot of ramp time. And then when I did start competing more, I had, just a lot more just time and experience, and it makes you progress really fast, where, you got to the point where the team, it changed over the years. The pro ramp rider, the number one guy they had, I believe his name was Matt. I forget. He had a big, half pipe in his backyard, ended up tearing down his half pipe and putting in a volleyball net or beach volleyball net. And he was just over it. And so we had to kind of, I was still pretty young, You know, I was good, but I wasn't like, you know, the man at the time. So we had to go out and find like a new, you know, main guy for the, you know, new pro for the ramp program. And so we got this guy, Kevin Robinson, and he, you know, he's been just, you know, he is probably one of the biggest influences on me, you know, especially my riding, my just mental approach to things, just the way you know, prepare for battle. Like, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, when you just like, you know, when you get up there on the stand to race, you know, for me, that's, you know, the time leading up to the race is just, you know, you try to keep your nerves calm and you try to focus and just stay loose and get, and, you know, be ready. And, but, you know, I can't, like me, like adrenaline just flows. Like I can't stay calm. I'm like, I want to like go like jog or like run for a minute and like just shake it off, you know, and like get ready. So like, you know, just like back in the day riding bikes, it's just, you just get into something, you know. And
when did you transition from like ramp riding and all of that to like the pages that I like, the pictures that you showed me from the BMX magazines when you was, I guess it's called street, or I don't know what to call that.
Well, it just kind of happened naturally. I apologize. I lose my train of thought very easily. I get, you know, we get talking about stuff like this, and I just
brings back memories.
I try to answer the question, and it's just, you know, you get thinking about stuff. You get thinking about people, and
I'm sure you have a lot of memories, dude.
Yeah, man, it's hard. It is. It's hard. It's hard to think back, and you know, some things are easy to talk about, and other things are, you know. But you know, but you know, as I was saying, we got Kevin on the team, and we were into just ramps like hard, you know, vert riding, big half pipes, like, you know, same thing skateboards use, just big vert ramps, and that was. That's where I got noticed. We went to a big contest. It was called the Bicycle Stunt Series, which Matt Hoffman, I'm sure you've heard of. He started the series, and it just got bigger and bigger. And it was in actually Daytona Beach, Florida. It was the finals one year, and I won expert vert. And one of the pros there, John Parker, he was actually, at the time, he was the pro vert rider for GT Bicycles, which is a huge company I'm sure you've heard of as well. He you know, they were looking for a new guy to move out west, you know, start doing shows out there, you know, because some of the bigger bike companies that, you know, were doing full-on tours, you know, nationwide tours, and so that was kind of the pinnacle of kind of what I started doing, is, you know, just a lot of touring and a lot of shows at a very young age. And, you know, so I got home from that competition in Florida, and, you know, and I was, you know, like just out of high school, you know, 18 years old, I believe. And I got a call from Woody Itzen, who is, you know, he is just beyond legendary status as far as BMX goes. You know, he used to race. He was just very, very early pioneer days of BMX, like Hutch Trickstar days, just way back in the day. But anyway, he was the team manager for GT Bikes, and he called me up, and I just started talking shit to him. I thought it was one of my friends just joking around, you know. And he's like, "No, it's Woody Itzen." And I talked to John Parker, and he said he's, you know, been looking for a new guy, and he said, "You're killing it, and we'd like to get you out here to Huntington Beach and move you into the GT house and get you, you know, set up and get you doing shows, and, you know, and to start flying you to contests and that was the life-changing phone call right there.
No
you know?
shit. So you stayed in Huntington Beach at the GT house. That's pretty insane. We was just in Huntington Beach the other day, and to think how much history from like skateboarding and BMX and even RC that's been surfing and everything that's been made in that one area of California. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, man. It was right there on Bouchard and Adams or right there. Like, but yeah, that was, man,
you must have been blown away.
Southern California for the first time, and just it was the hub of the industry, and I grew up reading the magazines. I mean, everything was SoCal and NorCal, and it was just where you dreamed about going, and just the spots and the scenery and just the lifestyle and everything about it. And I was just living the dream, and so young, and I'm just really excited. And but at the same time, like, it was sad because I had really established myself at home, and there was the local scene at home, and the team I was riding for, and I was just obviously pumped to have the opportunity, but at the same time I was like, leaving home, and I left a lot of friends, back home, and a lot of them you expect to stay in touch with, but it doesn't always work like that. It's just,
you get busy, man. You was a busy man. You was traveling.
Oh, I got more busy than I could have ever imagined, and then ended up just traveling just worldwide, just going everywhere, just competitions and shows, and then you mentioned the street riding, but my riding changed. It was nothing I ever really I rode a lot of street back in the day, with freestyle. It was just, you kind of rode everything. Mm-hmm. You weren't really like, I'm a dirt jumper, or I'm a vert rider, or I'm a flatlander. It was kind of like, I'm a ramp rider or a flatlander, but not really. I just rode everything. I always sucked at flatland. Mm-hmm. I rode, I jumped, I dirt jumped, I rode street, but I came from ramps.
You know who else, sorry to cut you off, who's pretty badass in flatland and all that stuff, is this guy, Brian Parker. He works for RC 4-wheel drive, I think. He does all that scale trail stuff. And
right.
This is he's a little older than us, but this must have been in the early 80s. He was part of that whole, 5-spoke, like just the guys you would see on Rad. Like, that's what he reminded me of. He's pretty intense too. So, but he's deep into RC. So it's just that came to mind. But yeah, that would be flatland.
Yeah, old school DMX.
Yeah.
And once I got out to California too, I started seeing and meeting and getting to ride with all these legends. And I'm like almost everyone you could have ever imagined. And actually, my favorite riders growing up, I ended up meeting and then being on the same team with, and then touring with, like literally spending so much time on tour. And like guys would, retire or get out of it. Like Brian Blyther, he was the #1 pro for Haro bikes back in the day, vert rider. And he was just the best style. And then Ron Wilkerson, I looked up to those guys. I mean, just idolized them and just bought everything they had. And then, end up, really just, I was at kind of a generation behind them. And then, it's, you see them kind of, getting out as you're coming in, and it's weird. It's a weird thing to experience. And at the time, it's just, I didn't think much of it. And I was just trying to soak it all up. And, I learned a ton from those guys, not, from the magazines, from studying what they did in the magazines. And then you meet those types of people in real life, and And whether you trying or not, you're absorbing knowledge and experience from them, and things, stories they tell, and from the memories you make together.
I know
a lot
what
of
you
fun.
mean. The camaraderie, all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's just they were my idols, and then they turned into my friends, and that's something that even when I got a call to move out west, that's something I never would have expected.
Did you off topic,
but I did a lot of touring, a lot of ramp riding, ramp, and I honestly I was out in Southern California. I mean, you got LA, San Diego, everywhere in between. You're not that far from a lot of things, and it's so populated, and the street is just endless. It's just endless street terrain. It's just living out there and riding around and rolling around. And a lot of time, as a bike rider, you ride a lot of places and go on cruises. And I just kind of became like, I don't know. I just got kind of burnt out on the competitions and the shows, especially like just riding ramps, like, and just kind of stopped wanting to, like loving it so much to where I was like, riding in between shows, trying to learn tricks and stuff and getting ready for the next contest. And I just kind of, you see all these guys riding street, and it just looked so much more natural. It was just, I was really attracted to it, and I always was, but I just never really, things with me, like I'm not like, things just happen. Like I don't like just say, okay, one day I decide I'm just going to do this. It's not how anything in my life has ever worked, whether it was BMX or whether it's work these days or even RC. Like things just kind of fall into place, and you have to just have the foresight and patience to kind of let it all happen, and back then, of course, I didn't think like that. I didn't know what was going on. I was just going 100, my head chopped off, and but I just started riding more street, and then video parts. This is back in the VHS days, so this is back on the forefront of home video, like got people filming everything, and the quality of the cameras that you could get was really good for filming skate videos, which is where it all started. And then BMX videos, all these bike companies started putting out more and more videos, and then as a pro, like you would film a section, and so that just was so alluring to me. Like just you see the way that the video is a production, and it's an expression by the videographer, and then everyone who gets video credits, and then it's you put it all together and mix it with the music, and put all your clips together, and it's just that was really all really fresh and new. So that was really a big part of what just drew me. I never stopped riding ramps. Like I said, I always rode everything, but I kind of took some of my strong points as a rider with ramp riding and just brought it over into street. And that's really, I did well as a ramp rider, and I kind of had almost two separate careers in a sense. My competitive, the early like shows and competition, and then the second half was just filming and photos, shooting photos and filming, and dropping video parts, and just trying to go and find terrain, natural terrain, and man-made terrain and streets, and just get stuff done that was just do or die stuff. Like you don't think you can't even no practice.
But how did you even mentally prepare yourself for this type of stuff? I mean, you was doing things that others weren't, and like what Was it just you wanted to do it to like say, I can do this?
It was just natural. It was just exactly like, it was just natural.
Wow.
I just wanted to do it. My desire was just so great to just get it done. And, it was, nowadays I'm not a huge people person. I mean, I have to deal with people all the time, but and I don't go out of my way to avoid people, but I'm pretty self-conscious. If I have something to say, and if I finally do say something, I like it to, I don't want to regret it at this point in my life. Back when I was younger, I was not like that.
Yeah.
I said whatever the hell was on my mind. And yeah.
You remind me of somebody.
Yeah. And it's,
It's funny because
I've heard about it my whole life, being a Finn.
Yeah.
My father talked about, and that just, my father would tell me stories about my grandfather, throwing people right out of bar rooms, right through huge windows into the street, and betting someone, $10, which is probably $100 today. He could carry a cast iron bathtub on his back up onto a roof on a ladder or something like that. Just like old Finnish tales of just strength and just not giving up.
Hard-headed Finns, man.
Yeah, just hard-headed, not caring, and
Well, that's probably where you got your craziness from. Not craziness, but your will to do the stuff that others didn't want to do.
A little bit. There was always like the flying Finns, and there's always, different legends around, like skiers and watching the Olympics and stuff. I'd always pay attention to the Americans and the Finns, because, and English too, because the whole other side of my family's English. So,
okay.
I've always had that English and European influence though, and I've always paid attention to it, and it's affected my choices, through my whole life, that whole, just that background, and especially once I got to go to Europe. I was always a European car enthusiast, even just without even thinking about it. Just as a kid coming up, my first car was a Volkswagen, and it just got me into all that type of stuff. And I've always been, even just general products, just different things you could buy, things that were made in Europe that my dad would have, tools, even stuff my mom would have. You look at the way things are made and the quality and the materials and the way they're constructed and engineered and put together, and it made me pay attention to European products and automobiles and like I said, even some of my first buggies, running the X-ray stuff, you could tell the quality with the Slovakian stuff compared to, especially some of the stuff, lower end Taiwanese stuff or Chinese stuff. I mean, some of the Japanese stuff is right there with quality. And, even, nowadays the manufacturing everywhere is so good now that it's so hard to tell, like the quality difference, and even the quality of the actual, plastics and stuff like that. It's like everything's really, it's just evened out.
Yeah.
You hear, I hear friends, just say, God, like China, I can't believe China, like why would you want to make stuff in China? But everybody is so caught up with the current standards as far as, that's why RC cars are so good now. And things are, as far as, across the board, there's a lot of companies making really high quality platforms,
Yeah, and a lot of these companies are making them in Taiwan and China as well. They just don't tell people that they're all coming from the same factory.
Oh yeah. And so I went through all of that. I was just really exposed to the whole manufacturing process, with bikes, designing products for companies. I designed a couple different, like a stem that holds your handlebars. I designed a shoe for a skate company, Osiris, at one point. And, just being, going over there to Taiwan, walking through the factory, seeing how everything's done, and then being at the distributor and looking at all the samples and testing the samples and seeing how everything works and, going through the process. I mean, I was, there was always made in USA products with BMX. I mean, that's really where it all started, over time, just like anything, things started, made in Japan was considered cheap for a time, but it was actually really, really high quality. And then nowadays, something, made in Japan, you can, not as much, like I said, but you can tell the difference.
Yeah.
But so back then, I was riding for Primo Products, and they were, making everything in Taiwan, and they were one of the first companies to really, at least at the time, there was actually quite a handful of companies. Just it's business. You're trying to, it's profit. You can't make money making BMX parts in the USA, and that's it. I mean, you could for a time. It got to the point where there was one or two or three or maybe a handful of companies, and there still is. But there's very, very few that didn't at least at one point try to tap into manufacturing overseas in Taiwan. And that, I was there trying to ride these parts as a pro rider, and it was just an absolute joke. I mean, the materials, the biggest challenge was just the materials. Like they didn't have the technology to make, the quality of the steel wasn't there. It wasn't good enough to make things like they wanted. And then same thing with the aluminum. Like it was really, really crucial with bike riding because it was just being put under so much stress.
Oh, I could imagine.
And then I got to see, how the Taiwanese worked. Like it was like a chess game working with those guys. They were always like every single chance they got to cut corners and try to make something a little bit cheaper. We would spend like months and years finally getting these samples to the point where they worked. Like forks, especially. Forks were like, if you didn't have made in USA forks by either S&M bikes or standard bikes made in USA, like it didn't matter, it was when I was a pro, it was the type of thing where it didn't matter what bike company you rode for. You couldn't even, and this is, like I said, when a lot of companies not only started making bikes in Taiwan, but a lot of big, outside endorsements, came into BMX around that time. And so there was a push of money. And then so bigger mountain bike companies thought, well, let's jump into BMX for a little bit and get a piece of this. And so they're trying to pump out these Taiwanese bikes. And it was just like every single pro you could think of, not one single pro was riding forks made by the bike company they rode for. You couldn't keep a set of Taiwanese forks on your bike to save your life. They'd either snap or rake out, and it was dangerous. I mean, some of the worst injuries ever are from your forks just snapping right off. You pile drive your face into the ground. I mean, it's
that's not good at all.
So it was really, just an awesome learning experience to see how all that went down, to see the mentality of the manufacturer on the other end, and how it's just like, and that's when they were, the company I was riding for, they were really trying to switch over to everything in-house. They were trying to sub less and less of the work in manufacturing out to different factories, because they were dealing with a lot of that cutthroat stuff, like, just cheaping out on the materials and lying and telling you you're getting one thing, and then I'd go out and try to test it and literally almost kill myself. Like,
yeah, it's one thing when you're talking about RC cars. You go out and break an RC car, but when you're riding something.
So I don't know. I know I get off on a tangent, but that is with me these days. Like with studying and listening to and learning about RC. With just how much I especially in the last year since I've been on JQ and gotten to know you and Joseph, and just learning so much, and I'm just kind of sitting here, thinking and learning and listening and absorbing, and
well, we're gonna
just trying to make my mark at some point here,
Yeah, well, you had a good weekend this past weekend. Well, we're gonna get into how you got into RC, but I just wanted to finish off if you're not finish off, but
no.
So all through
I love it, man.
Did you ever get to participate in like the X Games or anything like that, or was that after? No, it wouldn't have been after your time, because the X Games started in like '95.
No, I was right there. I wasn't quite to pro level when the X Games first came around, but I was just right on the cusp. And I competed in the X Games a few different times. I did let's see, which ones did I do? There was the X Games, and the other big one was the Gravity Games.
Yeah, that's
and that
big
was
too.
And NBC tried competing with ESPN.
Yeah, and now they have like the Mountain Dew Tour and all that stuff too.
And then there was the Dew Tour.
Yeah,
which was it was the same. It was a spin-off.
Mm-hmm.
And, but yeah, it was. I did a lot of that. I think my best finish in the X Games was. I did. They did. I was part of a lot of weird experimental stuff, because when the X Games very first came out, they did weird things. They did this one thing called they had Winter X. Mm-hmm. The first Winter X Games, and then they did this thing called the crossover competition, where they took like 2 BMXers, 2 inliners, and 2 skateboarders, and had us all compete against each other on a vert ramp, like sport against sport. And then we all had to go up and compete on the same slope style course as snowboarders.
Oh, wow.
So that was interesting.
Wow.
And I think I want to say I got second at that, actually, or second or third. I should have done a little bit better, but I think I completely knocked myself out. One of my very first run, or no, my second run. And anyway, but yeah, so the regular X Games, I ended up, another weird thing they did back in the day was vert doubles, where it actually came from skateboarding, and it's way better for skateboarding vert. Mm-hmm. But vert doubles, I ended up doing it with Ryan Nyquist, who is just, he is.
I know who he is.
Huge.
Yeah.
And I think we got either second or third. But so those weird ones I placed pretty well. But as far as just the straight up either vert or street, I think the best I did was maybe 8th or 9th. Mm-hmm. But made the finals, on TV, got some good TV time and whatnot. But I was never really like a trick rider. Like mm-hmm. I had tricks, but everything I always did and everything I was really known for was just like unorthodox.
Yeah, or just big.
Doing something on an obstacle that it just wasn't, just, I don't know, just like, riding really changed, especially ramp riding and park riding. really changed into, really like gymnastics really. I really was more of a purist. Just wanted to ride the bike and ride street, just go out and find what was there. And then ramp riding and park riding really became, like the type of thing you just train and train and train and train. And it was awesome for me to watch. My friend Kevin Robinson, who I started riding with, and we were on the Northeast Trick Stars together. And, I really, grew up riding with him, and he took off with that whole aspect of riding. Moved to Woodward Camp in Pennsylvania, which is a huge gymnastics facility, who they just kind of bridged the gap with skateboarding and BMX, and it was inline skating back in the day, which is now, it seems like scootering's taken that over. But the real staple sports have always been skateboarding, and BMX racing was where they started back in the day with Woodward, I believe. But then they, it kind of transitioned into freestyle. And then you had all the foam pits and resi landings from the gymnastics. And so that whole thing was really just the opposite of the direction I went. And I was, in the end of it, I was still competing as like a street rider, but ramp, I was just kind of riding everything. And, bowls, street, park, dirt, like, I rode everything, but I was riding less ramp, less big ramps, more bowls and pools and street and stuff like that. And that's where, I was really kind of reaching the height of my, the end of my career. And
how long did you actually do that for a living for?
So I moved to Huntington Beach in 95, like the winter of 95, I believe. So 96. And I lived in California, and I think I left there in either 05 or 06. So solid 10 years. Okay. And I came back home a lot, and to ride, and I raced cars and did a lot of other things, and just, I was always really just attached to my family, and I always wanted to come home and visit. But I was always there in California, and I rode for GT for a while. And when I was kind of starting to rebel a little bit, just not really wanting to do the shows, started getting into, arguments and fights with Woody and the team manager, and things with the GT house were getting kind of dodgy. Even at that level, I'm riding for one of the biggest bike companies in the world, and we didn't have any hot water because no one paid the bill or something. Like, it was just kind of like,
it was like going on a JQ racing tour.
Not really. Sometimes we did some weird shit. We did some weird tours. Like, one time this French world champion guy came over and had his own van and his own quarter pipe, and he had a whole bunch of shows to do around Vegas and whatnot. And the team manager agreed. He basically just said, "Hey, you guys are going on this trip with this guy." And so it was not always, there was like 2 or 3 different teams touring around at one time, a lot of times. And so there'd be like the group of guys you'd wish you could be touring with. And then a lot of times that wasn't the case. You end up like on the Carney tour where, you're hitting all the fairs in the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
It's not all glamorous as people think, man. It really isn't. Even in RC.
No.
Did you?
No. I mean, I lived, if I could, I mean, I've probably lived on a couch, like literally like the routine of living on someone's couch in their living room. Like, and then every morning, everyone wakes up and no one can get up and do anything unless you get up because you're sleeping in the middle of, it's like a little.
Yeah. It's like just
two bedroom shack in the middle of Bellflower, Los Angeles. Like, or I moved sponsors, moved around, and I definitely went more underground with my riding and my sponsors and my whole attitude and whatnot, and got way away from the corporate and more into rider-owned companies and filming and just way more lifestyle, just orientated riding, but still living 100% off riding and
did you meet Bogey in this time while you was in California?
Yeah. So that's the first time I met Bogey out there. So Sheep Hills was a really famous, popular dirt jumping spot in Huntington Beach, and it was a lot of dirt jumpers that would ride street as well, and I'd go there all the time. We'd just pedal over there, and it's Southern California. I mean, there's like trails to hit on the way to the trails, and depending on which way you go 3 different ways you could go. There'd be something to hit along the way, or you hit street spots along the way to the trails, and then go to the trails, and then and the racing scene was huge in Southern California. A lot of those AA pros would be out there training. You'd see all the big guys like, as a rider, you're always dealing with injuries. I mean, I was in and out of the hospital, and, always trying to heal up, in and out of the gym, on road bikes, road cycles, putting in miles, just trying to heal from injuries, and ended up meeting a lot of AA pros at the gym.
Mm-hmm.
Because those guys are, they're racers, so they're full on jock mode, and they're just gnarly. Like, you see their calves and their quads, and they're just
just machines.
It's a machine. And so Bogey was like that. He was a just one of those guys, just grinding. Like, those guys had to seriously put in
a lot of time.
Like, and you see, like, their careers are short. Like the best guys, like, maybe will get like a good, 5-year run, but like a lot of the guys, you'll see them and like they'll get 2 years, and that's it. Like, that's all. Like, that's it. There's nothing left.
Yeah. That's like Chad Curry, man. He started out racing, and then he made the wise move and went to street and whatnot, and he's killing it, man. I was watching some video of him the other day. So how did you met Bogey at the gym? But in all this time, was there any RC involved at all?
No, I didn't meet Bogey at the gym. Okay. I met him just so like out there in Southern California, like there's the GT house, which is where I first started living. So it was me and all the whole GT team lived there, and some other pros from other companies, if we had an open room, would come in and stay. And then there was the HB house, which was like the dirt jumper house.
Okay.
And that was a whole different crew of riders.
Okay.
And then there was and that's kind of how it worked. Every few years, different houses that were, different groups of riders. And so this scene was just, it was huge. And so I'd meet, I probably met Bogey at Sheep Hills. But like I said, there was so many racers there, and so many dirt jumpers, and so many street riders, and so many different companies. Like I said before, it's the hub of the industry. There was always someone to ride with. There was always somewhere to go. It was just, it's where it's at. So, there's parties, always big company parties. You go to S&M Bikes, and they'd have a big party at the warehouse, at the ramp. And I mean, that's happened for years. They'd switch warehouses 2-3 times and build a new ramp and have, and just there's always something like that going on, and there's so many companies out there. So you end up getting to know everyone really fast, and it didn't matter, what type of bike riding you did, and then all the magazines were there as well. There was I think 3 or 4 or 5 different publications at the time back when I was riding. There's none now.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one.
Well, I mean, even in RC, there's no paper magazines anymore. It's a shame.
It's just, it's crazy to me, and I get it, but so then you'd be at the ride office, like the Ride BMX office. There was Ride BMX, BMX Plus. There was Snap, which was racing only. Then there was Trans World BMX, which was kind of both. Then there was the European ones and some smaller ones that came and went. But there was just, so there was a lot going on, a lot of magazines. You go to the magazines to meet with the photographers, to see how your photos came out from the photo shoot and whatnot. And you'd always see either racers or riders in there. So it's just,
mm-hmm.
you get out there, and as a rider, as a pro, and you're
now. Did you reconnect?
It's still like that now. Not so much. I don't think it's so much like that now in Huntington Beach, but I know, I ended up moving up to Long Beach to LA, and the kind of the same type of thing ended up happening up there. Just the freeway access is so good. You can get to the freeway really quick and either get to LA or inland or down south. And it's just kind of a good location there.
But did you reconnect with Bogey through RC?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all.
Yeah,
okay.
Totally. Yeah. So, I didn't talk to him for like probably easily 10 years,
mm-hmm.
probably more than that,
Yeah.
And I just,
now you gotta come back west. You gotta come DNC or something like that. Come hang out, do some racing.
I know. Trust me. I know. So my other buddy, I'm sure you've seen me mention him, Tom Stolbers. He is from so he's a vert rider. Like mm-hmm. he was always a vert rider, and he stuck with vert through and through. Never got into street or anything like that. But he was just destroyed, one of the most powerful vert riders. He was like a bodybuilder, I think, back in the day. He's still in really good shape, but that dude was gnarly. Like when you'd be on the deck of the ramp and he'd be pumping the ramp and pushing through tricks, like it would just push right through you. You could just feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And but anyway,
he's into RC now.
Yeah, so we actually stayed in touch. I would go to Woodward Camp and to visit my friend Kevin Robinson, because he actually ended up living there. And then Tom ended up living with Kevin for a while. Kevin took care of Tom a lot of different times, during injuries. Mm-hmm. And Tom actually got into RC from another pro, this rider Colin Winkleman, who's no longer with us. Mm-hmm. But him and this English rider Alistair Witten, they were racing nitro in Pennsylvania. That's down in Pennsylvania. They've always had a good, outdoor 8-scale scene since it's been going. From what I've been told, there's a lot of legendary 8-scale guys and engine tuner and nitro guys that come from Pennsylvania that Tom tells me about all the time. He's from New Jersey, so he started racing in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and whatnot. And so he always rode, and Woodward Camp's actually really close to LCRC.
Okay.
And so that's really where he would race there, and Trains and Lanes. He's been racing for a long time, dude. He used to be on Jammin'.
Oh yeah, well he's been around for a while.
Yeah. Tom, he is so full of information. I always joke with him And I always give him shit because I'll be like, dude, you don't tell me all the info I need to know until it's too late. You know, like, especially when I was, you know, cutting my teeth and trying to learn, you know, just the little things, especially with nitro, you know. But so Tom lived in Woodward at Woodward Camp, and actually I remember going there. What year was it? I'm not sure, but we were actually talking about RC. Actually, we've both always been into Volkswagens, you know, water cooled Volkswagens since day one. We've actually, you know, we've been pulled over ripping around Providence, Rhode Island in like an old 16 valve Scirocco doing like 120 in a 40 or something, like stupid shit. And then like my buddy Kevin knew the cops, so they let us go and stuff like that. But we were just like, you know, way into building super high performance Volkswagens, and we'd always talk about cars. Every time I saw him, we'd ride, hang out, talk about cars. And then it was like the very first time anyone ever mentioned anything about nitro to me. He was telling me he was getting ready to go to a race, and I'm like, oh yeah, I used to RC, you know, because I, you know, had Tamiya stuff back in the day.
Okay, so you did have some RC stuff back in the day.
Oh yeah. I had a little track in my backyard. My buddy Todd, he had a bunch of cars. You know, would build them with our dads, and you know, I remember spraying my first body on a Frog. Had a bunch of stuff like that. Got a 4-wheel drive, and there was tracks like down near the seacoast. There was a couple tracks, and I always wanted to go, and I just kind of always had this feeling about it, but it just never happened. You know, I always loved it. I still have my very first Futaba Attack stick radio.
Yep, I had one of those too.
I have the receiver and little weird servos, and I have a bag of stuff. I had a lot more, but my mom, I think, maybe accidentally gave it all away to a couple kids with all my Transformers and He-Man.
Yeah, I wish I could have all that stuff back nowadays. All my Transformers, He-Mans, G.I. Joes.
I have one made in Japan Transformer that somehow lasted through all the years, and it's like, it's all metal. Like the quality is just, you know, and my kids were into Transformers for a little bit when that made its whole resurgence, and the toys, they just suck. Like, you can hardly transform them; they break. You know, nowadays.
Yeah, they don't make them like they used to. So let's rewind a little bit. 2005, 2006, you got out of BMX. And then what was next for you? I know. Well, I don't know if you still do it, but last time I talked to you, you work for you and your dad and everybody. You work refurbishing old barns and stuff like that. Was that next for you, or what did you do after BMX?
Well, so we're living in Long Beach. I was with my girlfriend. We had been together for a while at that point, and she ended up getting pregnant with my daughter Elijah, and so that was obviously a life-changing moment. And at the time, I just was, I was just kind of washing up, you know, just getting older, and just I had so many injuries, and you know, it was, you know, my riding wasn't nearly as good, and my attitude wasn't what it needed to be, and I was just dealing with, you know, like dealing with sponsors, especially when it's like a real sponsor. You know, it's not like, you know, it's like it's your livelihood, it's your living, you're surviving off sponsors. Like I did for a long time. I survived off riding bicycles, and that was, so, you know, you get comfortable, and you get an ego, and you get a chip on your shoulder, and you know.
Then real life
you know,
hits.
you get to, you know, in the early years, you get taken advantage of, you know, everyone, when you're young, you don't know what you're worth. And these companies, you know, nowadays it's dead compared to how it was back then. But back then, you know, there was, you know, there's always booms, you know, with different industries. I'm sure it's happened with RC and it happened with BMX, and you know, there's a lot of, you know, you know, growth is great. It's great, but a lot of times it's not good when certain types of companies come in with an agenda and a bottom line they're trying to meet. Like that's what comes first, you know. And you get involved with companies, and you make friends, and you spend a lot of time on the phone and on the road and at competitions and around the world with team managers and people, and you end up, you know, getting to know people and trusting people, and then next thing you know, like you're just, you know, you're just part of a business plan. And
that's kind of happening in RC now too. Lots of companies are going corporate, and it's all about the bottom line on the racing side of things. You know, so I get that.
It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere in life. It happens more and more every single day. You know, it's just, I mean, you know, you see companies buying other companies and becoming bigger, and that's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But like I was talking about is like, you know, with BMX, there was a point where, you know, the X Games came out, and you have all of a sudden it's all over TV. And so then you have all these different companies, and they're completely unrelated to bicycles or BMX riding or alternative sports. There's no relation whatsoever. I mean, that is just straight up, you know, money coming from out of nowhere, you know, just trying to tap into people that are watching TV. You know what I mean? That's one thing. It's obvious it's eventually just going to go away. But there's, you know, it's nothing wrong with it. You know, as an industry, any type of industry, you try to retain some of the growth. You know, it's going to be a big boom, and then you got to try to hang on to some of it, maintain some of that growth. But then, like deeper within the industry, as a pro rider, you know, you get exposed to a lot of things that are more like skateboard companies, which skateboarding is a very rich industry compared to BMX.
Really?
I don't know about, oh my God, it's not even a comparison. A lot of people don't realize that.
I did.
Yeah. I mean, skateboarding is old. It's the original alternative sport. It's the most accessible, you know, accessible. It's a skateboard. It's not a bike. You know, it's very versatile. Like, you know, it's unisex. I don't know. It's just, and it's one of those things. It's an image thing. I mean, the image of a skateboarder is transcended farther than any other, like, image of, you know, like the look and style of a skateboarder has been, you know, it's like what it is now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. And I could see it because skateboarding is really big. Yeah.
It is. It's just huge. And it always was. But anyway, so at that for a period, and it still happens now, and there's still those companies that are in BMX, but I was around when skateboard companies really first. Actually, that's not true, right? I mean, they'd been in there for a while, especially like Etnies and Vans. Vans was kind of started in BMX. They've always been there. Etnies kind of started coming into BMX a little bit. And then, you know, a big wave of skateboard shoes companies came in and started sponsoring BMXers, picking up teams, putting teams together and paying guys, And some came out with videos, and others just kind of had a team and ran ads in magazines and whatnot. And they build up a team and ride the wave while the wave was hot and coming in hard. And then when the wave died out, they would just jump ship with no notice, no nothing, have some sort of wording in the contract and there was nothing you could do about it, and leave your ass high and dry, and completely burn a handful of paid pros, and then another dozen B pros, or guys that are either just getting flow or amateurs, and just drop the entire program, not drop the team. Like, oh, we just you just read about it. Oh, they dropped their entire program. Oh, this skate shoe company dropped their entire program. Oh, this skate or surf clothing company dropped their entire program. And then it's just like, all right, no big deal. But the big deal is 2 years later, or whatever it is, 2, 3, 5 years later, you get another little wave of popularity, something else, something happens, and it's just how it works.
It's so similar to RC in a lot of things.
Yeah, and
similar.
They're businessmen. They study it. They're smart. They're when I say they, I don't, I'm just, I work for myself. I'm a sole proprietor. I'm in business. I'm trying to make a profit and make money. I understand, like, you have to do what you got to do, but like, there's right and wrong ways to do things. And no matter how small or big you are in business, you know what I mean? When you burn, like, just,
yeah,
burn and like successful, like professional individuals who have been into it for years and years and years and years. And then they, completely bail, disappear, and then come back, put together a whole team of guys that watched what happened. They watched their friends and guys they compete against get dropped and completely burned. And it doesn't matter, because guess what? There's an opportunity to get a paycheck and get free shoes. And so what? Who cares if they bailed out and screwed a bunch of guys over and whatever? I'm just gonna ride it while I can. And I don't know. I mean, I get it. And if I was the next guy down the road, I probably would have done the same thing. But that type of thing, my point is, that type of growth is the type of growth you don't want. It's not good that's internal. That's in, like, the best example of, like, internal workings of an industry, that it tears it apart from the inside out.
Yeah.
And it gives, when you get, and you have the people that are the most passionate about it and have literally given everything they have physically and mentally in their entire lives to, trust me, I rode because I wanted to, but you get to a point where you're riding for a company. You're a performer. You are their, a billboard
just like these
on
pro
wheels.
drivers. Just like these pro drivers out here, and they get to their later part of their careers. And I always think about, what is a guy like, for instance, like these guys who just are pro racers, what are they going to do when they aren't fast anymore? Obviously RC is a little different. You can stay fast for a longer time because, let's be realistic, it's not physical. But I don't know, like, what happens to these guys? Do you see these guys just going for the money? Like, oh, I'm going to go join this company because they're going to pay me and this. And I think that's what it comes down to, instead of them going to the company that they feel they can win with. I'm even seen that through myself, like with JQ, someone saying, hey man, I could win with this car, but they have to go where the money is. So I get that, man. I get that. And it's a shame. It seems like BMX and RC share a lot of similarities in that situation. So
Yeah, I mean, what I'm talking about is definitely different. I don't really know. I'm trying to think of how it could relate to RC.
Well, I think it's
so I could make my point a little better, but it's like,
no, I get it.
I think, you know, I've heard like we, you know, on so many of your podcasts, I mean, so many of your guests, you know, it's the same question that you ask is, you know, about, you know, what would you do to, you know, growing RC? Like, we need to grow RC. We need, you know, the more people, the better. You know, we need as many people as possible into RC. I think you're right. But going off of what I was explaining, you know, about, you know, growth and good growth and bad growth, and companies coming into an industry for the, you know, companies can come into an industry for the wrong reasons and cause a lot of damage and burn a lot of bridges. And you might think about it, you know, at first and think, well, what do you mean? Not really. Like, you know, growth is growth, and come in and bring some money in, and then whatever money, you know, and whatever happens after that happens. It's just, you know, money comes in, and whoever the pro is that endorses that company and that, you know, that it doesn't matter, but it does, because, you know, the thing that I think is going to help RC grow is, it's really, you know, looking forward is, obviously you have to always look forward, like what's coming in the future, what's going to happen next, you know, not even just as an RC company, but as a pro too, you know, seeing as a pro racer, trying to be ready for what's next as far as your career. But at the same time, you know, like, the industry changes, and it, like, you see news drop all the time. Companies, like, sometimes you just don't know what company is just going to vanish, like, instantly the next day, and they're gone, and then their team's gone, and their racing program's done, and then a bunch of pros just lost their sponsors. And, like, it's just like that. It's a volatile, it's just,
yeah, it is, man.
Honestly, BMX and RC are in a very similar place right now. They're both doing well, but they've both done so much better and been so much bigger in the past. And anyway, that was my point, was with you know, there's so many sports and little fads that come and go. RC has stood the test of time. It has a very rich history, especially listening to the podcast and listening to some of the legends you have on. And I have learned so much about, I had no idea how many pros there were, especially in just nitro, you know, I mean, 10th scale too. But to me, that is like, you know, like with the RCGP thing, you know, it's a production. Like, you know, they're trying to really get out there and sell, you know, the concept, and you know, get good sponsors and good outside endorsements, and you know, or kind of, you know, somewhere in between inside and outside endorsements, the right people to come on board and help it all grow. And it's
yeah, I get what you're saying. I get it, dude. I get it. Well, let's talk about RC. Well, how long have you been doing it steadily now?
Sorry, I had an air bubble in my throat. Well, you didn't even let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you finished.
I was drinking. No, I had an air bubble in my throat, and I was trying to swallow my San Pellegrino.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What was I saying?
RC and
but no, so RCGP, you know, like I'm saying, like, it's like we're looking for growth. We're looking for growth. Like, we want to make we want to make RC bigger. We want, you know, or I'm saying we. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about, I'm an RCer. I say we. I'm talking about RC. I say we. You know what I mean? you or Joseph RCGP, they're trying to, bring in companies, bring in money. And I think focusing on the sport's history is going to be a huge help. And especially if for some of the production, a lot of the production, look at any auto racing, look at when they go back and they show the old racing footage and they have interviews with the legends, and they go from a video of an old race back in the day and then cut to a live feed for an interview. Like when they do that stuff on F1 or NASCAR or MotoGP or anything like that, is my favorite content.
Mm-hmm.
You learn a lot. I love nostalgia. I mean, so many people do, and it gives you that feeling of, and it shows you how rich the sport or hobby is of RC is. It's
mm-hmm.
It has heritage. It's the racing history. That is so valuable. And I think, if that could get mixed into
mm-hmm.
what is currently trying to be, proposed, and then obviously keep pushing for the young guys and the 16 unders, and
yep.
And I just, it's going to help get those the companies that you want to come in and you want to stay, and the companies that are going to come in and do things for people and that do things for people in the RC industry that are going to be lasting, and not just try to get a piece and
mm-hmm.
bail out. It can be very enticing and very attractive to look at a deal thrown out to you on the table, and it can all look really, really great. But especially when you're in that type of position and when you're that passionate about an industry, and it's got to be a really tough position for Joseph and everybody else, trying to do that, trying to push for RCGP, because it's so personal.
Yeah.
And everyone is so passionate about it that you can be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Because there's companies out there that have no good intentions for anyone or any industry or any car or any bike or anyone in any way, shape, or form. And that's business, and it's corporate, and it's getting bigger, and it's just something that is, and when you want to grow, when you want growth, when you want to put yourself in front of more people, whether it's on the computer or on TV, in any form of media, more is good, but more brings complications and headaches and drama, and I learned a lot as a pro riding bikes, and I see a lot of that with, I've seen it with kids coming up, after I had, dealt with, just as a rider, I see kids
mm-hmm.
just getting taken advantage of.
Yeah.
You get bullied by companies as a young up and coming rider or young up and coming racer, because you don't know what you're worth. Mm-hmm. And then by the time you realize what you're worth, it's probably too late, So I try to give people advice, because I've been through it, and then like even on a bigger scale, it's no different than dealing with a racer on a personal level, dealing with a team manager. When you're an organization and a group of people that are very passionate about something, and you've all come together and are trying to make something happen, for the masses of, it's,
I get it.
It could be really easy to be misled and just, jump on board with the wrong people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to tread lightly and make wise decisions in everything.
Right.
I agree with you, man. You would know a lot more because you've been through it. So, and you've seen it happen in your industry and whatnot. So I understand that. And I mean, I don't know if it really happens now in RC, but I'm sure there are companies that aren't really going to put, I mean, in RC that, like we're all fighting each other for drivers and stuff like that. And I don't know, man. I'm just to the point, like, I want to see this grow because I love what we do. I'm very passionate about RC. And I love the history part of it too. In fact, when I do these podcasts, I actually enjoy talking to the old school guys a lot. I mean, I enjoy talking to the guys currently as well and whatnot, but I really enjoy talking to the old school guys because they have the history. I like to know how it was back in the day. They have some really cool stories. I mean, one of the guys, Barry Baker, who I'm hoping to get on her soon, he has some stories. I was just listening to him talk at the race the other day, and I was like, man, we got to get you on the podcast. He actually has a really good, he has a theory about pro drivers and RC and whatnot. So, yeah, it's tread lightly, but we have to do something different, if we want things to grow. And I think we need to grow for our industry to strive. And if we don't grow, then nothing will change, and it eventually just, like you said, it ebbs and flows. One year or for 5 years, something will be popular, and then it just goes away, and then nobody's doing it anymore. And we kind of need to figure that out in RC. I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but I think we all have to do our part towards that. So, yeah, but.
Yeah, it's just everything, man. It's coming from all angles and not ever looking at it as any one thing to change. Everybody that cares about RC and everybody that's into it, whether you're a racer or you're a company, small or large, like, you just got to keep grinding, keep showing how much you love it, sharing your passion, and getting to the track as much as possible, getting as many new people into it as you can. There's really no right or wrong way. You know what I mean?
I think there's multiple ways to do it, and we need to do it all the ways that we have available to us. We need to do it that way.
Exactly. All the ways. And everyone's got their groove. And they're,
yeah, I get
everyone's got their direction they're going in, and everyone has a different opinion on what to do and how to do it. But as long as everyone just keeps like pushing and it's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. How long have you been racing now? Like full-time nitro cars and whatnot?
So I mean, I raced for a few years. I didn't race. I played around for a few years as a kid, but had a lot of cars. Had almost 10 different cars, and really was into it. Building them, modifying them, fabricating, coming up with different stuff. I would make dragsters and drag cars, and just was really into modeling. Actually, my brother JD and I were way into modeling, all the Revel and or Revel and Monogram and just stuff like that, building old muscle cars and European cars and a lot of drag cars and stuff like that. And so it just kind of, actually my friend Kevin, his father Dennis, was a mechanic for my uncle Jeff, who he raced street bikes professionally while I grew, my whole youth growing up. He was like a superhero to me.
Really?
So he gave me a lot of confidence, and he'd always come around and try to get me to go for crazy shit on my bike. And I spent huge part of my life at the racetrack at it was Breyer Motorsports Park back in the day, but now it's New Hampshire International Speedway. So, but yeah, watching him race and his mechanic Dennis, actually, I went to school with his son and daughter, and Kevin and Kristen, and spent a lot of time with them, and he went to Japan with and I believe it was either for my uncle's team or another team that he was wrenching for at the time. And he came back with a chain drive 4-wheel buggy, a Yokomo chain drive 4-wheel drive buggy. And I saw that thing, and that thing was on another level. If you ever saw that compared to the Tamiya stuff back in the day, it was on no comparison. It wasn't like manufactured. They where did they make them? Or I don't even know. It seemed so custom. Like thinking back, it seemed like so just high end race only, nothing, no sport about it. And so I just remember just being so pumped on it. And, I've held on to the passion for RC. I got out of it. Cars went in a box. I, rode, was always into motorcycles, dirt bikes, 4-wheelers, stuff like that. Got more into that and more into bike riding and just started riding bikes so much. My RC box just kind of got pushed back in the closet and then ended up in the barn. And then my mom ended up giving it away at some point. And I found like one random box with my old stick radio and some other remnants, but that's all I have left from those days. But yeah, fast forward to, maybe 6 years ago now. My brother actually, he bought his son a Traxxas Slash, a 2-wheel drive Slash. And right at the same time, my mother had a tenant who moved out and, bailed on her and owed her a bunch of money. And he left a whole bunch of stuff there. And he left a low C XX. At that point, that thing was like almost borderline vintage, but it was all there. And I was like, no way. And so it was like immaculate. Like it looked like it'd never been run. So I pulled it out. I didn't have a radio or anything, but everything else was there. I ended up getting a radio for it and getting it going again and just tinkering with it and playing with it. And then, hooking up with my brother and his son, Olin, and ripping around. I was like, I'd been really looking for something like that. I don't know. I had kind of down spiraled from BMX, and I was still riding. I tried. I left California in 05, 06. Like I said, I tried coming back. I still had some sponsors. I still was, I was dealing with some injuries, always dealing with injuries. But just,
yeah, I get it.
Couldn't really, I couldn't find something. I don't really want to say I was searching, but as a man or a woman or anyone getting older, you come into your 20s, you hit that stage where you're kind of like, where the fuck am I going? And then you hit that stage in your 30s and you're like, where the fuck have I gone and what have I done? And then you hit that stage in your 40s where you're like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
All of the above, and throw 3 kids and a mortgage and car payments and your own business on top of it. And how the hell did all this happen? I was a BMXer. 1 minute, next thing you know, I'm like a dad and have all these responsibilities and so much going on, and like just a ridiculous amount of stress, and just trying to figure it all out, but so, yeah, I'm no different than anyone. Everyone's got that itch they're trying to scratch. and they scratch it in different ways, and a lot of people do it in, you know, better ways than others.
But RC kind of filled that void for you.
Yeah, definitely went through some rough times. You know, went through some fucking major ups and downs with my relationship and my business and my life, and just honestly, RC has been. I mean, I never really had any expectations. I didn't really. I mean, I thought, you know, so when I found that low C double X, and, you know, my brother had the slash for his son, we started ripping around and whatnot. Like, I just said, let's go to the track and let's go check out the track and see what's going on. And, you know, so we went down to RC Excitement down in Fitchburg, Mass. And
that started it.
I mean, I left with a brand new of everything. Like, I spent like $1,500 and came back, and my wife was just like, "What are you talking? Like, is that for Lucian?" I'm like, "No, we're gonna get his like next week."
I bet.
You know,
sounds like my wife.
It's just like, you know, and I hear it over and over and over again, and you know, you think, "Oh no, I'm the only one," or I think, you know, I'm the only one. Like, you're not the only one, but man, like, holy shit, I wonder if anybody's gotten this, like, into it, you know, because I instantly got into it. And, like, if you've ever met me or hung out with me, especially ask my wife, like, if I get into something, I don't just like, oh yeah, I'm into it. Like, I go all in.
Yeah.
And I don't do like a bunch of different things. Like, I don't, you know, I'm pretty particular. I don't like certain things I just don't like to waste my money on. And, and then, you know, there's the risk factor too, you know, like I had almost gotten killed on a road cycle. You know, it's dangerous going down the street. It's dangerous riding a motorcycle down the street, down in the woods, dangerous driving. Everything's dangerous. But, you know, like going out and, you know, obviously anything you do that's physical, that requires, you know, speed, which is always what I've liked, you know, whether it's racing cars or riding bikes or skateboarding or snowboarding or wakeboarding, it's always high impact, you know, high speed, high risk. And just, I'm dealing with all old injuries all the time. I'm just, you know, old injuries it's not like they completely heal. They're there. They're, you know, and you get older and the pain gets worse. They get more stiff and sore. And so you slow down physically, but you're not ready to slow down mentally, you know, I'm not the type of person that like wants to go to the gym or something like that. Like, I want something to do, something something that's complex, something that's really something you can really get into. And not only I didn't ever expect to really get into RC as much as I have. I never honestly, and even honestly, before I got back into 10th scale, I talked to my friend Tom Stover about nitro briefly, and he was telling me how at one point there was a nitro shortage or something. He was and you know, I was talking to him down at camp at Woodward Camp, and he was getting ready to go LCRC. I'm like, what, nitro? What? I'm like, pull that thing out. And he's like, no, it's not like that. I can't just pull it out. Really? And I remember thinking at the time, like, why wouldn't you be able to just pull it out and show me? And now I know, like, when your shit's all packed up and you're getting ready to go to the track, and some random dude, you know, or whatever, one of your buddies is like, oh, you raced night, pull that thing out. Like, you know, he's like, no, I can't. I'm getting ready to go. I'm like, all right. And so, you know, now it's funny thinking back, connecting the dots, you know, and, but no, so it's exceeded my expectations, which I never really had any, but beyond like how much I've, I thought I would get into it. How much you get out of it, even like so far beyond just the actual radio time or wheel time, which obviously that's what you're working towards. Every minute you spend wrenching, traveling, buying parts, rebuilding, whatever, is working towards that small, window of time where you get to race and drive.
Yeah.
But everything else, honestly, has become equally as enjoyable to me. And it didn't start out like that, especially with the wrenching. I mean, I love wrenching. I've been wrenching and fabricating and modifying stuff my whole life, whether it be starting with models to dirt bikes, four-wheelers, cars when I first got into them, racing cars, and just everything. So I'm really confident with a wrench and really confident with my understanding of anything mechanical. And even working on RC cars back in the day, it was it's something I picked up and would do myself, like just right from the start, not like, never, hey, no one had to ask me or tell me. Like, it's always how I was, hands-on, wrenches. Give me the tools. Let's do this. Like my father, when my father was at work, I was raiding his toolbox, finding all the nails and screws I could, modifying my ramps or, modifying everything. So that end of it now to me, at first the maintenance, it was like, I wanted to just drive so much. I had so much fun just driving that I was like, man, like, at first I was like, man, I got to rebuild my shocks again, like every friggin' week. And if I'm running twice a week, I got to rebuild my shocks twice a week. And my ball diff is so crunchy. And like, I just rebuilt it. Like, at first it was a little overwhelming, but then just like anything, it's a bigger, it's like like, you say RC, you talk about RC racing, you say RC racing, there's, you don't realize, especially as a newcomer, how much is involved. And then not to try to overwhelm someone trying to get into it, I guess my point is, no matter how deep you want to get into RC, like, it's like you can go deep. Man, like as deep as you want. Like, it's just, and no matter what type of person you are, there's something for you. Like, you can go deep down so many different avenues of interest. Where I'm an adrenaline junkie. Like, I just feed off it. And so for me, like, being on the stand and racing, that's where it's at. That's where it's at for me. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. Do you, when you're on the stand, do you feel the same as when you used to race BMX?
I'm not kidding. Like, there is nothing I have ever done that has brought me back to that, just the same feeling, just the intensity, the build up, the nerves, and just trying to harness all that energy and just, instead of trying to, focus and focus on a do or die situation where, like, I got to pull a trick on my bike or I'm, going to be injured for the next 6 months. There's really no risk, but
yeah, I get it. You still get
the
that
same
rush.
feeling. So I try to explain to people, they're like, seriously, and especially my wife, like I'll come home all excited, telling her about my race, telling her about my day, or the boys. We usually I go race with the boys, tell them how the boys did and whatnot, and she just, she's into it, but especially at the beginning, you know, for the longest time, it was just like a joke. Like she just didn't get it. And she, you know, she makes like the hand motions, like one finger's on the trigger and the other hand's on the wheel. And she's like making faces, like, you know, straight up making fun of me. Like, like with the radio in my hand, like acting like,
yeah,
you know, and she'd be like, honey, are your fingers sore? I'm like, no, like my brain is sore. It's like, you know, I like tell her, like, you get home after a day or especially a weekend of racing and you're just completely fried. I mean, like, it drains you. It wears you out physically to race, you know, marshaling, and you're on your feet a lot, but it's more mentally draining to me than anything. Like, it just, you have to lock in, you know, you have to become one with your car, and you really have to get into this zone where you almost, you know, you're shutting a certain part of reality out, but at the same time, you're so focused that, you know, I get, it's weird how you get so focused on racing where like certain things you don't even hear, but at the same time, you notice like everything on the track. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you,
yeah, I
like,
know what you mean.
You, like other cars coming or like anything that happens out there. It's crazy how when you're trying to lock in so hard on one thing, it makes your senses are just peaking out, and you start picking up on things that it's weird what RC does, you know, because it's like the hand. I mean, what other activity is there where your hands and your eyes have to lock in? Like, I mean, it's really, and that part of it too is something that I never foresaw. Like, I knew I liked driving RC cars. I knew I could be good at it. And I knew it's something I could really get into. But the more I do it, and the more I learn, and the more I get into it, and the more I pay my dues, and the more I cut my teeth, it just keeps giving back, and it keeps becoming more and more enjoyable and in different ways. And that's just with like the actual driving of it and the hands-on part of it. And of course, you know, better than anyone, the whole social side of it. I've, you know, and just traveling and racing and traveling again to do something that's like for me and the kids at the same time. But it's, you know, at this point, it's more for me. I'm going to be honest, you know, it's, I'm trying to set my boys up, you know, I'm trying to plant the seed with them and get them into it. You know, they ride and skate, and, you know, they do their thing, but I don't push them into it. You know, I try to push them to do different things. And it's just, you have to want to do something. You can't be, you know, if you don't want to be somewhere or want to do something, and when I have to force my kids to do something that doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I get that.
It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not, you know, and with BMX, with the whole bike thing, you know,
yeah,
there was a lot more dark, tough times than there were, you know, candy coated, awesome, like glamorous, successful moments, you know, like way more struggling and way more living, like,
yeah, I know
just
what you
low,
mean, dude.
just, it's that, like, to get there, man, you know, but again, though, at the time, like, I was living the dream, and I just thought that's what saying you do. That's what you got to do, and that is what you got to do. And it's the same way with RC. I mean, there's up and coming kids. They're gonna be, you know, like sleeping in an RV, 115 degrees, with 7 adults snoring all night long, and farting and couldn't fall asleep, and but they're going to have to get up the next morning and for qualifiers and make it happen. And guess what? If you care enough and you're passionate enough and you're serious about it, like, you're going to get up and you're going to make it happen because you want to, and that's like, I can't make my kids do something they don't. I mean, I can obviously, like, but with an activity, and when it comes like my son Lucian, he's into soccer right now. He went through a mean skateboard phase this summer, at which he's been playing a lot more soccer, so he hasn't had a lot of time to skate, but he really put in a good push this summer and progressed a lot, learned a lot of tricks. And it has to come natural, like you can't, I mean, it's just not like, like I was saying, you gotta, like, for me, things just kind of have to fall into place. And it's always been like that for me. And it's just kind of just gotta happen organically, and just with just the way things kind of go in life, and if either one of my boys or my daughter get heavily into RC, obviously it's going to be because of my push and my passion and me sharing with with them how much it means to me.
Yeah, you're not trying to live vicariously through them.
No,
either.
When my boys are racing, I'm like down there marshaling, like stressing out harder than when I'm racing, and even if it's just novice, you know what I mean? Like, I want them to do well so bad. And I'm like that dad, like, I have dreams just like any other person. And one of my dreams, like, I have a dream, like, I would love for one of my kids to be a professional RC racer.
Yeah.
Might sound silly to a lot of people. I know it doesn't sound silly to you, but it's a perfectly normal thing. And it's a perfectly healthy thing. And if you could find something more timeless and healthy than RC racing, give me a shout and let me know what it is. Good luck with that.
I'm like, a lot of people will expect my son to be into this, and he's kind of into this, but I don't force it on him. He might say to me, "Hey, yay, Papi, I want to charge up my Slash and go drive it up and down the street." Or he likes the trail stuff. He likes doing that with me, but I'm not forcing him to do RC or anything. I want him to do what he wants to do. I would love him to drive RC, but then that would be more stress for me. So,
right.
It
is. And it is stress. And there's been days where I just been like, no, we're going. Like, get up, we're going. And they're like moaning and groaning and crying. But when I get them to the track, they have fun and they get competitive and they care and they want to do well. It's just the anticipation, I think, for a kid is tough. And then they get lazy. They just want to stay home and stare at a screen and do nothing if they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Because it's work. Like, it's not easy. It's not like you just start over like a video game. But that, honestly, that's one of the reasons why I sometimes find it hard to believe that RC hasn't kind of really just maintained more popularity, because video games have always been popular. Like, since they came out, it's just gotten more and more and more popular. And even when I was at Pro BMX or at all the houses, everyone had a console. Adults, doesn't matter what age you are, everyone has played or still plays video games. And it seems like RC is like, it's the exact in between, like, between video games and reality.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
But it is a lot of work.
So, but maybe that's all it is. All it is that it's just too much work for some people. Especially nowadays, like, kids and in my kids too, like,
it's a lot more money in video games too.
That's just what they want to do. It's so easy. It's fun. It is fun. I'll sit down and play with them sometimes, but it's just, sometimes it's just too much, you know?
Yeah. How about RC in your area? So you're up in the New Hampshire, like I guess you go down to Connecticut, Massachusetts, and you get over to New York to race. I know you go to Rohan's track.
Yeah,
Barnstormers.
I've been trying to get around a lot more. I mean, I'm always trying to travel.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the last year, I swear, like ever since I got on JQ and Hot Race and really really been trying to step up my program, like right when I really was like trying to just decided I'm like not going anywhere. Like I want to do this. I want to get my boys into this. I really want to get to the next level of this. Like my business just like, I had a couple different clients and I was riding on one or, it gets tough. I run my own business. I am not a businessman. I am just like I don't know. I'm the laborer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the carpenter. I'm the hands-on guy. Like I do the work, and that's like what I'm good at. But in what I do, it's a little different.
It's unique for sure.
It's unique. So I have to do the work, and if I'm not there to do the work, then it's not going to get done. So like if I get hurt, like there's no one. I'm sure I could make it work, but I've never been that type of guy, and I've never run my business like that, and that's not how I've built my business. So I'm kind of screwed in that sense. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah. Because what you do is very unique, and every time I'm driving across America, I might see an old barn, and you come to mind. In fact, I saw one in Tennessee.
What were we just talking about?
He was talking about you working.
I lost. I'm sorry. Anyway,
we was talking about RC in your area.
Oh yeah. I've been trying to travel a lot more, like I was saying,
mm-hmm.
and but like I just was getting really ramped up with RC and had a lot of plans to travel and hit a bunch more races and travel down south for a couple of races, during the winter and try to hit a California race and start, traveling. A lot of those things were probably a little too soon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've been racing a while, but you really see like, it's easy to just, go to some of those races too soon. I'm sure, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I want to pay my dues locally more.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, my business was just between a couple clients and just a couple things happening at the same time. Like this whole last year, I've literally been just clawing my business out of a hole. Like I haven't even just trying, like living below zero off credit and just trying to get like back above, just back afloat. And, but it's just, so it's made it really hard. And, just like, buying minimal parts and, just trying to do everything I can, and just hitting minimal races like this. This past weekend was the first race I even did at my home track all year. I ended up working out of state most of the summer, it was the reason I got to go to the Barnstormers in New York to Rohan's track, actually more than just for the challenge race, the Hot Race Challenge. And then I'm closer to the Pennsylvania tracks too. I got to go to Trains and Lanes for the first time this year. I just barely missed the HB race days when Ronafalk and Cole Ogden went out there for the clinic. And I was planning on going. I had it all set up, and then just something came up and the timing of it didn't work out. But just been really pumped to go around and see the different tracks and see the different scenes and meet the different track owners and the different local racers and it's always cool to see the different companies and different chassis manufacturers that are popular in different regions, because, like you've had interviews with like Enzo and Jay, I heard like and you talk about the Northeast, but the Northeast, and I know it's hard when you're not from here, but it's not just the Northeast. There's like there's New England, and then there's Pennsylvania, and then there's New York. And to me, they're separate. And it's kind of hard to explain, but like it's all the Northeast. But as far as racing goes, it is kind of separated, and it's even like that in all types of either motorcycle or automotive racing. There's kind of regions
within a region.
So I'm in kind of the tri-state, like in New Hampshire, Vermont, and Mass is the tri-state, but there's really no tracks in Vermont. The tracks, the last track that was in New Hampshire was 106. That hasn't been around for a while. Excuse me. And then the Hillside track, it was in a backyard, but that's actually really starting to they moved to New England Dragway, which is a huge facility. It's been there for a long time. It's really famous, and it's a great location for the track. It's exposed, RC racing to a ton of people, and that has a ton of potential. I'm really excited about it. It's been, again, though, really hard. I haven't been able to help out that scene at all, besides just, sharing races and whatnot. But I was really happy to finally get back there for the first time this year. But it's it's small, man.
It seems to be more
small.
popular.
Pennsylvania is where it's at. All the fastest guys are down in the Pennsylvania area. You got Jamie Grayek. You got. There's definitely fast guys in New York as well. There's a track in New Jersey that's been opened and closed. There's actually a pretty good scene coming out of there. They did a Northeast Super Series between that New Jersey track and Rohan's track in New York this year. But the New Jersey track I don't know what happened there. They got shut.
Yeah. It wasn't like a
public the wall. They got shut down by the town. Yeah. It got all going and then it got shut down. It really sucks. But I met this one guy, Kevin Winters, who races at that track in New Jersey. I met him at Trains and Lanes, and he's a really cool guy. And it's just been fun to get to the different tracks and meet different people. And it's a little awkward for me because I don't know, I get a little too serious about things sometimes, especially like, when I was first getting into racing with RC. It's just like you put time and money and passion, and you're passionate about something, you get serious about it. But it's just
well, you
coming from BMX. I don't know. I was trying to fill this void, like I said. I just, when I found RC, like I felt like I had found like an old like stuffed animal or something that I lost for years and years or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I was just so excited about it that I think like I seriously, like I was like acting like, acting like I was a pro BMXer, like at the RC track, you know what I mean? Which, it's not right. I mean, I definitely, that's just the perfect example of like, there's just no need for me to be taking it so seriously, like, especially when I'm first getting into it. And there's definitely, I've had a couple little spats with a couple of racers. just kind of.
It's racing. People get heated, man. It happens.
And honestly, it was all me, and I was 100% totally in the wrong. But I was just like, you're just into it, and you're just thinking like, no, man, I can do this, and you get lapped 4 fucking times, but you just feel like, no, like I got this, like I'm gonna get you next time, But it's it's
a
I don't know,
curve.
like remember that one time I told you, I'm self-conscious, man. Like I with the whole social media thing, you say. Like everybody's pro. Honestly, I gotta be honest. It kind of drives me crazy when you keep saying that, man. Because that's the best part about RC. Like, it's one of the best things, and it may be just because of social media. But I mean, name some other like decently established sports or industries that are as old as RC where you can just straight up message the world champion and get a
that's
reply.
unique to RC. That is definitely one of the best things about RC.
And you know what I mean? And so, and kind of stemming from that is the fact that, even as an average Joe racer, and there's many levels of average Joe. You can not only go and race with the best in the world, or have the chance to race with the best in the world, or you can definitely go and hang out with and message or hang out in the pits with the best in the world.
Yes, I agree with you there.
You just it doesn't matter. You just.
I definitely agree. I agree. Like, that's the availability of the pros, and then you that you can just. I mean, like, you can go up and talk to any of these guys at the race.
What's better than feeling like a pro? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
was you approachable when you was a pro BMXer? Was it people?
I was, but not at certain times. If you come up to me at the wrong time, no, I'm gonna ignore you, or I'm gonna be a dick.
Yeah, I think that's kind
of that comes with I was a dick for a lot of years, straight up, but I was never like unapproachable. But I'm even nowadays, a lot of people will tell me that I'm not very approachable. And then they'll come up and they'll talk to me, and they'll get to know me, and they'll be like, "Holy shit! Like, you're not anything like I thought you were going to be."
It must be the finishing.
There's nothing that can.
It's gotta be the finishing.
Yeah, I've always kind of battled that. I don't know. I'm not a huge people person, but I don't know. There's been times in my life where I've kind of had, always had something to say, and I've. Yeah, but no, like, so remember the time I said, I don't think anyone, I got a race result, and I was pretty happy about it. And as I've moved up, I'm not moving up through the ranks, but you go to more tracks, you race against more people, years go by, you go back to the track, several years go by, you go back to the same track, you battle the same guys, I pay attention, when I meet someone, I try to remember them. When I race against someone, I remember it. I soak it all in, and the next time we meet, you establish little rivals and bigger rivals, and it's kind of like, it's like Mike Tyson's Punch Out, you remember, like going through the opponents. And so you start with like Glass Joe, and he's just like this all worn out dude, and but you start at that level, and you gotta fight, and you beat Glass Joe, and then you go up and through the Hippo dude, and eventually you make it to Mike Tyson.
Tyson was hard.
So for me, oh man, Tyson was hard.
That was the greatest boxing game of all time. Greatest boxing game.
That's awesome. And so, with RC, I've honestly kind of done the same thing. Started, with 10 scale locally, just you start in the back of the pack. You're down there in the C, D, and E mains, and you keep coming up, and the guys that you started battling with, the next year or halfway through the year, they're, you're in the next main up from them, or, the next heat up from them. And you just kind of keep moving up. And then as I've gotten into nitro, I've done the same thing, going to some of the different tracks and bigger races, and just trying to always get better and get a better result, from the last time you were there or the year before. And it's like, you talk so much on social media, and everyone's talking. I don't get into anything. I read and check out stuff and like stuff. I'm not scroll and like and check stuff out so much. I mean, way more than I actually interact. Always checking stuff out, and I'll comment here and comment there and put stuff out there, but there's no avoiding a certain amount of attitude you get on social media and at the track. And, that's not even just from, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, it's just racers. And when you're a racer, you're a racer. And then when you're a racer that's been racing for a long time and you've really been around for a while, you want some respect. And for a lot of guys that have been racing for years and years, they've been around way before Facebook or Instagram or anything like that, And so for someone like me to kind of come in, and kind of create this platform for myself, which is really what anyone can do with social media, and you can do so much with it. But without, really paying my dues as a racer, from racing up, that is something that's on my mind. I take things seriously, and I have nothing but respect for all racers, especially the 40 plus guys and veteran racers, because I'm 43, older, and, I'm more mature. So, it's important to me. I'm self-conscious. I care what people think about, how I carry myself, represent myself, and how I race. And for a while, especially, going out of state and going to the bigger tracks, it's like I had put myself out there beforehand, and it's like you have your reputation precede you, even if you don't even have a reputation. It's just like, oh, here's so and so, and then especially once I got on JQ, there was
of course,
there wasn't any, there was no real animosity. It was just more of I just, which is perfectly normal, that I just wanted to prove myself more.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, that was kind of where that came from when I said that to you. I don't think anyone's, thinks I'm a poser.
Mm-hmm.
Because I felt like, you come into it hard and heavy with a head of steam with social media, and then you show up to the track and you can't really do, you can't, it's not like I was saying anything or doing anything that I needed to back up, but it's like when you kind of put yourself out there and talk like what's going on, and start sharing things that you like, and start, really letting people know what's important to you, and I guess don't be surprised if when you show up to the track and it's like, it's not the most comfortable situation. And to be honest, it hasn't even been just with my, competitors in general, but even some JQ team guys, there's a battle to be the fastest dude at the track running a JQ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's the guys on the JQ team that they're not going to help you out, dude. Straight up. So
No, they shouldn't.
It's,
If they're not helping people out, then they're not really paying
no,
attention
I'm
to our
not.
motto.
I'm not saying me. I'm not saying helping people out. I'm just saying like me, because like when you're new,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I'm saying. That's.
Yeah, we
There's-
have to stop being more
There's a
approachable.
lot of older dudes that the for the most part the core of the scene in the Northeast is 40 and over guys. And if you're not 40 and over, you're like 35 and over. You know what I mean? And those racers are seasoned and passionate and very knowledgeable, and they know what the hell they're doing. And when they see bullshit, they're going to call bullshit. And they're, that's fine. And I just, I'm not saying I did anything that was bullshit. I'm just saying like, it's just something that it's just something that I've stressed about as I've tried to just make a name for myself both online and at the track. It's it can be tough, just putting yourself out there when you're not, you got to be ready for it.
Yeah, we have to be more approachable. I mean, most people are, but I like to say we like to keep RC for ourselves. I want to share it with everybody, but a lot of the core people, they're gonna look at you a little weird when you come to the track the first time, and especially, let's be realistic, when you drive in a JQ, you're gonna get some dirty looks most of the time. But not everything in life is easy. So I don't know. It is what it is, dude. But I think
I've gotten a lot better.
Yeah, you're making strides.
I used to, I mean, I tried. I mean, for a while, I didn't really have the confidence to really tell people anything, but you really, after a certain amount of years, you hit that point where you really just, and especially with nitro, there's such a learning curve. Once you kind of get it, obviously you never really stop learning with nitro. There's so many little different tips and tricks. And now like before I just kind of was like, and earlier in RC racing, I was so focused on my result and racing and trying to do everything I could to get, to do the best for me. And I just did, it was overwhelming just trying to stay on top of all of it and understand it and still get a result. But now, when things like, as far as, mechanical stuff, when you see people doing things like, just, they show up to the track and their engine is just, it's been sitting in their car, not sealed up, nothing for like a month, and they just put the thing right on the box and fire it up cold. And then they just pull out their screwdriver and just start bench tuning the thing, and it's not even hot, and they're revving it to the moon. And it's like, it takes time to learn about how to, not even just with nitro engines, but just, there's obvious things that weren't so obvious, but now it's just like, oh man, like I gotta go help this dude. And now it's like, and I never really got approached for a long time, but now I've definitely gotten to the point where, and it feels good to have people come up and say, hey man, I'm having some trouble with my tune. Think you could give me a hand? And it's like, hell yeah. And, it's good to know. And it's even better to feel, to know that you can help someone out.
Do you ever get recognized when you're?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Cause one of the guys, Mike Anderson, who's on the JQ team, he's like, Josh Heino. And then I found out that Mike used to like ride out in SoCal. Like, I didn't even know that. And we got to talking about you and whatnot. And yeah, I guess people would recognize you because, you was pretty popular back in the day.
Yeah. It's funny. there's been, I've met a lot of racers that used to ride BMX that, recognize me from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Met them at the track, and, of course, racing locally in Massachusetts when I was first getting going.
Yeah.
More people recognize me because it's not, there wasn't a lot of pros of really, New Hampshire's a small state. There's not a huge population. There's not like, Manchester's a small city. I mean, it's growing definitely, but like if an athlete comes out of the state of New Hampshire and does well, like everybody knows,
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely, it's not uncommon that someone will recognize my name just from hearing it, announced like during a race and whatnot. And I've had a few people come up to me in the pits.
Well, that's
and
cool,
it's
man.
funny.
That's cool. All I'm gonna say, man, I always say it: if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. You're getting better. Just keep enjoying it, man. That's what you gotta keep doing.
Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. I just barely finished rebuilding my center disc when you called, and you interrupted me, but it's all right.
Well, you know what? We've talked for 2 hours and 20 minutes, dude, because I knew you had an awesome story. I'm glad you came on.
I knew I was gonna get going on subjects and then lose my train of thought because I start thinking about one thing and I think about another, and especially thinking back about bike riding. I mean, there's so much to talk about. It's hard for me, it's hard and it's fun, but it's just memories, you know how it is. It's never easy.
Oh,
Looking back, hard.
I think I still hopefully things can get better for you and you can make it out west and you can hang out with Bogey. And like you said, you haven't been to California for a while. It'd be good to go back and visit some of your old spots.
No, we're trying to plan a trip. So Tom, Bogey, and myself, we have like a little private BMXer
chat
competition, the Krusty BMXer Championship or something like that. I think Tom called it. But so Tom's actually, he went out west. Tom and Bogey had never met, never raced each other, but they've both been racing nitro for, over 10 years now, I think.
Okay.
And, but so they got to race each other for the first time. I think it was either late last year or earlier this year. I want to say they've raced each other twice now. But anyway, so they've already got some points on me. Yeah. And those guys, Tom, he's on another level. I've kept up with him for a lap here and there, and I just, just when you lack experience, you lack consistency, and it's just, it's one thing to be fast for a few laps, but I can't, I'm sure I can't quite keep up with Tom, even though we basically tied the last time we raced because he ended up being in the, the odds, and I ended up being in the evens, and we finished in the same exact spot. So I have that little bit of shit talking I can hold on him, but Bogey, I think, he's definitely a couple levels above me, but him and Tom were the last time when they raced, they were everything about it. The lap times, the averages, 5, 10, 15, and then Tom won the qualifier or one qualifier, Bogey won the other, and then Tom led the whole race or second the whole race, and then Bogey got him at the end. It was those guys are so close in speed to be two washed up BMXers that have never met and never ridden together and never raced each other. They're it's crazy. So yeah, I can't wait to get out there and race against those guys and just
yeah. I hope so too. I can't wait to meet you too.
West Coast tracks, dude. Like seriously, the tracks. Oh my god.
Well, you got to do it, man. I
The
hope
jump,
to meet you one
the
day
layout,
too.
everything. And down south too. I got to get down south. The track's down there. You know, I've been to SMB, been to Sumter.
Okay.
But not for a long time. It's where I met Evan Vale down there years and years ago. And I gotta come full circle now that I've got, you know, some momentum going with it, and
both good
gotta
tracks
get the boys racing more. And yeah, man.
All right, dude. Well, it's getting late here. It's almost 11 o'clock my time. You want to shout out to anybody before we sign off here? Say thank you to anybody?
Yeah. Well, I mean, thanks to my beautiful wife, because she is really the other half of everything in my life and my entire life. And just if you know, we've talked a bunch of times. Things have been rocky, and if things aren't good at home, and you know your wife isn't happy, like nothing in your life is going to be going right. And so thank you to her for believing in me and just being patient with me and understanding, you know, how much racing RC cars means to me and why I'm so passionate about it and why I spend so much time and money on it and why it takes the place of me fixing so many things on our house and other, you know, just, you know, like it's.
I think we all go through that as RC husbands.
Man. Yeah, man. It's like, but for real, you know, like it's so easy for someone to look at this type of thing and just be like, "Are you serious?" Like, and it's a dead serious question. Well, like, "Are you serious?" Mm-hmm. Or it could even be kind of like a rhetorical question, like, "I don't know," you know what I mean? Like, "Are you seriously?" You know, yeah, you know exactly what I mean. I mean, I spend so much time talking to people that don't RC that I talk to someone who lives it, and it's hard to, you know, like let down your normal person guard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, my wife. Thanks to my wife. Thanks to you, Keenan.
I don't do anything, dude. You.
Yeah, well, you just, you know, I gave you a call one day because I don't know. You know, it's a weird thing. It's the whole sponsorship thing. You know, it's not, you know, we've talked about the whole sponsorship thing, like how different it is. It's its own thing with RC. And I think it's a good thing. And I hear a lot of guys bash it, you know, and say how it's hurting hobby shops and closing hobby shops down. And I understand that, but I don't think it's hurting shops. You know, I don't think it's that significant. I think, you know, there's enough. When you have a racer that's going to go out and get a sponsor, they're going to be spending enough money in other ways. And especially if the shop is located at the track. When you start talking about 8 scale and nitro, it's not even the same conversation. You know, you can't, you know, as far as talking about the hobby shops, I mean, you know, weekly club racing and especially weekly 10th scale club racing indoor compared to
8 scale,
you know, 8 scale outdoor racing, which is really, I mean, I have a completely different program now than went from, you know, several years ago when I first got into racing. I plan for events, you know, and I still club race for practice as much as I possibly can, but it'll usually be at random tracks and sometimes 10th scale because it's just, it's when I can. And, you know, I built the practice track too, the test track. So that's actually, we built that this year.
Okay.
And that's been huge. Just because with what's been going on with work, and not having the time to get a day or a weekend, just 10 minutes, doing a pack at the end of the day, or even running some nitro. I usually practice more with the e-buggy. It's maybe why I'm a little better with the e-buggy, but
it's more cost effective too.
It is. But it's just, man, it really is not the same. It's so much more helpful to actually practice
with
the nitro. It really, even to this day, to me, it's crazy how different they feel and how differently they drive.
Yep, I've seen lots of guys.
But anyway,
really
sorry. Yeah, I went off again.
No worries, dude.
Yeah, but no. So thanks to everyone who's ever helped me out. I mean, I'm trying to think back just to kind of like the early days. Mm-hmm. My Dennis and my friend Kevin Moran really were my first friends and people that really got me into RC. And then my dad, I remember him bringing me to, the little hobby shops up on Rimmon Heights in Manchester, just a little shop in the basement of some guy's house, but he had everything down there, bearings, just everything, kits. So thanks to Dennis and my dad for being my very, very first influences. And that's, if I didn't get that early seed planted with RC, then I don't think, when it came back around and was kind of like dropped back in my lap, years and years upon years later, it wouldn't have meant anything to me. It started as a kid, it was just something that stuck with me, and it was always there, just kind of waiting. And I didn't know it, but that's just how life goes.
My famous
but thanks
saying,
to
you may leave
what's
RC.
That?
You say you may leave RC, but it will never leave you.
Yeah. You can say that about a lot of different things. Yeah. So thanks to all the local racers at RC Excitement, that really where I cut my teeth. Peter Bartlett, our TLR driver, who really was my first, RC idol. It's another thing with RC is it's like perfectly normal for a grown adult to it's in other sports too, you really look up to someone who's way younger than you and way less mature, but it's just because they have a ridiculous amount of skill and ability with an RC car. And, another thing that sounds a little ridiculous, but Peter Bartlett was you just study him. He was the first guy you look at his setup. What's his setup? And you start learning about setups. Start learning about just the do's and don'ts of just mechanics of the car, and studying his racing, studying his lines, listening to his throttle inputs, looking at what he's doing in traffic. He was one of the first fast guys, because I started in the same class that he was really popular in. And then everyone else at RC Excitement that ever helped me out, Jose Rodriguez has been just every aspect of racing, even getting into nitro. He gave me my first fuel bottle, my first set of tires, a bunch of extra stuff. Just really got me going. And then that really just, it took off from there. He didn't race any outdoor all season. What's up, Jose? Come on, dude, get back out here. Let's get dirty.
Get back racing.
He killed it. He's just on a mean indoor program, and he's fishing like him. Oh, and Peter, Jose and Peter, they're like fishers. That's all they do is fish. They bought these big crazy fishing boats, and they're just out in the ocean catching big fish all the time. not much RC, but it's all good. So hopefully they'll come back when they're done casting and reeling. Who else I like to thank? Matt Sjogren, the racer at RC Excitement, who helped me out a bunch. He kind of sponsored me for a little while, and I went through a time when I just broke like everything at once. I swear, just everything that could break and fail and burn up and melt did, and he just got me completely rolling again more than once. And I'll never forget, that was just, when you're packing up and getting ready to go home and drive an hour and a half each way, and, it's nothing like someone completely, setting you up and doing it over and over and over again. It's like, it's awesome to have people there like that. Moving on, thanks to the owners of RC Excitement, Todd and Chrissy Anderson. Just they've always been very, very helpful. It's really where I got started, and it's where everything kind of got going for me. And you can't forget that, where you get your start. And a lot of people are running hobby shops. Things happen, especially, when there's a track at the hobby shop, and, it's easy for the track owners to get a lot of shit talked on them, and to just, it's like the most common thing. It's like, oh, the track this, or the owner that, or this. It's just, so it's, I've seen them go through a lot with a lot of different racers that have come and gone, and it's just, I just want to say that they've done well to deal with a lot of BS, and Chris Marcy at RC Madness in Connecticut has always helped me out a bunch, as I got more into 8 scale and nitro. That track was actually really thriving as I was getting better and racing a lot more. The scene down there was the healthiest in New England, for 8 scale. A lot of fast drivers, a lot of sponsored drivers, and their main track builder guy, Rob Rinaldi moved out to Colorado, I believe, and it's suffered ever since then. And I've always, it really sucks to see, going back to the races. There's been no club racing there, but going back to the trophy races, it just hasn't been able to, get going again. And I've been trying to do everything I can to get, just to, get more people out to that track. And, there's only so much you can do on social media, and, you share stuff and put stuff out there. And I guess for me, it's like, I try not to just try to be selective with what I put out there. I try to be a little bit original, and I try to be local. But at the same time, I try to share stuff that's global, like RCGP stuff, and then right down to local stuff, like, my home track stuff, and everything in between, to try to, really show people what it's all about. And then, I do like the Heino RC thing for when I'm sharing RC stuff. That's like kind of stuff that only RC people would really want to look at. And then I keep posting stuff on my personal page because I keep it public, and I know it's the best chance of people seeing it, and new people seeing it, parents seeing it, and getting their kids into it and whatnot. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, Dad.
All right. And it's really been hard for me to watch RC Madness, the attendance at the outdoor races just kind of slow down so hard, and they're so bad. And honestly, I haven't been back to RC Excitement at all, like forever. They dropped their 8 scale scene too, because right along with RC Madness, like their scene just kind of died off, and and there's nothing going on there 8 scale anymore. And I really thought that the New Hampshire track would have gotten some of that traffic, but one of the weird things with RC is like a lot of people talk about tracks not having schedules that, saying, well, these tracks are, why do these tracks have races on the same weekend? And they have a point, but especially with 8 scale where people are traveling a lot. But the thing or traveling more, but the thing that's always kind of surprised me with RC is that these a track can open up and it can have its own scene that it can sustain. And these racers can never go to any other track, period. And the track will just do perfectly fine. And for a while, I was just kind of like, I didn't really, I thought it was great, but when, I'd go up to one track and I'd see all these racers and they're really fast and really competitive. And then I'd go to another track that's having like a big trophy race and has some good title sponsors. And you'd think that it would attract like all the talent from all the other local tracks. Like it just doesn't. Mm-hmm. Like some tracks they just do their own thing. And especially when they have their own little club racing scene and they have their own little trophy racing scene. And then there might be a few exceptions that will travel, but it's a good thing. But at the same time, the tracks that are close enough to each other, it would help out so much, in my opinion, if you're just conscious and aware of other track schedules. If you're like I said, my whole scene has changed traveling with 8 scale and traveling 4.5 hours, 4 to 5 hours. It was more common driving 2 hours. Now it's become more common driving 4 hours, and a lot of times I'm like, damn it. There's 3 different races going on the same weekend. And I know that if there was only one race going on, then there'd be probably 5 guys from one track and 5 guys from another track going to that one race. And that doesn't sound like many people, but when you have a couple different classes going on, like 10 guys showing up to a race that did, that it actually with RC, it especially with up here, it's smaller. You guys talk about racing down south all the time, and it's so like your conversation, you have conversations that we can't even have up here. You talk about sportsmen and intermediate. There's no such thing. There's not enough people, and let alone novice. It's crazy listening to that. Like I'm like, 300 entries, 200, 300 entries. 100. How about 100 entries? But in reality, that's 30, maybe 40 people. It's not. You don't say entries. Like how many people attended? Yes. And it's 10, 15 people at an RC race it makes a big difference on the way the day goes.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it's a smaller race. I'd like to see more tracks, just pay attention to what the other track's doing. Communicate. You don't have to, I'd love to see more series, where you have a tour, a local tour, like where you go around to different tracks and then, with the point series. I love seeing that. I, see it here and there with other tracks, but I think it needs to happen more because it gets more racers racing other racers and gets more people networking with each other. It's just that's
yeah, it's not unique
something
to
I'd
your
like
area.
to see more of. No, I know. It's just especially now, like just seeing one track drop 8 scale, another track just 8 scale attendance just like fell off just vanished. And then, and then instead of guys just saying, okay, like these tracks are done, like let's go here instead, or let's go here instead. Like they're just not racing, you see, and then you see, oh, there they go. They're selling everything.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
But guys, yeah, just, so it's, I don't know. I mean, I know I started off thanking people, but you had me, dude. I listen to RCG. I listen to No Name RC podcast. Like, I'm just like thinking and brainstorming all the time. Like, yeah. We haven't even started talking about things that I thought we were going to talk about. We're going to have to do round 2.
Yeah, we're going to have to do.
I have plans, man. I have ideas.
Yeah. Well, you know what I want to see?
I want to bridge the gap with alternative.
Yeah, we didn't even touch on that.
Alternative sports and RC. Like there's things that can happen.
Yeah, because I remember you was trying to get something going with X Games here earlier this year. Was it this year? When you talked to me about it. But I definitely think that's a demographic of people that we need to introduce what we do. I mean, I know Traxxas and Monster kind of does it, but I think they need to see what we really do, like racing wise, not just going out there and bashing cars up and down.
Yeah, I just want to do something, on a more of a local level,
mm-hmm.
and then I guarantee once I do what I want to do, that it's just going to have a snowball effect, and so many people are going to realize, oh, why didn't we do this?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm working on a couple things right now, or not right now, but I'm brainstorming, I'm taking notes, and I'm trying to just make a plan for the future, and I really want to get involved. I want to use my experience and my knowledge that I've gained in the BMX industry, and I've been wanting to do, something, along the same lines with BMX for years and years. Back here, I've been wanting to hold events and competitions and do more locally, more for the local scene and community, and help it grow. And now that I've gotten into RC, I've seen the similarities, and I've seen how they can cater to each other, or how they could cater to each other in the right environment and in the right situation. And I really want to do something. It's just a matter of getting involved with the right people, and timing has to be right. Unfortunately for me right now with my business, the timing is just bad. So I'm just trying to kind of do, connect with the right people and brainstorm and talk about ideas and things that I have in mind, and get things in a row, so should have some more to talk about, pretty soon here in the next year or so. But until then, just gonna try to do a lot more racing and get a lot more experience and just get a lot faster.
Cool. I think,
but yeah,
I think we can get more of those people from alternative sports or extreme sports to take up RC pretty much after their time in that arena has finished. You know what I mean? Kind of like what happened with you. I mean,
yeah, and it's just I share. The thing is, you talk about so much. I mean, we all talk so much about how to get more people into it. The thing is about RC or anything, like, if you're just not into it, like, if you just don't have any interest, like, you're just not going to. You can't. Mm-hmm. And it's just like same thing with my kids. You can't just force someone to like it. And the trick is getting it in front of people that will most likely like it. You know, you throw it out there in front of the masses and just, it's all mixed in with everything else everyone else has to choose from for what they spend their time and money on. You know, it's just, you know, and there's people out there like me and like I was, and then there's also, you know, plenty of kids out there just like me and like I was as a kid. They're just, it's just going to be like a light bulb that goes off. And I've heard it a lot on a lot of your interviews on the podcast with the up and coming kids, the future of RC. I mean, it's, you know, they want to do it. Like, they want to know everything they can, you know, as soon as they can, and get fast and seasoned as fast as they can. Like, it's just, that passion is something that's like, how do you find that? Like, how do you find kids that are going to stay? Like, it's one thing, you know, it's easy to get someone to go out and buy a Slash. And it's not that hard to get someone to go and start racing with their Slash. But what is it that will make a kid decide to stay at it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so much other things
the
out there
real
too.
thing, yeah, it is. And it's not even, I think, it's just, there's only so much that you or I or someone passionate or a racer or a father or anyone, you know, someone, there's only so much you can do as a production company, as a business. Like people have to want it, you know, at least a certain amount, and to stay and really give back to the point where, like, okay, this person is an RCer, or they RC and they're doing it enough, and to the point where they're helping and they're giving back to the industry, and they're sharing what they do and why they like it. And it's it has to happen organically, you know, like you know, it's it can't be forced on people. I mean, the RCGP right now is like, it's so exciting to see it all coming together, and the way it all looks, you know, the icons and the logos and the format, and just the way it's all, you know, just thinking how big it could be, and how many people that it could potentially expose RC to. But once those people see it,
you have to make it.
What is the first? What, like, I think it's one thing to show them the racing, and then the most important thing, which is like showing them how valid it is, and how established it is, and how far you could go with it. But at the same time, making them realize that you don't have to go that far to get that, like, so much out of it, you know. And it's, you know, like I said before, like RC, I mean, there must be some sort of statistic. I mean, can't you call Rupert Pumpernickel and have him pull up some sort of statistic calculator? I mean, it has to be the most versatile activity that you could possibly think of. You know, like it attracts more people from more walks of life and offers them a way to enjoy themselves than I think anything else. And I've sat for like hours upon hours and hours just thinking, like, what is there? What other activity that, you know, I mean, what, maybe chess or golf? No, because there's so many types of people that you just eliminate that would never, you know, like they can't do it. But RC is like, there's a spot for you, you know.
Everybody can do
and
it,
I
man.
think, yeah, and it's timeless. I've gotten my ass handed to me by, a huge Phil Chastany. He's a local racer. The guy's 69, 70 years old. I think he probably just turned 70. I mean, it took me years to beat him. And straight up. I mean, just, you'd ask him, oh, how are you? What are you doing? Oh, he'll just let you know. Like, and come right over, start working on your car. I mean, it's timeless. Like, the competition and, you can compare it to so many things and it wins.
Yeah.
I've tried. I've compared it to every single thing there is you can think of. And I've had arguments with it about family and friends, and it's just, and it doesn't matter at the end of the conversation or the argument or whatever, they're still not going to think any differently about it, and they're not going to go do it. But like, for, I guess, for us, like people like us trying to help the sport grow, like I said, just how do we keep people, like how do they stay? How do we keep them to stay? Or how do we get people, like the first thing they do is buy an 8-scale race buggy?
Okay.
Yeah. Given the opportunity,
yeah, maybe they don't get right into.
Let's say RCGP gets a spot on, it's not just streaming, or maybe it gets some sort of upgrade where it's that much more viewable to just so many more people, and it's just
where do they start?
Maybe you have just. I'm always thinking, I want to see RC win and not just survive. I want to see it thrive and grow and maintain. And I want more people to race. I'm in a part of the country that it's soft compared to the rest of the country, or compared to a lot of parts. You see how many people are showing up to a lot of these races on a regular basis in other parts of the country, and it's just like, all right, what can I do here? So you educate yourself. You go out there and you see what you can do. It's endless, and there's so much that I haven't done that I could do. It's not appropriate yet. At some point it may be, but it's, you can't control everything, and a lot of racers are going to get in, or a lot of people are going to get into RC, and they're going to get into what suits them. Some people get into the scaling and the trailing, and some people get into planes or boats, and every different aspect has something that hits a person's soft spot. But it's like with the RCGP, that's the type of thing that you want to become the face of the sport. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You want it to become the image that, anyone you talk to about RC in 2 years from now, like that's really what, like, oh yeah, RCG, oh yeah, we've seen, oh yeah, we watched so and so, oh yeah, we were flicking through and we saw this, or my son was streaming that, and it's just, I'm not even going to pretend like I understand how to do it, or what to do, or what they should do, or what anyone should do, but I'm just like anyone else. I sit and I think and I ponder, and I'm like, what can I do? Like, and I'm not trying to make money off it. I want to start a business or a facility, a skate park and a track combined, a pump track that old men on mountain bikes or young chicks on skateboards can pump through, and then on certain days we have club racing, and it may or may not use certain aspects of the pump track, and and the RC track, like an all-encompassing youth development facility that just bridges the gap and puts RC racing right alongside things, like skateboarding, BMX, mountain biking, scootering, rock climbing. Like, it's just, it like, people need to realize it's the same. It's not a hobby. A hobby doesn't leave your basement. A hobby is, you got shit-stained sweatpants and you live at your mom's the rest of your life. You know what I mean? Like,
that's a whole nother argument we have on this podcast.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Don't even get me started. We could go for days. But you know what I'm saying? Like, anyway.
Well, buddy.
I'm going to bail out there. I have just a few more people to thank, because if I don't, I'll kill myself.
All right.
TJ Bradley.
Good people.
He's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Hot Race Tires. Nicola Marone, I've never met him. I look forward to.
It's cool too. Very nice guy.
Passing on the deals on Hot Race Tires. It's been awesome. I'm really happy to help those guys out. Diata, I think Diata. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name.
I just found out how to say his name. Yara. I believe.
Yara.
Yeah.
But with Wallace Motorsports.
That's who I'm trying to get on her too. Ben Wallace.
With Ben Wallace, yeah, it's awesome, man. I can't wait. Everyone you have on, it's so fun to listen to. But someone like him, I'm really interested to hear stories and just his view on things, and what he's trying to do in the future. It's so intriguing, and it blows me away. There's not more on him.
It's incredible. It's not, and Andrea Drew, Italian kid.
Yeah.
I met him at RCGP, and we got to talking, and he loved it. He loved the RCGP, and he's like, I can't understand why the Ben Wallace and the guys aren't into off-road. And it's like, I'm going to really try and help you get him on the podcast. And I was like, I appreciate that, man, because he has a really cool story to tell. And I can't believe, nobody even knows really about him. Well, in the Onroad, yes, obviously. But anyone that's ever had any type of success elsewhere in life, sharing their love for RC is that it's only going to help. It's just that many more people that are going to, take interest or have that potential to take interest. And he's he's got to be the biggest, athlete, biggest superstar athlete that I've ever seen. And I mean, it's not like he just races a little bit. I mean, he has a full-on company. I mean, he is. Mm-hmm. They're getting ready for the Worlds.
I can't wait for you to get him on there. I'd love to hear in depth with him. It's going to be great. But yeah, it's just an awesome group of guys. There's a lot of companies out there, a lot of people. There's so many different places you can go as an RC racer. And I just looked and listened and paid attention and saw kind of what was out there and what was going on. And the most important thing to me was, just the real grassroots racer owned effort. And it's got to be like the owners got to be like 100% still involved and passionate and trying to do things and help the industry grow and make changes for the better. And just, damn well JQ's doing that. And whether say what you want, like if what he's putting together with RCGP right now isn't proof of his like overall mentality and what he cares about, then you're just ignorant, and then Hot Race, like same thing, up and coming company, racer owned and operated, you can just see it. You can see how it's run, and they're just doing everything they can to just build it from nothing. Mm-hmm. It's just an idea, and just and you know, it's like you can tell it's happened over time, and you listen to his story, and then, you know, with the LSC tuned engines too, same thing. Like coming from Onroad, just like tons of experience and knowledge, and just the passion just like overflowing for the RC lifestyle and everything. Like, you know, so just, you know, you getting into RC, search out companies like that. I mean, there's so many examples of awesome companies out there, but you know, I like the smaller companies. I like the underdog, and I feel like I'm in a really good place and involved with really good people. And I feel really comfortable, and I know I'm not like sponsored, but mm-hmm. I mean, if you can, like, you know, it's you know, like you say, there's so much more to it. Like, I'm so involved without being involved. You know, I'm so in the loop. Every conversation that's had, like, it's right there, you know, and it's, you know, as I'm saying, like, as far as the team or the car or the setups, different things happening, you know, with what's going on with the company and just everything. It's just, I mean, you know, I just, you know, feel like coming from BMX, I always wanted to be involved, and I always was very involved with product development, design, engineering, prototyping, and using it and testing and over and over again. I mean, sure, with RC, I mean, Jesus, the hours testing parts, and I mean, it's got to be so far beyond what I did, you know. I mean, just because of what it is, you know, there's so many moving parts, and but it's yeah, it's I don't know, I'm going off again, but I'm just thanking people, and I'm grateful for where I'm at, man, and everything I do is straight from my heart and straight from the gut, and just
I can hear it just, talking to you.
Just by the feel of it, you know, and it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. Everything about it, what I'm doing, where I'm going with it, and everything everyone's done for me, and I'm sure I'm gonna meet a lot of awesome people, you know, in the future, and
yeah, man.
Yeah, just thanks to everyone that's ever helped me out in any way, not just with RC, but mostly with RC, because that's what we're here for, but just in life and at every stage of my life, and all my friends and family. And yeah, and thanks to you again, bud.
Hey, man, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I also appreciate your support and what we're doing. And it was it's a great chat. I'm glad we done it. You know, and I'm just pumped about it. Like, you know, I wanted to do it for a while, and we finally done it, and we still didn't cover everything we wanted to cover.
I know. But and I wanted to thank Hillside Raceway in Epping, New Hampshire. That's my home track, and Dick Holland, and Shane and Steve Roundy, and Rusty Lur, and all the guys that run the track over there, and JR Valente. I know you guys. What? So like today, what happened? My buddy Jeff Porter, he bought a Mugen off of, I think he bought it off JR, mm-hmm. if I'm not mistaken. Either that or he bought it off Ray Crowder. And so, what the fuck? I said, Jeff says, man, your JQ was looking seriously awesome. It's going to make it, you know, harder to, you know, make that, you know, to buy another Mugen over the winter. Mm-hmm. And I said, oh boy, don't let JR and Ray hear you talking like that. You know, and I tagged them just to talk shit. And JR comes back like, can you imagine how much faster Heino would be if he was driving a Mugen? And that's when I tagged you and I said, Keenan, I just joked and I'm like, Keenan, are you hearing this? And then you came like into the conversation like all fucking pissed off. What did you just put out some fire for JQ about something else, some other drama going on?
I wasn't even pissed off. I was
like, whoa. So I had to put out your fire on my comment. I'm just trying to keep. I'm trying to keep the peace around here, man.
Yeah, I know that. I wasn't pissed off.
I'm all positive.
I wasn't pissed off.
Good.
I don't ever trash any brand or anything like that. No. I used to be a Mugen guy for the longest while.
Me neither. I would never trash. I don't know why. I don't trash. I have no reason to trash a brand or anyone. Why would I have no right? It's fun. It's fun.
Banter is fun. It's part of it.
It's fun at the track. It's fun online. I stay away from it for the most part, but when every once in a while, I love all those guys. But I was gonna say to JR, it's hard for a Mugen to be fast when it's sitting on your shelf.
Oh, JR, you gotta get out racing.
I've been at the track for a while. I know he's been down at RC Excitement playing around with the stock buggy, but if you're gonna start talking shit, you probably ought to get that thing out there.
That's a call out. I've never met him. I've talked to him a few times online, and obviously, I know who Alvin is.
I've seen him get into it on that, and again, I stay away from it. They everyone has fun, but Ray gets going.
He's hilarious.
They all get going, but it's fun. I don't, the JQ thing doesn't come up, nearly, at the track nearly as much as I thought it might. But definitely online,
Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm used to it.
Especially you got those guys like, the Mugen guys, and they can't get over the fact that the Captain Club race thing and things like that, and if anyone gets sarcasm, it's me.
But I think JQ and Drake are friends again. I think JQ and Drake are cordial again. I got them to talk.
That's what you did the RCGP race recap and you didn't even mention it, and I was curious about that.
I did mention it.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. So
I'll have to listen back. I just listened. All right.
Got them to shake hands, and hopefully JQ can be a good boy and not be a dickhead like he usually is, and start it all over again. So we shall see. But
I want to see him battle. I can't. Just like anyone else, I want to see. I'd love to see Drake at the RCGP races. Just like everyone's got to help each other out. And
he came by though. That was cool. He came by and
I think that's awesome. I was really, when I saw him pit for
Camden.
Camden
Lime.
Yeah, Cam Lime. Then I was like, damn. And that was a sick clip too, all slow mode with the fuel like splashing.
Yeah,
I love that shit.
Super fast.
So yeah,
I gotta get up to that area one of these years and get to a race. And hang out with those guys.
Yeah, you got to. It's good. Good people. It's a slightly smaller scene, but
that's all right.
I
met some good guys from like Toby Hampson, Matt Navoso. I met the Cotta brothers, Anders Ridestat. So they all came to RCGP. All nice people, man. I usually 99% of the people I meet in RC are good people. So it's 1% that can be a dickhead.
It's a really good scene out there. It's the Barnstormer scene's awesome. And every time I get to go out there, it's just there's actually a lot of racers out there, and they bounce around, to most of the tracks, and they travel quite a bit, and it's cool to see a few guys that are really traveling and going to the big races, and they have the means to just be able to do it, which, like Toby seems to be able to just kind of go wherever the hell he wants, which is just awesome.
Yeah. Toby races
And then,
a lot.
no, it's good. It's there's nothing better than, seeing a guy that you raced against a couple of weeks ago battling, all the best, guys at the RC2 class,
Yeah, it was awesome. Great guy, and he writes really well too. He gets it. All right, dude.
Yeah.
Longest interview so far, I think, with you. So far, I think this is the longest one. I think it's either you or Jason Renner, but I think you might have beat him.
Well, I was gonna say something at the start, and there's a lot of things that I wanted to talk about. It's all good, but
we got caught up.
I've done a couple interviews in the past where, back in the day you did an interview and you have a recorder, and then the editor would go back and extract all of the whole interview and then put it into the magazine or whatever. And then as time went by, I've done a couple like email interviews, and I type okay, but how could I ever type in like what I've said?
Yeah, exactly. That's why podcasting is so cool, because you can get.
It's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A couple of my biggest regrets have been just that, like 2 interviews I did that I didn't actually do the interview, and I ended up saying and writing things that I didn't even believe, and it was just weird, and it was just. But anyway, this has been awesome, and it's been good to.
We got to do it again, man. We'll do it again.
We will. We'll do it.
Got to get the BMX crew all together. You, Bogey, Tom Stower.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
I think that would be cool.
We will. So one of these days it'll come together. I know it will. It will. We'll make it happen.
All right, dude. Well, you have a good evening. Thank you for your time. And keep on racing. Well, you got winter coming, so racing's going to slow down a bit for you.
Yeah. Well, Trains and Lanes actually has a makeup race this weekend. I might do a back-to-back race weekends.
Go for it.
I don't know. We'll see.
All right, my dude.
Yeah, it works out.
Well, you have a good evening.
Again.
And I'll talk to you later on.
Thanks. No Name RC podcast.
All right, man.
Good night.
Euro RC. Just RC. No bullshit.
Here at the No Name RC podcast, Lefty loves all types of RC. He's even earned an RC sailboat at one point. So if it's RC, I enjoy it. I've been kind of I've always been intrigued by Onroad RC. I've dabbled in it slightly. I've had some electric cars, some nitro 10 scale car. I had a nice badass TC3. Had some 5th scale cars. I really like 5th scale. So I've been talking to, I've gotten to know him over the last few months. He's an avid on-road racer, and he just came back from the, I believe it's 8 scale and 10 scale Raw Nationals. So we decided to get him on her and just like give me, as well as the viewers, but it's my introduction into on-road as well. So I'd like to welcome Joseph Cude. How are you, man? Did I say your last name properly?
That is correct.
Okay.
I always like to say it's like dude, but with the C.
Yeah, I'm an expert at butchering people's names. So what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be back home. It was a long trip, a lot of fun. Met a lot of good people, hung out with a lot of old friends, and did some racing while we were there.
This was the
had a few cold ones.
Oh yeah, most definitely. That's inevitable. You can. It's not an RC race if you're doing that. This was the Raw Nationals. It was 10 scale and 8 scale sedan.
Yes, sir. It was also they ran 8 scale GT and 8 scale pan car, which is 2-wheel drive. They look like the 8 scale open cars, but they're 2-wheel drive and they don't have the full suspension and all that, and a different motor. You
know, a really fast guy from Argentina named Nico Bragante. I've become good friends with him. He comes to a lot of races in America. That's what he started out with in Argentina, and he was telling me how difficult they are to drive.
I've never driven one. They look like, I mean, they don't look like they handle that great. So I bet they are a handful.
Yeah. So what did you compete in this? Just sorry. Where was the race exactly?
It was in Toledo, Ohio. The 1/8 Racers of Toledo put the race on. It's a really, really nice track. They host a couple rounds of the Midwest Series there every year, and they also have the Great Lakes Challenge there every year, which is also a good race. It attracts a lot of the big racers from all around the country.
Right,
and this year is pretty much like a Nationals warm up with it being 3 weeks before the Nationals. So there was a lot more people at the GLC this year than usual as well.
And I was just checking. You have the Worlds coming up. That's in Steel City. I believe that's the name of the track, right? No.
Yeah, that's in Fontana, California. I believe it's in the parking lot of the Auto Club Speedway where they race NASCAR and motorcycles and everything. I haven't gotten out there yet. I'm hoping to make it out there early next year.
I think
It's a beautiful facility.
It looks great, man. I was looking at the Ada's video from Wallace Motorsports today.
Yep.
And so I checked it in Google where it is. It's actually not far from Thunder Alley where I'll be next week, in that area. So I'm going to go by and check it out and, shoot some video of it.
Well, make sure while you're out there, make sure you have an In-N-Out burger for me.
I will. Hey, I actually, In-N-Out burgers are good. Their fries aren't too good, but their burgers are.
I like their fries. Their fries are fresh.
I like their milkshakes, though. Ooh, yeah.
Their milkshakes are good, too.
Because you're originally from California.
I am originally from California. I grew up in Fresno and then moved to Santa Maria, which is on the Central Coast. And then I was also stationed, when I was in the Navy, I was stationed in San Diego for 5 years. So I've been all over California. All
right, that's good. But you're living in Maryland. Do you race do you race a lot of Onroad there in Maryland?
I race in Maryland. I'm in Great Mills, Maryland, which is down, and it's considered Southern Maryland. We have a parking lot track that we race at called John's Mobile RC Raceway. It's in Glen Burnie, Maryland. It's about 20 minutes from Baltimore. It's about an hour and a half drive for me to get there. And then in the wintertime, we have 180 Raceway, sponsored by Awesomatics USA, which is in Middle River, Maryland. It's about an hour and a half from me as well. That's a carpet track. We've got both those venues. We have multiple national champions that race there. We have Mike G, we have Sam Isaacs, Robbie Dodge. They're all national champions. Manny Flores, bunch of fast guys. When we go there, when we go to 180 in the wintertime, I mean, it's like the Lion's Den. It's really? A bunch of fast guys. Yeah, it's intimidating, but it's fun, and you definitely learn a lot, and everybody's always willing to help out.
Okay. So do you just run like 10 scale touring car, or do you 12 scale as well when in the winter on the carpet tracks?
So I run either this year I think we're getting 1.5 touring class. And I always bring my 12 scale with me, but it seems like up in this area there's not a whole lot of people that want to run 12 scale, unfortunately. That's one of my favorite classes. It's a lot of fun. I always bring it with me. If anybody wants to run, I'll throw it out there. But it's kind of people don't like cutting the foam tires down.
Oh yeah.
So. But
in Nitro, you mostly run sedan and what I call the Formula One class of RC. I guess it's called 8 scale GP or just 8 scale.
8 scale open they call it, or GP is just gas powered.
Okay.
They're 4-wheel drive. They run the Lola body or the wedge body. It has a one-way in the front, no differential, and then it's got a solid spool in the back. They're belt drive, 0.21, 7-port, 9-port, open motor pretty much. It's just limited by displacement. Man, they're fast. They're
I
fun
know.
to drive. I raced one for a couple seasons, but up here at the parking lot track, it's too small for them. So Toledo was pretty much the only place I could go race it, and so. I mean, it's a long way to drive. I can't make it up there but a couple times a year, so it's kind of a lot.
Okay.
It's hard to get proficient at that class if you can't race it all the time.
And it's so fast, man. Isn't Lamberto Collari like an 8-time world champion or something like that in that class?
I'm not sure how many he's won. I know he's won a few though. Him
Yeah.
and Pico, Alberto Pico.
Yeah.
All those European guys. They're on a whole nother level.
So, and then you have 10 scale sedan, but you also have, what's 200 millimeter sedan?
That's 10 scale.
Okay,
sedan.
so it's just
so the electric sedans are 190 millimeter. The nitro powered ones are 200 millimeter. I'm not sure why, but that's just the way it is.
Okay. So so you went to the Nationals here. I saw you and a buddy, you traveled there. You guys left on Wednesday, got there early, did some practice. How many entries were there at the race?
We had around 140 to 150 entries, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was around 110 unique. So 110 drivers. Some of them ran multiple classes, but most of them just ran one.
And you just ran sedan, correct?
I only ran sedan, yep.
All right. How'd you make out? I got to ask you.
Here we go. We did qual points. It was best 2 of 5. And I was struggling with fuel mileage.
Yeah, you did say, yeah.
And I had one good qualifier that I finished, made fuel mileage, and it would have put me, if we were doing rocket round, I think it was 14th or 16th fastest round of the weekend. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I didn't have another one that I finished, so I started first in the quarterfinal even, and I stripped my rear belt during warm-up. So
yeah, that
was the end of that. But I looking at the lap times of the guys, I mean, not to take anything away from them, but my average lap times for the whole weekend were about a second a lap faster than the guy that won my semifinal. Mm-hmm. But I should have prepared my car better. Should have changed my belts. But it's okay. I had fun. My friend had fun, and the people I was pitting with, they finished up pretty well. Mm-hmm. So proud of them, happy for them.
Okay.
So I wish I could have raced on Sunday.
Where do they? So they didn't have fifth scale there at this race. Then fifth scale must not be that popular in America. It used to be really popular back in the day.
I think really the only places they're running fifth scale on a regular basis. I know they run it down at Steel City, and then I think they run it at Miami Homestead.
Okay.
At the track there. I could be wrong on that one, but I think they do run it there.
Okay. So generally the most popular class in America is, nitro-wise, is 10 scale sedan.
Sedan, we had, I think, 40 entries, and then 8 scale had like 37 or 38.
Okay. So there's 2 classes. I mean, it is expensive. It's a niche within a niche, but it's I definitely think
Nitro is the glory.
Oh yeah, I know. Even 10 scale sedan is still a niche within a niche, like compared to off-road in America. I don't know how it is in like in Europe. I know it's pretty big, or in Asia. So, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Explain qualifying. How many minutes are you guys doing on a qualifier?
So some places do 4-minute qualifiers because as motors have gotten faster and fuel tanks capacity has remained the same. In sedan, we run a 75 cc fuel tank, and then 8 scale they run it's either a 125 or a 150 cc fuel tank. But as engines have gotten faster, they've gotten thirstier as well.
Yeah.
So some places run 4 minutes, but at the Nationals we ran 5 minutes. At Great Lakes Challenge we ran 5 minutes. So it makes it a fuel mileage game as well. Yeah. Setting up your clutch properly for it, getting your engine tuned just right, just so you can make that 5 minutes.
Yeah, like I was telling you, my buddy, he runs GT here, and they were doing 7-minute qualifiers, and he was doing everything he could to get go 7 minutes without stopping. So he was running like 16% nitro, which I was talking to you about. But to make up for the lack of power, he was scooping out where the head is, where the glow plug is, to get more compression. Right. And he's really into this. If I wanted to race GT, I just have to say I want to do it, and he'll be like, "Come down, you can race one of my cars." But I gotta get my one working. I got a Mugen here that I want to get working, and maybe get some racing done. But I'm very intrigued by it. So but people have to understand. People might say 4 or 5 minutes. Well, my nitro car, my gas car goes 10 minutes. you're on the gas on these things, man.
Yeah, I mean, when you're full wood down the straightaway, I mean, it's sucking some gas down.
Okay.
Another thing about it too, I mean, is these engine tuners, they're trying to get every
Yes.
last little bit of performance out of them,
Mm-hmm.
and the way we have to run them to make fuel mileage, the off-road guys, I mean, I ran nitro off-road for quite a while, and it's definitely a big change.
It's definitely a different tune, isn't it?
It is, and I mean, they don't even sound the same. The off-road cars sound like a weed whacker compared to like a Ferrari.
I could imagine that.
But
though.
I've ran a couple places where they did the 7-minute qualifiers, which I mean we made a pit stop in between,
Mm-hmm.
and it opened it up. It takes the fuel mileage out of the game because you can. I mean, if you've got a motor that can only make 4 minutes, you just pit at 330 and run
Yeah.
another 330, and you're good. And it brings the whole team into the mix because you got a pit guy down there anyway. So you might as well have a pit
They
guy.
might as well
to
give
go
you
up there on the
7 minutes.
run.
Might as well do 7 minutes, and then you could get more run time and everything else. So what's the big difference in tuning on an on-road engine compared to an off-road engine?
We run the I mean, I know the top guys in off-road, they're running their cars pretty lean, but when we need all the power off the corners
Mm-hmm.
that we can get. So a lot of times we'll run the bottom end quite a bit leaner than they
Mm-hmm.
will, and the top end will be a little bit richer,
Okay.
just so we can so it doesn't. I mean, we're a lot of like Steel City, I think, has a 200-foot straightaway. You don't want to go lean halfway down the straightaway because then you're
Right.
just going to lose all your power.
Good stuff. But I was also watching some European racing before, and they do like a super pull and all that type of stuff. Do you guys do that as well?
I know EFRA does that. It's pretty cool. I really enjoy watching it. They didn't do that at the Nationals.
How does that work, though?
So the way EFRA does it, I believe they do it at the Worlds. So the top 5 qualifiers after all your qualifying rounds, the number 1 qualifier goes straight to the main. The next 4, they go out for, I believe it's either based on laps or off the time. They either have 5 laps or 3 minutes or something to that effect. And whoever has the fastest lap during their run, there's just one car on the track. They're the only car. And whoever has the fastest lap also goes straight to the main. So they don't have to fight it out in the semis.
Okay. So that's cool.
So the top 2 are seeded off of top qualifier, and then whoever wins the super pole.
That makes it much more interesting, I would say.
And it's exciting to watch. I mean, I think some full scale motorsports does super pole as well. I think that's where they got it from.
Okay. That's cool. All right, so being as we're talking about the difference in cars, and you actually used to run off-road as well. I always say you can do well with a less than perfect. People always say, "Oh, my off-road car is got all this slop and all this type of stuff," and I'm like, it doesn't matter. You're gonna go out there and bang it off the pipes and crash on jumps anyway, and it's gonna get slop anyway. But an off-road car doesn't have to be perfect, but an on-road car, it kind of does. Like no slop, well, as little slop as you can. Everything has to be perfect. Every measurement. How much of a difference? Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right. I mean, your setup plays a lot bigger part. I mean, obviously you have to be a good driver as well, but if your setup's off, you feel a setup change a lot more in an on-road car, because really that's all we have is our setup. So a millimeter or a degree of camber or a couple degrees of caster makes a lot bigger difference when you're going those speeds and trying to carry that corner speed at the grassroots level anyway. I'm sure Mayfield and Cavalieri, they can feel a degree of caster like the rest of us wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely want your car to be square when you go out there. You want it to be tweak free, balanced, and you want your clutch to be working right. You don't want any binding bearings or anything like that if you want the car to work right. Because if it's pulling to one side and you're going into a corner, it's just not gonna turn out right. And
yeah, especially at those speeds.
Another thing with the foam tires, like the track at Toledo is predominantly right-hand turn, so our left-hand tires get worn down faster than the right-hand tires. So towards the end of the race, you've got little to no left rear tire left, and so that plays a big part as well. So you've got to compensate for that while you're driving. And if your setup's off, you don't want to have to be compensating for a bad setup plus a bad handling car because you're running out of tires.
Yeah, I never even thought of that. How about even just tires, period, as they get, because they're foam, so they degrade. Do you, what's the word I'm looking for? Does it affect your engine tune anyway? Because, it's less tire. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too much about this.
It does. So when we start out on a bigger tire, your 2-speed, because they have a centrifugal 2-speed clutch that controls when it shifts, your 2-speed is going to come in later because your motor, it's not bogging, but it doesn't come up on RPMs as fast as it does on smaller tires. You'll get better gas mileage on bigger tires, but your 2-speed is going to shift a little bit later. But during the later stage of the run, when your tires are getting smaller, now your 2-speed is coming in faster. You're getting worse fuel mileage. So for like a 20 to 30 minute main, you've got to take all those things into effect.
Yeah,
into account.
I never even thought about that till we just started talking. That's interesting. You have to think about everything. It's so much like F1 racing. Really, it is.
It's so much fun, though, Keenan. I mean, it's especially 8 scale. I mean, there's so much strategy and it's wild.
Do they change tires throughout the race as well?
Usually up to about 30 minutes. You can usually make it 30 minutes on a set of tires if you cut them to the right size. Another thing we have to worry about with foam tires is chunking. So if you're out there running out into every board, you're going to chunk a tire, and then once you chunk a tire, the car's going to handle like crap.
So I know that you guys get the tires a certain diameter and then cut them down. Is that just
it's part of your car setup?
Okay, so
it's
you can
part
have
of your setup.
And obviously you have harder foams, so they last longer, softer foams, stuff like that. But why not make everybody just run the same size tire, or is it just like, explain that to me?
So at the Worlds, well, I know the sedan Worlds that they had last year at Miami, they did handout tires. So they gave the tires to the racers full size, which is around 66 millimeters. And we usually cut them down. Like at Toledo, I was cutting my front tires down to 60 millimeters in the front, and then the rear tires were 62. We do a 2 millimeter split because the rears wear faster. But so at the Worlds in Miami, they were giving them full size tires, and they would come up to tech with their car, no tires on it. They would hand them a set of tires. They'd put the tires on the car and go out on the track.
Oh, really?
And so they weren't allowed to sauce them. They weren't allowed to cut them. They weren't allowed to do anything. And so that's how they race a lot in Europe. The Euros are like that. I think most of the European nationals are like that. So they're more used to it. And us here in America, we cut tires and we sauce tires and we do all that. And so I think the Americans were at quite a bit of a disadvantage for that race because of that.
Well, I don't get why they wouldn't race like that going into there, and just get on that same level field. I think it just makes it fair for everybody too. But I guess,
yeah, I like handout tires in certain circumstances, but I think on-road with foam tires is not necessarily. Okay. I don't like it for that, but.
All right. Well, everybody tells me how expensive RC is, off-road RC, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's the cheapest thing in the world, but it can be done on a budget. Like, you don't need the latest, greatest stuff. You don't need brand new stuff every week. I do agree that tires is one of the biggest costs in RC, especially in off-road. How about cost comparisons to, and I'll be honest with you, people may think, oh, RC is even more expensive than it was back in the day. I don't think it is. I think a lot of things are relative. I just think that, like I said, the tire use is what's bumped up RC cost, because, I mean, man, there's so many different compounds and tread patterns you can use and tracks change. But how would you compare on-road versus off-road in comparison of cost?
The tires, I think, in on-road, I mean, depending on the track you're going to, there's a lot of off-road tracks now that are one run. You're going to get one run out of a set of tires, which with foam tires, I'll usually run them for one run, and I throw them all in a box, and then I bring them home with me. And then when I get time, I'll go through them and I'll measure them. And if they got enough foam left on them to use for practice tires, then I'll keep them. The rest of them I throw them away. But there's just in on-road, I believe that there's a couple more entry-level classes that people can get into cheap, and really figure out if they like it or not. One of them is the Euro truck class. I know you've talked about them before, and you've seen them. I've got one. It's sitting here on the shelf in front of me. I don't run it anymore. I just don't usually have time. But man, it's fun.
It does look like fun.
They're really close in speed. They handle not so great, but if you learn how to drive it, they're pretty fun. They bounce all over the place. They're fun to watch, and man, it's a great entry level class, and it's cheap. You can get the kit for I think $125, $130. Add a servo, add a receiver, and a battery, and you're racing. And so I mean, you could be racing the thing for $200. It's cheaper than a Slash, and you get to put the kit together.
And they look real. That's what I like about them. They look very scale.
Yeah, they're cool looking. 8 to 10 of them out there on the track, bouncing against each other, and it's a hoot to watch. I don't know if you watched the Snowbirds race at all, but watching them last year, it was pretty fun.
I see somebody's making 8-scale versions for the GT cars. I was in Europe.
I think I saw that as well on Red RC.
Yeah, they look pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's cheap to get into. That's getting popular. I know they race them at Revelation in California. Actually, I'm gonna head there. I'm gonna see if you can lend me one so I can try it out when I go. That'd be fun.
Yeah, one of my first big races when I started racing back in the early 2000s, when I started racing Nitro on-road, was at Revelation back when they had the big on-road track where the off-road track's at now. That used to be all asphalt. A lot of good racing used to go down there.
Do you remember that Tamiya series that they had back in the 90s? That they had Mini Cooper, like a mini series with all the Mini Coopers and all that different type of stuff. The cars had to look scale. Oh man, it was so big. I remember reading about it in the magazines. I actually got a Mini Cooper. Yeah.
At TCS, they still have the Mini Cooper class.
Really?
And yeah, so they still have a TCS series. It's kind of a rotating series. We have one last year. I'm not sure if they're doing it again this year, but we had one of the races here at Awesomatics Raceway in Middle River, and yeah, they have a Euro truck class. They have a USGT type of class, F1 class, and the Mini Cooper class. And all the cars have to be Tamiya, and it's all TCS rules that they have to follow.
Okay, that was so cool, man. Those races just got packed. I used to read the race reports, and car action was so cool.
Yeah, yeah, so, they're pretty quick too. I think they run 25.5s in them, and they're pretty quick.
That's awesome. All right, so Nitro is the glory on this podcast. Let's talk about cost of running Nitro on-road cars versus Nitro off-road cars.
Okay. I think they're pretty comparable. The only motors might be a little bit more expensive once you get to a level where you need or if you're going, because like the track in Glen Burnie is smaller, so I usually run a cheaper not detuned, but a non-tuned motor there, just because anything faster you really overpower the track. And you can get that motor for about $200. So, and I know there's a lot of off-road tracks like that as well. But then once you get to a bigger track where you need to put down more power, then the prices go up exponentially. The faster you get, the faster you want to get, the more money you're going to spend.
Yeah, that's like anything else. So the 10 scale cars, they run .12s.
Yep.
Okay.
0.12's 3-port. It's limited to 3-port. And then the 8 scales are 21s, but they're unlimited on ports. The kits are comparable in price. I think an 8 scale kit's around $700, and a sedan kit is around $600.
Okay.
So it's comparable with a buggy or a truggy. Motors are pretty comparable, and then all your electronics. I mean, you don't really need anything different as far as electronics. Some of the cars, like I'm running the Infinity sedan, and it requires the low profile servos, but other than that, I mean, it's all your standard electronics.
How about tires? 8 scale and 10 scale tires.
A set of 8 scale tires, I think, costs around $35.
That's not bad.
And then a set of sedan tires costs around $25, so it's not too bad.
No, not at all. Not at all. And if you get one run and you can use them for practice, obviously if you chunk them, that's a big difference. But
right,
it's comparable. I think I what I've seen is a lot of these on-road guys have multiple motors. I mean, it can happen in off-road too, but I think the chance of blowing a motor is a little bit more in on-road. Would you say, if you just because of the speeds that you're dealing with?
We run a lot higher RPMs, I believe, but I don't. I mean, obviously you can get dirt in any engine, but I think the chances of having something like that happen, where your motor's just getting messed up because you got dirt in it, or suck dirt through the front bearing, or whatever the case may be, I think the chance of that is higher in off-road.
Okay. Yeah, so it's about the same. Maybe I think it's about the same. I just think maybe
I
off-road,
think it's about the same.
Off-road probably wins because you can take an off-road car and go out to your field and run it, and stuff like that. And you kind of really, I mean, obviously you want a track, but you kind of really need a track for on-road. I mean, but then there's parking lots, so yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Would you say that on-road was bigger back in the day, or bigger now?
I think in the early 2000s, when I was racing down in the LA area, I think on-road was bigger. That was during the touring car craze, electric touring car, and then nitro touring car, and you could get into it relatively cheap because I know they had like the ready-to-run nitro TC3, and people could go buy that thing for $250, $300 and go out on the track and at least have fun with it.
Yeah. Do people still race the associated TC cars at these events and big events and whatnot?
They don't make a nitro car anymore.
They don't.
I think they still make a TC7,
right, on
or TC 7.1 electric car.
Wow, I didn't know that.
People still use.
Man, I had a TC3. I actually bought it from Kendall Bennett before he made A Main Hobbies. He was just starting out selling stuff in his garage, and I bought a TC3 from him. Had a M12, one of the Mugen purple head M12s that they sell with their off-road truck. Oh man, that car was. We raced on a small little track, but that car, man, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I will say that. So
I've got an MST12 sitting up here on my shelf too that's never been ran with an MT12 in it.
Yeah, I got one in mint condition, and I got enough parts in there, but I can't find a brass idler gear. So I got some extra idler gears, but I'm scared to run them. So good old gas truck days. Okay, so where do you European racing versus American on-road scene versus Asia, your on-road scene? Because I see I see Scotty's going over there a lot. Obviously, Infinity's based over there as well. But then you have Infinity in Europe, Serpent. I even think maybe HB might be doing something. I don't know.
No, HB doesn't have an on-road car right now.
I think that's
a current one.
I think that's probably one of the reasons Horrors come on board as well, to help develop that maybe. But
that's possible, yeah.
Yeah. But where would you say that on-road is at its peak, at its best, out of those three regions?
Well, I'd say probably, your last two world championships have been from Japan. You got Matsukura and Balestri, right? I guess Balestri's Italian, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Europe and Asia, I think, are the fastest. And then Simon Kurzbach won the 8 scale one before that. and then Dominic Greiner won the sedan worlds before that. So, unfortunately, I think with the lack of interest in the United States, I mean, on-road has kind of fallen off as far as us having competitive racers,
Mm-hmm.
which is unfortunate because, I mean, when you've got guys that are super fast here, but then they go over there because there's really no competition here.
How do guys like Ralph Birch fare against those guys? Because I saw his name pop up. I even saw Josh Cyril went to the Nationals, correct?
Yep, Josh Cyril was there. He ran really well. I think he finished second or third in 8 scale. He only ran 8 scale.
Mm-hmm.
Well, put it this way: at the Sedan Worlds on our turf in Miami last year, we didn't have any Americans in the final.
No way! Wow.
I think we only had 2 or 3 of them in the semifinal. So, I mean, it doesn't help that Infinity went out and bought everybody.
That's true too. They definitely did that.
I mean, that was their plan. That was their business model. They went out and did it, and now they're killing everybody.
Yeah, they should invest that type of money into off-road too. Not buying all the drivers, but help make off-road better. I think. All right. Well. So Balestra is the champion, but they're all coming to California next month, right?
Yep. Wow. And I know. Well, I heard rumors that Infinity rented the Miami track for the week leading up to the Worlds. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that.
I don't think why wouldn't it be true? He's got enough money to do that. He's got enough money to build. Well, they have just opened up a world-class facility, right?
They took over another track, I believe, and just kind of renamed it.
Okay. That dude's
I don't remember which track it was, though.
That guy's got so much money. I told Joseph, I was like, man, how could you not meet that guy and get cool with him? Like, and then we'd be straight.
Why isn't Joseph making that kind of money?
Yeah, because it's just 2 idiots chasing a dream sometimes, man. But he needs to find a millionaire. He needs to find a millionaire guy and let me do all the talking, and then we'll get it, But
yeah, good
stuff. Infinity's doing what they have to do, man. I mean, and they're coming for off-road as well, so
it seems like they're doing their work and testing all the other cars, figuring out what they like, what they don't like, and they haven't released a bad car.
Yeah,
the first 8 scale on-road car wasn't the greatest, but it was competitive, and the second one, the IF-18 is, it's hard to beat. Yeah, it's a good car.
All right. Well, being as we're talking about companies, let's talk about Ben Wallace and Wallace Motorsport, because I remember the magazine when I saw they interviewed Wallace, and this was years ago, and he was still playing basketball, and he was into 8 scale on-road. But watching this video the other day, and we've talked, and I'm desperately trying to get him on this podcast. Even sent him a message today. Sent the other message too. I'm gonna keep on going until I get him. Yeah, them guys are really into this, man. And I can see they're trying to also take it to the next level. Like, I can see what Joseph and RCGP's trying to do. I can see that's what they're trying to do as well.
Yeah, they are. They're sponsoring some races. Ben, I met him at the Great Lakes Challenge last year, and then he was at the Nationals, and I actually got to really talk to him. Man, he just loves RC.
He does, and he calls it a sport too. I love. He
loves his sport. He loves coming out and hanging out with his RC people and just chit chatting. He's a super nice guy, real mild mannered. I've never really been into basketball, but I was talking to a couple guys I work with that are older and used to watch him play.
He was vicious.
I'm telling them this. Yeah, they're like, man, he wasn't like that on the court. He was a wild man on the court. He'd throw people around but yeah, he's real mild mannered, soft spoken, well spoken. Just a really nice guy, and loves to talk about RC and what he's doing with Wallace Motorsports is he's got a lot of guys. He's got some guys back into RC that were out for a while and kind of brought them on board to help grow the team and help out the lower drivers that it might not be as good at car setup or driving, whatever the case may be. And Deotta is really helpful. Bobby Flack, super helpful. Chris Dosek, super helpful. He helped me quite a bit in Toledo, at the Great Lakes Challenge. But yeah, they're real helpful. They don't sell anything unless it's stuff that they actually use. They bring in the WRC cars as well as hot race tires, the iLacy engines, and but they don't bring in any junk that they don't use. Mm-hmm. So I know some people, they just will sell anything to make a buck, but Wallace really they don't believe in that. They want to bring in the stuff that they believe in to sell to the customers.
Yeah, I met Deotta at DNC. He was tuning one of those how do you say iLacy motors?
Yep.
Oh man, I was like, he's gonna send that rod through. I know he knows what he's doing, but I was like, man, he was going. Yeah, I was like, man, that engine is gonna pop. But and I talked to him briefly. I know TJ. I've talked to him at every race that we go to. But yeah, I think it would be a great interview. I like what they're doing. They've definitely piqued my interest, and that's just how we have to do it, man. We have to get we have to get what we're doing in front of people. But we'll save that spiel for a minute. But I'm desperately trying to get him on this podcast. So Ben Wallace, Deotta, TJ Bradley, whatever you guys can do, I want to get you guys. I'm gonna get TJ on her anyway to talk about hot race. Because I do like hot race. Yep. I like Nicola. I like his attitude. The guy from Italy who owns it. So it would be great, man.
Their on-road tires are really good. I just started using them this year, and I switched from another brand, and I definitely can tell a difference. A lot of the companies that make foam tires are all getting their foam from the same place, but Hot Race is getting theirs from some other source, so they're not just the same tire with a different wrapper around it, So they're actually different.
What about Coelho, man? Does he races 8-scale nitro and 10-scale nitro as well, right?
Yeah, Bruno's a beast.
I'd
love to meet Bruno one of these days, because I don't know if you heard his interview that he did with a State of RC guy.
I did.
But man, he's candid, and he just tells it like it is. That was one of the best interviews I've heard.
I enjoyed it.
Podcast.
I enjoyed it. I'm trying to get him on now. I actually sent him a message today, but him and Joseph might not be on best terms because of what Joseph made up. But I think he is probably the most talented RC racer out there who can put his hands to anything.
He can wheel anything.
Yeah,
I've been saying that, and Joseph actually replied, "What is Bruno won?" This is probably a year or so ago, and what is Bruno won? He's not even a world champion, and I don't know if that's true or not, but
he is.
But yeah, he is now.
He's a 2-time world champion, but I think Joseph's talking more about nitro
off-road. Yeah,
but it's at the Worlds he was fast. Like it was, if he would have made the main, I definitely think he could have won it. Like that ain't no big deal. He's definitely talented. I sent him a message today too, so hopefully he will come on the podcast. And I liked it too because he's very candid, very straightforward, and that's what I like. Get these guys stop being so PC but talented, and he's young. He's 24, 25 maybe, and he didn't do the Euros. He didn't race. I mean, I'm sure he was testing at the facility, right? But this guy didn't race no big races this year, and still is a 4-wheel drive world champion. So. He's badass.
I was talking to my buddy on the way up to Toledo. I mean, look at Tessman. I think he was at the Nationals, but he hasn't raced any of these big races this year either. I bet he's been in Slovakia getting ready.
Secretly, but he didn't do well, man. And I don't know what's going on with them. And I think it comes down to Bruno is X-Ray's #1 guy, like, period.
Yeah.
And I know that's probably one of the reasons why HB and Ty kind of split. And I don't know if he's, I guess they're doing good. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but that's my opinion. Ty's still a great racer, but he still hasn't gotten to the form that he had when he was with HB, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they're happy happy like they were going to be.
I wouldn't be surprised.
X-ray.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're not with X-ray next year. So that's for sure. Okay,
I wouldn't either, but I don't know anything though.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm always got my ear to the ground. This is my thing. GT8. This class has taken over. It's popular everywhere. I know it's really popular in South America. It's popular, like you said, down in Miami. And it's popular here. In Cali, my boy races it a good bit. I can't remember what my buddy Will Smith. Basically, it's a buggy with a 2-speed transmission and 2 diffs, and it's a little bit sturdier, wouldn't you say, than regular on-road cars? But like you said, the expense comes in the tires because it's rubber tires. Why are they rubber tires and not foam?
I think they did that at the beginning just to kind of keep it a cost control thing, but now it seemed, and I've never run one, so I'm just going off what I've heard, but it seems like most of the tires, if you want to be competitive, they're all 1-run tires, 2-run tires, and I mean they're pretty much the same price as a buggy tire.
Yeah,
you got a rim, insert in a rubber tire, and I believe they're about $60 a set. So I mean that's a lot of money to go out there, especially for like a national where you're going to run five qualifiers and then maybe a semifinal and a final. I mean, that's a lot of tires.
Yeah, and the top guy in that is the guy Paolo Margante, right?
Right, which he owns RC Target,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't think tires are so much of a issue for him, but for the guys that are trying to get into the sport, I mean, I think the pan car class is probably if they race it where they're at, is probably the best nitro class to get into.
But
as far as cost.
It's popular, like it's really popular in South America, surprisingly. Like they have a big track in Ecuador that they had a race at, Peru, Brazil, Argentina, probably in Colombia too. I'm not too sure. Uruguay, I'm sure they race it. I don't know how it is in Europe. I know in Spain it's raced a lot. But it's a fun class. I got a MT7 sitting here, or what is it, a MG7 or whatever. I got it from my buddy. It's used. I need a new body and I need to freshen it up, but I got a whole bunch of Mugen parts and I'm gonna get it done, go and run. I think here soon. But yeah,
send me a body. I'll paint it up for you.
I know I gotta get one. That's my pet peeve. Yeah, because you paint bodies. Hold on, before we go into my pet peeve, you paint bodies. How long have you been doing that for?
I grew up. My dad restored cars, motorcycles, mechanic, painter, the whole 9 yards. And so when I was young, I would go out there and watch him paint. And so I've pretty much always painted my bodies, but I've been in and out of the hobby for quite a few times. But like you say, we may leave RC, but it never leaves you.
Yeah.
So, and I just, over the last couple of years, I've been racing more. So especially like running touring car indoors, you bounce it off the pipes every couple laps, and you just tear up the bodies. So just painting more bodies, I've gotten a little bit better at it, and looking at a lot of stuff on YouTube and everything, finding different techniques, using stencils and painting my own lights and everything. I mean, it just, every little detail makes a big difference. Dude. So I'm getting better with each one. Like I know Enzo, you talked to him a few weeks back, and like you said, all your details are what makes or breaks a body. I mean, your lines being straight, your pinstripes being even all the way through it, and I mean, it really does.
Ah, that's cool. Dude, like I can just barely do one color rattle can job. So I admire anybody that can do any type of paint, go for it. This is my pet peeve about on-road, and I really would like the bodies to be more scale. Why? I know it's about aerodynamics, but can we get a scale body like racing class? That's probably why I like the Formula One and the Mini Coopers and the F1. The fifth scale cars, because they look more realistic.
Well, we have and it uses the same sedan chassis, and it's definitely not my favorite class, but we have VTA, which is vintage Trans Am, and they use like old Mustang and Camaro bodies, the old boxier muscle car bodies. I think there's a Challenger body, They run a 25.5 motor, and they've got like probably the worst tires that have ever been created for an RC car. That's what they run. But I mean, the guys that want to be fast, they're still spending the money on the good chassis and everything. So it's not the cheapest class, but if you want scale, that's a pretty cool class to run.
Yeah. Well, I know my next thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to make me a drag car. So I've got an old SC5M here, and that Pro Line just came out with that new body, the Nova body, I guess it is, or whatever.
Nova, yeah.
And I'm going to do me one. Don't worry. And it's going to sit on my once I get, because Joseph's coming down here, we're going to revamp my studio here, and we're going to try and do some video stuff coming up in a year. So should be good. All right, so let's get a little prediction for the upcoming Worlds. What classes will be run? Is it going to be just sedan and 8 scale?
It's just 8 scale this year. They do it just kind of like off-road. 1 year is sedan, 1 year is 8 scale.
Okay, so who's your prediction for this year?
Scale. That's a tough one. Just like these electric worlds, it's tough. I mean, if Bruno shows up, he's definitely got a chance. Kurzbach's always up there. Dario Balestri, Naoto Matsukura. I haven't put any Americans in there, have I?
No, you haven't.
Oh, man. Well, DJ Apolaro and Paolo Morganti are probably, and Ralph Birch are probably our top 3 American 8-scale drivers. Out of them, I'd probably say DJ Apolaro would be my pick from the United States to finish the highest. Yeah, I think that's about it. I like to see Robert Peach do well as well. I ran Mugen for a lot of years. I like to see him do well. He seems like a pretty nice guy as well.
Tim Long's really into Onroad. I like to see somebody like Mayfield come race one of these races, man. Do you think that
they talked about it? I think
Mayfield likes everything. So Cav runs Onroad. He runs Onroad runs 10 scale. Do you think that these top? All right, here's another good question for you. Do you think? Because I think it works both ways. Do you think these top off-road racers can transition to on-road a lot easier, and vice versa? Because because Degani always says, if you want to get faster in off-road, go race on-road. And you have guys like Mark Reinhardt, Coelho, even Colari, he's raced off-road. These guys seem to be able to transition between both, but do you think the off-road guys can do it a little bit easier?
I think with the talent that there's out there now, like Mayfield and Ongaro and Ronifolk, I think any of them, well, especially now that they're running a lot of carpet off-road, I think that would help transition over. But I think like take Mayfield, you give him a month or two to figure out the car setup, and because we use different clutches and stuff like that, just to figure out the car setup. And I mean, he could wheel anything. Yep. And I think he'd be right up there with any of them.
I think you should race it. Mayfield, race the 8-scale Worlds. Come on, you can do it.
Come on, Ryan, do it. He'd probably be our best chance at winning it.
Oh no,
to be honest,
that would be something.
If he focused this next month of his life and just hung out at Steel City RC, I bet he'd be in the final and probably be in the top 5.
I think Cav is one of those crossover guys that if he decides to just chill out on off-road for a little while and focus on on-road, he can be a champion as well, no problem.
I think, like you guys were saying, though, I don't think he's putting in the time.
I think real life is happening. I'm going to talk to him at RCGP here, get in his head, try and do an interview with him, see what's going on. Because he's so talented, talented. So talented. Speaking of RCGP, you wanted to talk on that because you've been following it a little bit, and
yep, I have. I've been watching, or I've watched every one. I really enjoy it. The only man, I wish having a 3-horse show is fun and all, but man, there's 12 or 14 positions open, and we've got 12 or 14 talents in the world that could all be up there.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be so much better if we had 10 people fighting for the win instead of 2.
Yeah, I agree.
It sucks that these guys are fighting against it, but I understand it from a business standpoint. It is expensive to send people all over the world, but man, it sure would be fun to have everybody that's fast, everybody that goes to DNC and all these big races show up there as well.
Yeah,
but I really like it. I like the heads up format. I think, like you guys keep saying, I think we should all our races, qualifying, everything should be heads up.
Yeah,
if more timing's outdated.
This is going to be my first time I've actually seen this. I've watched it, but I'm going to be there to actually witness it, so I'm super excited about it because I've never been to like Reedy or anything like that, and I want to see for myself how it works. I think if you ask the majority of these drivers that race RC cars, they want a series at some point. They also want to see our industry go to a next level. So it takes time. You know what I mean? Change is hard, especially when it's like, especially, come on, let's be realistic, when Joseph's trying to implement it. But at the same time, sometimes we just got to do it, man. I want to see these guys race. Yes, I like Ongaro. I think he's one of the dominant forces in off-road. I wanted to see him lose, though, to make it more interesting. Not because I want him to lose, because I want it to be interesting. And I hope it happens this race. I
want to see Lutz beat him.
I think that would be great for the series, for Lutz, for Nemo. It would be great if Lutz beats him. I can also see Ronafalk is really hungry. He wants to get it. You never know, man. Cav might come on. You never know. It's going to be interesting to see, and I'm just happy to be there. And the great thing about it is that it's in America. It's going to be the biggest and the baddest. RC2's got 100+ entries, and RC2 isn't no slouch either. There's a lot of fast guys in that, and I think it's going to be good. More people will pay attention to it because it's on the same, it's Eastern time, standard time. I think that's what it is. Mountain time. I can't remember what my time
Pacific
is.
time. Pacific time.
We're on Pacific time. So.
And Joseph's question was stupid. It wasn't a stupid question, but the way he asked it was stupid. Because of course we want to see RCGP again because we want to see racing. If it's got cars and it's racing, we want to see it. So what he should have asked was, what if anything would you like to see change for season 2 of RCGP? That should have been the question.
Well, Joseph didn't make that question.
Yeah, he's stupid.
Yeah,
he's the smartest idiot I know.
Thank you. Welcome to my world, dude. Welcome to my world. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, man, this is the dumbest question ever. No, it's not. Okay.
You need to find his password, man. Find his password and just monitor it.
I just, like, it's funny. We be together and I just see him go quiet for a little while and he'll be like just over there typing in his phone. And
you already know.
And he'll look up at me like, go back on. I was like, I know what you're doing, right? Give me your phone. But it is what it is. One day people, it's Joseph, man. Smart dude, but too smart sometimes, and thinks everybody's.
I'd like to meet him one of these days too.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure you guys will have a good time talking over a few beers because he's really good in person.
I like him.
He's really good in person. But I'm glad of your support, man. I'm glad I got you on the podcast because now my eyes are a little bit more open about Onroad, and now I definitely will be trying to get somebody on here that knows a little bit more. Maybe try and do these once a month or something, man. Try to shed some love on the Onroad scene as well because I don't want to see stuff. It's fun. I want to see it grow just like I want to see off-road grow.
Yeah, and if you've never been to a track when those 8-scale cars sedans are pretty fast, but those 8-scale cars, man, you can hear the power and seeing them go down the straightaway at 70 miles per hour. There's nothing else like it.
And they turn.
It's truly the F1 of RC.
I agree. All right, man. Well, before we sign off, do you have anybody you'd like to say thank you to or shout out to anybody?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, my wife supports me in doing this crazy scale motorsports. and lets me leave for 4 or 5 days at a time and not have to worry about it. I'm thankful for that. Wallace Motorsports, RC1Racing.com, and Bipolar Designs. He did my stickers that
Thank
I'm
you.
running.
I appreciate
Justin
that.
Darling, he did an outstanding job on them. Look really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then support your local hobby shops. We've got a couple that are local here. I've got Waldorf RC in Maryland, and also we've got The Track, which is Mimi Wong up in Gaithersburg, Maryland, Awesomatics 180 Raceway, and Minimus RC Raceway and Hobbies in Hughesville, Maryland, which is the local dirt oval track, which I try to make it out to. It's pretty fun.
That's next on the list for me.
You come up here, you can I'll let you drive my sprint car.
That's next on the list, dude. Brent's been trying to get me. I'm gonna go. I might hang out and go to his Masters of Dirt race here at the end of the month, at the end of October after RCGP, and I'm gonna find somewhere to go race some dirt oval. That's for sure. Looks like a lot of fun.
It is.
And your painting on Facebook is?
It's Joe's Paintworks. Paintworks is all one word. Works is spelled WERKS, like they do it over in Germany, I think.
Yeah.
Saw it somewhere, it looked cool, so
yeah,
figured I'd do it.
And if anybody has any questions about Onroad, can they contact you?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Joseph Cude on Facebook. He loves Onroad. He loves RC because he used to run.
I love RC, man.
Yeah, me too. I love it. And I appreciate it, man, because I learned a lot in this time that we talked. So, yeah, good stuff. But I'm definitely going to get Ben Wallace on here.
Keenan, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And
hey, the 4.5 hour episodes, keep them coming, man. Do 5 hours. Do 5.5 hours.
It's coming. It's coming. It's gonna be interesting. I'm looking forward to gonna be doing a lot of podcasting over the next couple weeks here, so should be good.
Cool.
All right, dude. Well, thank you for your time. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on.
Whoa. Things are about to get serious.
It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
It's that time for the JQ Racing Rant. Joining me this weekend is JQ himself, a.k.a. Rupert Pumpernickels. You really have to start embracing that name because people love it.
It's so stupid, though.
It's not. It fits you perfectly.
How does it fit me perfectly?
I don't know. Just like Lefty fits me, Rupert Pumpernickels. You look like a Rupert.
Lefty, I look like a Rupert.
Yeah.
What does a Rupert look like?
Like you.
Right.
But anyway, you know what I forgot to mention on when we was talking earlier is a little bit of silly season action that's going on. I see that Aaron Stringer has moved to Serpent, which was a shock because I was just wondering where he was. I was talking to the Dexters and I was like, well, where's Aaron Stringer? I haven't heard anything about him since Must You Make
Does that bother you?
Yeah, what was that?
That's my Hitachi.
Oh, you got a new one.
I'm wrenching. Look, if you're going to take up my rant time, again, talking about some other bullshit, not ranting, then I'm going to be wrenching.
But this is important. It's silly season stuff.
Aaron Stringer is important. Okay.
Aaron Stringer to
That's
Serpent.
Where we are right now.
Killich brothers have left Agama.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
That was kind of a
let's
shock.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Oh, dear.
Okay. So
do we have to?
Okay, here's the yeah. Okay, since you brought it up, this is going to be a mini rant. Killich brothers been doing this for a long time. They've been with Nemo Racing Agama for a long time. They arrived on the scene on a TLR, I think. Then they sort of, this family looks promising, like decent results. Then they joined John Hazelwood Nemo Racing, went next level. I would say.
Yeah.
And someone like Nemo Racing, they're sort of investing in the future with the Kilic brothers.
Mm-hmm.
They get okay results. Maybe locally in Germany they sell kits, but the rest of the world is like Kilic who at this point. Let's face it. There's some kids in Germany.
No, more of the world knows who,
except Germans.
More, they know who the Kilic brothers are now because he came third at the Euros.
Yeah, well, let me get to the point. So Hazelwood is throwing all this money at them, throwing all this money in free product, travel money. I don't know, probably not paid, but it costs money to send all this free shit and all the shipping also, and then all the travel expenses that they get reimbursed for. I'm sure. Investing in this family, in these kids. First time they get a really good result, like third at the Euros, fucking arrived, like, yeah, now we can cash in on this. What do? They fucking switch.
Yeah, it's kind of shitty.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Now, I don't know the backstory to this. I don't know why they switched. I don't know. But it's just like, I see this so much. You help someone out. You support someone. They make it, they switch. Why? Why didn't they stay? Like, Hazelwood couldn't come up with an offer that's even close to what this other offer was. Like, what's the deal? I always thought about that because, like, next year would potentially be the year that Hazelwood kind of gets his return on his investment, in a sense. And I'm sure they've sold kits in Germany, but when you're supporting someone like that, you want more. You want them to kind of take you the Euros, win the DXR race, like have really good results like that, and then that's when you sort of cash in on the support, in a sense. And now they don't get that. They kind of got to that level, and then someone else will get that. If he even does as well. But that's kind of it's just a pet peeve of mine.
It happens too much.
Then I just leave. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, you put time and effort into these drivers, and then they just I get it, man. I think it was kind of a shock for them. I don't even think that Nemo knew that was going to happen, and I was like, yeah, man. I was thinking, yeah, maybe if Nemo enters an RCGP team, it'll be the faster Kilic and Ryan Lutz that participate.
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking too.
Or maybe we would see the Kilics come to a DNC or something like that. And I don't know where they're going. I kind of heard rumors, but I don't want to say. But it's nothing really. I don't know where they're going. But I heard some rumors. I don't know if it's true. But it is kind of shitty. But unfortunately, that's kind of how it goes in this industry, man. It's, you know what I like to say? The grass isn't always green on the other side. Loyalty means something, and at that loyalty from both sides means something. So I don't know why they left or what happened, but I agree with you on that. It was kind of like, they put time and effort. In a few years, I think they ran Agama. So it's a little bit disappointing. But Nemo has quite a few young, fast drivers. The kid Skidmore's fast. They have Jessica Powson. No, she's not on the level of those guys, but she's very marketable as well. So, and they have Ryan Lutz. So Nemo's still in good shoes, but it is upsetting. So definitely shocking. As well as Pele left HB, which I was kind of shocked, but not fully shocked at that. I thought he was a diehard HB guy.
Me too. He was like a Ronnie Fox fanboy. Yeah,
I don't know what happened. I did talk to him afterwards. I was like, hey, what happened? And he just I just wanted to change and blah, blah, blah. And
that's just like normal excuse. I just wanted to change. Oh, the car didn't suit me, or I wanted to change. That's like bullshit.
I don't know. Not my decision. So, such is life, dude. Such is life. And I'm guessing silly season's going to heat up here soon. All the talks about Cav, with Yokomo. And I sent you something earlier today about they were trying to have IFMAR was trying to have a Drift Worlds. And it's kind of falling apart. And I'm wondering if that's because of what we're hearing about Yokomo, because I know drifting was big for Yokomo.
Probably, because they even said in the post that sponsors and this and that, and that's why they can't have the Worlds now.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's definitely, I don't think, and plus a lot of people are now talking about the names I keep hearing about is definitely Cavalieri, and the Testmans, as well as like a person like CJ Jalen. I keep hearing his name come up as well. But the Testmans is the biggest one. Everybody's assuming that the Testmans are going to TLR. I haven't heard anything about that. I don't have any inside information about that. But, I mean, remember, if you take Ty, you got to take Gord. Maybe Gord comes in and heads up TLR surface manager. I don't know. Maybe Kevin Gahan goes to the background and does what happens. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to leave X-Ray. What do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of too early.
I'm so over it. I did
Really?
that. I've done a few of those silly season blogs, and it was fun, but I'm kind of over it.
Well, maybe as we get closer to and we start hearing a little bit more.
I'll wait for it all to be in, and then I'll do my analysis.
Yeah, let's give it a few more.
Honestly,
weeks.
if he was going anywhere, then I think TLI is the only option for someone like Testman.
Yeah, I don't know who else could afford him, to be honest.
Yeah, TLR being like, yeah, we need, actually, you know what, it makes sense to either scrap the racing program or do it properly. Let's do it properly. How much do we need to invest? What do we do? And then they decide, okay, let's go for Testman. Let's do it properly. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only way I could see. Otherwise, he just needs to stay with X-Ray, and whatever they offer him, he takes. Because where else is he going to go?
Yeah, it's a difficult situation because you have to take two people. So
yeah, Cavalieri is actually not the easiest situation either. He's with S-Works, I guess, for 8 scale, but losing his Yokomo 10 scale ride, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Yokomo's scaling back. Surely they won't keep both Ryans, and I'm pretty sure they'd keep Mayfield over Cavalieri. So where would he go? I mean,
I don't know. S-Works 10 scale?
What options does he really have? Not many options. So maybe S-Works for everything would be the number one option. Other than that, I don't know. It doesn't look very easy to find those kind of high-paying rides right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't really seem like Cav gelled with the Yokomo car anyway. You know?
No, not really.
So
I tend to agree.
I mean, people will talk about the S-Works, but he did finish second at the Nationals. I don't know. It's difficult. I don't think he put a lot of time into 8 scale this year. Obviously, that will change next year because it's a world year, but I don't foresee him leaving S-Works. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what happens. I don't know. I guess we'll know soon in the next few months because things will heat up. So good stuff.
We'll know soon enough.
Yeah, soon enough, and I'm sure you'll find out sooner than later. I don't know how you find out all this information, but you do. All right, so we got a rant. You have a rant this week. Oh, gosh. Do I even want to allow you to rant?
Why not? I do have a rant.
Because
the warm-up to the rant is this ridiculous shit show of a podcast that Colin had with Jeff Keaton.
Well, Colin didn't say anything wrong.
Podcast.
It was more Jeff.
Well, he did say one thing wrong, which is kind of the warm-up to it. And that was the whole, the qualifying races made no sense. I didn't even do the race, and I started 6th. Ha, ha, ha. What the fuck?
No, explain it, because
let's just address that first.
A lot of people didn't understand the qualifying race.
Yeah. Semifinals, top 16 go to semifinals, 8 and 8. Then the next 16, so top 32, go to quarterfinals. That's how it works. So there's brackets of 16 for each final. The qualifying races are 12 in each. So if you qualify into the fastest group, you're already safely in the semifinal. Basically, you're racing for TQ and starting position. That's what you're doing. The next 12, the top 4 to make it 16, 12 from the first race and 4 from the second, make it 16. Those 16 make the semifinal. So if you finish top 4 in that second fastest qualifying race, you're in the semis. If you're outside the top 4, you're in the quarterfinals. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The third fastest race, if you finish in the top 8, you'll be in the quarterfinal. If you're outside the top 8, you're in the 1/8 final. So certain races, all the guys make the same main. So they're just racing for starting position. The majority of them, if you finish top 4 or top 8, you're in the higher main. Lower 8 or lower 4, you're in a lower main. That's the point. So the point is to give heads-up racing, and it does mean something. It determines where you start in your final and which final that is. So neither of these yahoos understood that.
Well, you know what? To their credit, I heard, I was listening to Tyro talk about it on Extra Lap, and he didn't really understand it either. And you know what? I think for the future going in, I think a simple video of somebody explaining that, like, I think one of the good things you should do is, I've seen with other races, is they actually have a video drivers meeting. So people can actually go and like look at that and get, okay, this is how it's going to work. So in the future, I think it was just it wasn't communicated properly. Just for you to know. Don't get all upset.
Communicated fine, but no one reads rules or listens to anything.
All right. So that's why you have to keep on doing it and keep on, record it and put it on so people can go back and listen to it. Work hard at it. I mean, even I didn't fully understand it, and I'm supposed to know everything that goes on.
That's no surprise, Keenan. The fact that you didn't understand it is no surprise.
Yeah.
So we can't judge anything of that.
But it wasn't just Colin who talked about that. I think.
Yeah, but just the way they were talking about it, I was
Jesus, you get mad at everybody. Colin loves the race. Colin loves the race.
I didn't even do the race, and I started 6th. I bumped up because I didn't do that. No, you didn't.
Anyway.
So there you go. Anyway, now to my rant. My actual rant.
Oh, gosh.
Which is gate start. So I made that post on Facebook. How can you not love these starts or whatever? I can't remember what it was. But it was a video, and it was exciting. Like, all the cars left the gate. One car crashed in the first corner, and then they go through the next corners, and it's just this. It's chaos, but controlled chaos. Like, they weren't crashing into each other, taking each other out. All the cars were just close, and a lot of passes, and it was excitement, pure excitement, right? And that's what people said who watched the race. So people who watch it, they enjoy it. They're like, wow, this is so exciting, You don't know who's going to get the jump on the start. What's the top 3 going to be? You don't know. And the first laps are so exciting because so much is going on. That's what people tended to say who aren't racing. Then people who are racing, the people who are getting good starts and getting, winning races and doing well, they were like all for it. Then people who didn't get good starts, they were all against it. And that's the thing. People tend to react emotionally. Like, hey, I'm having a good time. This is great. Or I'm having a bad time. This sucks. You can immediately forget about all those people because they can't actually give a good opinion because they're just reacting based on how their day is going or how their race is going. What I think is, was the gate start perfect? No. Can it be improved? Yes. That's the solution. So it wasn't perfect. It can be improved. Okay, So think of ways to improve it because it's a good idea. We already know it's good. It makes the racing more exciting.
I have an idea.
The beginning of the race is more exciting. So work on that. Don't go, it's not fair because it just qualifying doesn't mean anything. Yes, it does. If you can go to the gate first, you can pick the best gate. Yeah, it's not like starting 6 feet ahead of second, but it's still better than getting the last gate pick and, let's say, getting stuck in the middle of the back row. You aren't going to be first after the first lap. Most likely, if you are in the middle of the back row. It's just not going to happen. But if you go to the gate first, the likelihood of you leading after one lap is much higher. So, yeah, there is still an advantage to qualifying better, even if you start in the gate. So that's just bullshit saying that qualifying doesn't mean anything. Now, is there too much qualifying compared to racing? Yeah, that's an argument. I would tend to agree. We still sort of practice and qualify too much. We don't race enough. Is there too much value on just the one start because there aren't enough finals or something like this? Yeah, you could argue that. So a lot of the arguments against gate starts were emotionally loaded. So someone had an issue because they had a bad start, and that's why they don't like gate starts. And also on the other side, some people loved it because they got the whole show, So people need to kind of try and take a step back and look at the whole big picture, the whole situation, and then evaluate it and make up their minds, not make up their minds based on what happened to them. And then some people are saying, make the start longer. That's not going to change anything. Just having cars going to a corner at a higher speed isn't going to make the start cleaner, I don't understand how the thinking is there. If anything, then whatever comes after the start should be a sort of a couple of sweeping turns or something like not a long straight, so kind of low speed, not a hairpin, kind of wide corners, something that separates the pack a bit before you go into a tight corner or something like that. So,
well,
yeah.
You know what, Joseph? I think, you know what? I told you going into this. Think really good about the gate start. You're already throwing a whole bunch of different changes to people. And I really just wanted it for the RCGP guys. And why? Because they're professionals. They're there to put on a show. They should be able to handle it. That's simple.
Actually, many RC2 guys wanted to do the gate start too.
And you know what? At the end of the day, when you have 45 minutes to catch back up, it kind of negates it. Like Camden Lime still would have won if he had started last. He was just that fast, much faster than everybody else, Was their gate starts perfect? No, they weren't. I'll be honest with you. Most of the crashes that I saw with the pros was mostly in the first corner. Was the way we were. The reason I think we need to.
I think most were in the second corner, that hairpin, because it was the first sort of tight corner. Like that was really the bigger problem, I think, not the first corner.
Right. I think for viewers who's watching the RCGP, it's good for them. They like it. It's exciting. It's with gate starts. You're gonna get people that love them. You're gonna get people that hate them, and you're gonna have people that switch in between that emotion 5 times in a day. It's been done. Yeah. It's something that you guys wanted to do. I know you wanted to do. Can it be better? Yes, maybe. I think the best gate start I've ever seen was where they actually were facing each other. So one was in front, like basically, if you was looking straight ahead, one gate was on your right, one gate was on your left. Both cars were facing each other. I mean, all the cars were facing each other. You released it. They just went down a little ramp, like maybe 15, 20 feet. And then it was right into a big, like sweeping, like they all converged into one corner. So they didn't even have time to get, they didn't have a chance to get up to a lot of speed because they had to go into this big corner. Like they converged and it meant
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The slower start will actually be better.
I actually agree with that. Or if people are worried about qualifying and gate starts, maybe you make, I don't know, you can go fully advanced and make them drop a little, I don't know. Maybe when you get first.
If you do that, then there's no point in having a gate start.
Well, if you go first.
The point is that everyone goes at the same time.
Listen, if you, let's say you make a staggered gate. So the first one is out longer.
Then
listen, will you shut up and listen for a second? Gee, shut up, listen.
Why would you do that?
So because then if you get a Q1, then you can say, all right, I want to be on the gate that puts me out in front the furthest. So the gate is like from Q1 to Q2.
Yeah, so the gate itself is staggered a bit.
Yeah.
But they all drop at the same time.
Yeah, it still drops at the same time. But so first is maybe a 1.5 feet in front.
Yeah, that's already better. That's a bit too much though.
It is, but if you want to do it properly, you gotta do it. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the other thing. A lot of this also is just people are used to things being a certain way, and then if something changes, then they complain. That's normal. That's human nature. And also, sometimes people have to adapt a bit. So the starts can be fine if people think about what they're doing. Like maybe they have to learn to do the starts a bit better. Like maybe they just can't go full pin it, full wood, close your eyes. Like maybe they have to, make sure the car is going straight, make sure you're untangling with anyone, and then sort of go. Like maybe the drivers need to improve and learn to do the starts also. It's not like, okay, we tried it, it sucks. Maybe it's instead, hey, this has potential. Let's start doing this more. Let's work on it. Let's put some carpet down for the first few feet. Or let's put some pipe down so all the cars are in their own lanes for 3 feet, and then they can't tangle off the gate when they accelerate. And then after that, there's a bit of separation already, and then the starts will be cleaner. Or maybe we'll do both those things and also add an extra foot between each car. Now, there's a number of things that can be done, but even then, I think drivers, racers also need to kind of learn the new system. So imagine someone started racing today, and from today on, all starts would be gate starts. Would they, in 5 years' time, complain and say, you know what, these gate starts, they suck, like, I wish the starts were different? Maybe, but maybe not, because that's the way it is. Like, I have never heard anyone in motocross complain that, you know what, we had qualifying and it didn't mean anything because, we have a gate start and I got a bad start. No, they just get on with it, because that's how it is in motocross. You qualify, you get to pick your gate, and then you have a gate start. Everyone knows that. Everyone accepts it, understands it. So, the same can be said for RC. If this was the way it was always, like we always had gate starts, this is just how it is, then people wouldn't see it in the same light.
You know what, man?
Resist change. Anything new, it's like,
of course, we know that, Joseph. This? You know that. But also at the same time, I have something to say to you, because we kind of, RCGP was a great event. Nothing is perfect. You can take what people do is if I was you, and what I do is I take people's concerns and criticisms. Some are valid, some aren't valid. You can't please everybody. That's for sure. We know that. Let's be realistic. You nitpick every race out there. So you know that your race or this race was going to come under so much more scrutiny than any other race. Period.
Yeah, that's fine. But when you say stuff like, the qualifying races don't do anything or they don't matter. Well, I went to have dinner and it ended up being good for me. It's like, no, you don't understand.
Okay, but they didn't understand that. Yeah, that means, you know what that means?
Like, there's legit some people are like, I think the cars were too close to get on the start. Good point. I agree,
You know what that means, though?
Like, gate starts are motocross and this isn't motocross. That's bullshit. That's a stupid argument.
All right, I agree.
Racing RC cars. You're obviously, retarded. You're too retarded to race this as a hobby. You probably can't build your car right either, if that's your opinion, okay? I don't need to take that kind of feedback seriously.
No, you just need to you don't. You just need to ignore it. But if somebody is telling you
exactly.
But you didn't because you can't do it.
Well,
even
probably that one comment I probably did not reply to.
But when somebody is pretty much saying they didn't understand how something went, then that says you have to make a.
They didn't. Listen. They didn't say how on their podcast. They did not say. I don't understand how this works. They literally said, I went to have dinner and I started sick. I did better because I didn't do the race.
Right, because they didn't.
Oh yeah, the race is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. The fuck. If you don't understand, find out. Or don't say that it doesn't mean anything, okay? That's my point.
Yeah, I get that. But you have to take that into consideration and say, okay, well, we have to relay the information better next time. It's simple. Don't get upset. Calm your tits. Jesus, have mercy. I tell you, man, you get all worked up. Like, it was a great event. Just accept it. It was great. 99% of the people that I talked to that went to it, enjoyed it.
This rant is about the gate start. Why are you talking about the event?
Because, it doesn't.
Everyone agreed the event was great.
Yeah, but it's not perfect.
The gate starts and gate starts for RC.
Yeah, but I think
that's the rant.
You know what? I think as a professional RC racer, or if this is what you do and you're for a living, you should be able to do anything. Simple as that. Like, you should be able to, if it's going to be a gate start, if it's going to be staggered, if it's going to be like this, I don't care if you start from the pits. It should be able to be done because that's your job. At the end of the day.
And I just think we need to make racing exciting. We need to make it exciting, yes, fair also for the races. Gate starts do that. When you have a properly set up gate start, it's a lot more exciting to watch.
You know what? You're coming to the DR. We're gonna have 3 weeks together. Maybe you might survive that. Guess what? We can sit off and design the perfect gate start. There we go. And then you could get it made, and then you'll have that perfect for next year. Or RCGP will have it perfect for next year. Okay? Good?
Yeah.
You can probably draw it up on whatever you use to design cars with. I don't know.
Already done.
You know? So otherwise than that, it was a great event. Accept it. People are interested. People had a great time.
Other than what?
What are you always getting so upset for? Defensive.
What do you mean other than? Other than what?
No, I'm just saying other than people talking about the gate starts, and a lot of the people that were complaining about the gate starts were not even there. They didn't even race. Like, why?
I wonder if there were people actually complain about gate starts who just watched.
Of course there were, because you were arguing with them on Facebook.
Yeah, but were there really?
Look, you have to understand, there's a big group.
I wonder what percentage of people actually...
What you have to understand
didn't even race, like only watch, like thinking like, for my viewing pleasure, I don't enjoy gate stuff. Like, is that an opinion that exists?
I don't know. Make a
poll.
I mean?
Like, I only watch these races. Like, I watch motocross. You know what? I wish motocross didn't have a gate start because I think that would be much better racing. Fuck no. It's a lot better because they have a gate start. It makes it more exciting.
All right.
So I wonder, are there people in RC who legitimately think that they don't want gate starts because they would prefer watching the normal grid start?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are people.
I'm not sure. I wonder.
Well, you know what? You can make up.
That's an argument I would like to.
No,
hear. Why do you think that?
A perfect poll question, actually, and. You know what? At the end of the day, you have to understand, no matter what you say, there's a big group of people that are going to go against anything you say. And half of those, or majority of those guys that were commentating on that question that you posted, were people that are never going to agree with you. So you can say, hey, I have the cure for cancer and HIV. I'm going to give it away for free. They'll still hate you. Don't you get that? So why even argue with them? Why even debate with them? Accept it. It was good. It was cool. Let's make it better for next year. Simple as that. Okay? That's my rant to you.
Okay.
Fucking Rupert. Jesus. Man. You just raised my blood pressure. No, you just raised my blood pressure. Hey, speaking of motocross, Monster Energy Cup was badass. It was exciting.
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I'm hoping that.
I wish they had great starts. It would have been way better now.
But see how they switched the track around and all that stuff? I thought that was cool. I thought that was fun. And it's good to see Malcolm Stewart come out of the gates doing pretty well. I hope he can keep that momentum going into next year. Yeah, it would be good to see.
Yeah, he could be good in the Supercross series.
Yeah, like finally coming from under his brother's shadow, you know? So, should be good, man. All right. Is there anything else you want to rant about before we go?
No, I can't remember. No, I think that's it, to be honest.
All right. So you're going to the Pro Line race this weekend. That's at Thunder Alley. You're going over to Asia. Then you're coming back and Fall Brawl. Are you? And yeah, should be good. Fall Brawl should be fun. It's been fun. The first year we went. I'm looking forward to it. We got to hang out with Brent. Oh, did you see Brent's Masters of Dirt track? Oh, it looks so badass. I think.
Yeah, it looked good.
I think I feel like Beach RC just does not get the credit for being probably one of the best facilities for RC, for 10 scale RC in the nation, you know? But definitely on the East Coast. one of, if not the best facility on the East Coast. And it looks good, man. They got banked, they got a berm, they got some elevation in there. That dirt, man, it looks like, it looks like chocolate cake. I guess you can say that. That's what they say. Looks really good. So kudos to Brent, Beach RC crew who put that together, and I hope Masters of Dirt are good. You actually probably will be racing on that track, not on that particular track, but you'll be racing at that facility after Fall Brawl, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will.
All righty then. Well, I want to say thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world for tuning in. We greatly appreciate all of your support. We are getting back on track. We're going to have all our segments. We're working on new segments and all that type of stuff, as I talked about earlier. We'll have a guest on next week. Finally getting settled back home. Thank you to all of our sponsors, RCMX, Euro RC, BK Servers, Assault RC, JQ Racing, Techno RC, 454 RC Works, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, Bipolar Designs, Beach RC, and man, just thank you to everybody that supports the podcast. If you're racing this weekend, enjoy it, have fun. And remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out.
2020, make sure they pay my bills too.
Yeah, well, yeah, whatever. Stop your noise. You always got to get the last word. You frustrate me, man. Really, you do. You really, 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 really frustrate me. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. Please tune in next time for more fresh RC content. And if you can, please also support us on patreon.com/The Quay Grain. We will greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, Nitro is the glory.